Shh. Well, welcome everybody to our very first live broadcast. Thank you for joining us. So, before we jump into anything on tonight's show, I need to get one thing completely out of the way. If anything looks a little experimental tonight, camera angles, transitions, my screw ups with all the technology, and I'm aware that it can be a little bit hostile. Just know this: I am no tech wizard. I am at best a highly motivated tech dipshit. And we're running a live broadcast, multiple cameras. We got some remote guests. We've got audio routing, software that absolutely does not care how confident I felt when I set this up an hour ago. So if something hiccups, freezes, briefly looks like government surveillance, like a government surveillance feed from 2003, I promise we're still here. We're still live and really working hard to fix it fast in real time. So thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for showing up, and thank you in advance for your patience while we wrestle this thing into submission. And so with that, Angela, how's it going tonight? You don't know?
Just trying to figure out how many times you're trying to get me to laugh.
Oh, that's going to be a whole bunch of times for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing some things.
What's happening over on your side of things?
Trying to reconnect and it's got a countdown.
Oh, okay. So we'll let it do its countdown thing. It's not going to really affect much as far as the live stream goes. So we're not going to worry about that. So I kind of and Angela, next time I decide to do something like this, smack me.
I thought about it.
You know, when I say, a week from the time we're going to do it, when I say, yeah, a week from today, we're going to do a live show. And I don't know where in the hell you were at on that one, because you were like, oh, okay, that sounds cool. Instead of being like, are you out of your freaking mind?
I follow you.
Yeah,
Thanks, man.
I don't know what you were thinking.
I'm never thinking anything.
But, I thought this would be fun. We're kicking off the new year. We're kicking off the first full year, actually, of Dark Dialogue, which is kind of crazy. And we're really only a couple months from a full year doing this. March, yeah, end of March. So, I did this really cool thing for me for our first recording night. So March 25th was the first night we recorded. So, just crazy.
Very. Cannot believe it's
Oh, I can't either. It's insane. And we've covered a lot of stuff over that year. Made some mistakes, for sure. But oh yeah, we're gonna make a lot more. I'm very good at making mistakes.
Your partner is. We'll make more.
I'm pretty sure I've made way more mistakes than you have. So I don't know really what you're talking about, but is your camera thing still doing its thing, or what's happening over there on your side?
Spinning a purple circle trying to connect, but it's not connecting down anymore.
Okay, well,
And now we went black.
I guess they just are stuck looking at my ugly ass, which sorry for that. But I've had a lot of crap for
I didn't even see you. I just saw the Christmas Dark Dialogue.
I have had a lot of crap for not showing my face and people wanting to see my ugly mug. So there you have it.
It's not ugly mode.
Hey, I can say whatever I want to.
That's true. I am completely unable to connect now over here.
Well, why is it doing that?
You tell me.
I don't know. You're asking me? I don't know these things. Are you out of your mind?
Are you new?
Okay, let's see. All right, so I'm working on getting Angela connected here, which when you're relying on me, it's just destined to be a shit show. But
I've been working on that for over 40 years.
being a shit show?
No, getting you connected to anything.
Oh. All right, let's try that. So anyway, I got all kinds of stuff. Check your email; it should be coming over there too. I got several different things lined up for tonight. I thought, the one thing that I really kind of wanted to do was go over some of the victims that we've covered throughout the year, and if we have any updates whatsoever to share, go ahead and share those updates. Let people know if anything has changed in the cases, and then talk about some other really kind of cool. I don't know. I've got some off the wall, weird kind of true crime stories that we can talk about tonight. We've got a bottling of sparkling cider. Huh? Sparkling cider that we can take a non-alcoholic toast to. And we've got some grapes. I don't know.
12 grapes each.
We got grapes that we got to eat, which I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. So, I don't know. Can you help me out with that?
It's actually a thing, and when I was purchasing them, the lady that was putting them up, she goes, "Do you sit under a table too?" And I said, "Nope, we don't do that part." So it is well known. It's known out there. That you eat 12 grapes at midnight, one for each month of the year, to bring luck to your year. I've been doing it a couple of years. I don't know if it works or not.
Wow, I've never heard of that, and I've been on this earth for a day or two.
Yeah.
Huh.
Also know you're not supposed to clean anything on New Year's Day.
I cleaned the whole desk off and everything today, so am I screwed for the whole year?
No, it's New Year's Eve. You're not supposed to clean on New Year's Day.
Oh, well, after I'm up till midnight tonight doing this, I don't intend on cleaning anything tomorrow.
Not dishes, you can't do laundry, you can't, nothing. Can't clean anything tomorrow.
Okay, well, I can definitely abide by that. There's no...
It's a heartbreaking thing, right?
Yes, that I can't clean? Yeah.
Yeah, that I'm telling our listeners they can't clean.
It should be something like I can't get out of bed tomorrow, because if I stay up this late, which we're kind of committed at this point, I'm not going to want to get out of bed tomorrow. So
True.
I just very well might not. I don't know. All right, so you're still waiting to connect?
Yeah, you sent it to my email, but my email doesn't connect to this computer.
Oh, that's right. So I don't know what I got to do. What do I got to do to get you fixed here?
People just keep trying to get you.
Okay. Well, I guess they're just stuck looking at me then. But we can go ahead and jump in and start talking about, one of the shows. And we might as well start at our first one. So the very first show that we covered, we recorded March 25th of last year. Do you remember who that was?
Lori Bray.
That was Lori Bray. And, I don't know.
Laurel, Montana.
Laurel, Montana. Hopefully, the audio quality of our shows and everything has gone up since then. I've really considered recovering the Lori Bray show or the Lori Bray case now, later, because I think our audio quality's gone up. I think our production value's gone up. I've made a bunch of mistakes like writing and that kind of stuff throughout the year. So I don't know. It's something to consider. But a quick recap is Lori Bray was a 57-year-old. She was working at the Cedar Ridge Casino in Laurel, Montana. She was abducted by an asshat by the name of Diego Hernandez.
First asshat. 3 minutes in.
Oh yeah, and there's going to be plenty more. And if you remember, he had an asshat for a mom who likely, I don't know, is thought to have killed his dad, and all this kind of, and another guy. Yeah, I mean, she was actually like charged with killing the other guy. And last that I saw, she was out of prison. Not Diego. Diego's in prison, I think, for the rest of his life. But I think that his mom got out of prison, but she was just a real peach. I mean, she was something else. And, there was a lot of video captured, actually, from the surveillance video at the Cedar Ridge Casino. And we mentioned it during the podcast, but, that one hits pretty damn close to home, because every time I go to Billings, I drive right by that casino. Every time I drive right by that casino, I think about Lori Bray and just what a tragedy that case was. And it didn't take long. It didn't take long for cops to figure out who did it. Like I said, there was the surveillance footage, and it showed him getting in her car and all that kind of stuff. The next morning, her car was found abandoned. There was blood in the car. There was the foot impression evidence was all over the place. And then Hernandez, they found him, and he was all ripped to crap. His face was all tore up, and and he was like, "Oh, I got in a fight." And then his friend was like, "Yeah, we had a little disagreement, but I did not do that." And so I don't know. It was a crazy freaking case. And then he ended up being convicted, obviously, in 2021. He received a life sentence in Montana State Prison. He is still there, obviously. And for that particular case, there's really no, and this is going to be the case, and it's sad, but this is going to be the case for so many of these that we talk about tonight, in that the updates that I have are the case continues to receive attention on podcasts like ours and through, true crime media. It was, and I think I mentioned it during the show, it was showcased on the show Murder in the Heartland. The episode was Killer Casino. But that's about the only place that her case, other than, I think there's been a few different podcasts, but other than podcasts, that's about the only place that I know that her case was covered.
It's really odd that we're this close and I didn't know much about it.
Had you never heard about it, or yeah? I mean, it's.
I'd heard that something had happened, but I didn't know.
Didn't know what?
Yeah.
Did you get your camera figured out?
No. Sorry. No me.
Let me share it to my email, which is on that computer. You should be able to get that one. And so, and then,
I have two of you.
2 of me. Oh, I think everybody does, because I think it's just inserting it right now. But anyway, outside of that, there's really no updates on the case. Of course, that was a solved case. Some of them that we'll be talking about were left unsolved, and there's been, no movement in them for years, for all of this time. So the local community, and I vape. And so I'm going to vape, and you're going to see that, and it's probably super unprofessional, but so am I. So that's just how it is. But,
Same.
the local community, there's memorial pages that remain active that keep her memory alive and stuff like that. But, nothing as far as any new investigative developments. I don't really expect them in a case like hers, because the douchebag, I'm pretty sure, acted by himself, and he was caught, convicted, sentenced to life in prison. So her case, I wouldn't expect a whole lot of updates on. And then, so with that, we've got several more of those cases to cover, but we do have something kind of exciting that we can talk about tonight. And we'll be talking about it throughout the night, but do you want to talk about the new development with?
Or do I want to let you talk about it?
I don't know.
I'll let you talk about it. I'm still trying to figure this out over here.
Okay, so the new development is Dark Dialogue has kind of, I don't know, we call it like we've kind of partnered. We've agreed to kind of work together with a freaking awesome band called the JJ Hawk Band. This is from one of their albums. They're available on Spotify, I know. They're available on, where else are they available?
All the places.
They're available everywhere.
They jumped on Podbean too, so they're all the places.
Oh, so they're all over the place. Yeah. And they're freaking awesome. We've got some of their music that we'll be playing tonight. And I do believe that somebody from the band is going to be joining us tonight, potentially.
Yeah, I think the writer.
The songwriter. Yeah, that's really freaking exciting. Their music is right up my alley. You know, it's my kind of music. And I guess we can just take a second and we can play a little snippet of it while you're trying to get your thing to work. So
I don't know that you're going to be able to trust me to do this.
no. All right, so this is a song of theirs called Glass Kingdom. And like I said, they're available on Spotify. So check this out and I'll see if I can get Angela's camera running.
It goes and then it decides it doesn't want to go anymore.
Okay, so that's a little snippet of Glass Kingdom by the JJ Hawk Band. And like I said, they're freaking awesome. You're going to be hearing a lot about them from us. And we'll play some more of their music and as we go through the night. I think I've got Angela's camera working, I believe.
Angela working, that's the problem.
That part I'm no help with. So
Tech support.
I'm sorry, I'm no help with that part, but there she is. So, and she's got our cool shut your mouth, we're recording thing up behind her there. So that's pretty fun. That's cool. All right. So now that you are on camera, is there anything that you kind of wanted to talk about as we kick this live show off? I mean, we've got 6 hours to fill. So yeah, we can talk about all kinds of stuff.
I don't have anything right offhand.
No?
No,
That's what you always say.
I know.
What's
I'm
up
a
with that?
follower. I'll just follow you.
All right, well, I will
Boring.
talk about a pretty freaking weird case. I've got more than one tonight, but so I'm not doing the full on production thing tonight with, writing the full long script and all that kind of
Right.
stuff. We're just kind of going to talk about some shit. So feel free, interrupt all you want. Also, for those that are listening, the chat is open and Angela's monitoring the chat. So I'm not going to stop every time somebody says something, but we can stop every little bit and take a look at the chat. And if there's questions, feel free to ask them, whatever the case may be. Pipe in as much as you want to. So the first story that we're going to talk about is a woman by the name of Lori Ruff. And so, everything in Lori's life seemed pretty much normal for the most part. And she was very active in her church family and stuff like that. She married a guy by the name of Blake Ruff, and they got married in 2004. And then in 2008, they had a daughter, and they moved to a place called Leonard, Texas. And then the marriage kind of deteriorated under some. There's a lot of pressure from his side of the family, and a lot of it was they would ask her questions, about her childhood, about anything in her life, and she would either just completely change the subject or redirect in a different direction or try to talk about them. And so they were like, okay, this is weird, and we don't know anything about this woman. And it put a lot of strain on their marriage. And then she was unbelievably possessive of their daughter from the way it's described, and didn't really want the in-laws having anything to do with the daughter, and didn't want anybody really having anything to do with the daughter. And it caused, like I said, it caused a lot of problems. It caused a lot of strain in their relationship. And so finally, the two separated. And after the separation, her behavior just became increasingly erratic. Neighbors saw her and the child that didn't look like she was taken care of. I mean, it was a weird freaking mess. And then I think she tried to break into, because he moved back home with his parents when they separated. He moved back home with the parents, and then she tried to break into their house and steal a set of their house keys or something, and just really, really weird shit. And then on Christmas Eve, 2010, on the morning of December 24th, she drove into his parents' driveway and parked, left the car running, and put a gun to her head and killed herself.
Oh, I did not see that coming.
Oh yeah, so weird. And then, so obviously, the dad, I think, actually looked out and saw the car and was like, I'm not doing this. And I don't know if he even recognized it was her car, but he did recognize a car. And so he didn't even go out there. He just called the cops and was like, something weird's going on. So the cops get there and they discover her obviously dead in the front seat. And in looking it through the car, they find 2 suicide notes. And one of them was an 11-page suicide note, which is unbelievably freaking long for a suicide note. And it was addressed to, quote, my wonderful husband. And then she also included a shorter letter that was addressed to her daughter that said to be opened when the girl turned 18 years old. Obviously, the cops opened it. They had to. And so, then it just, the cops, they ruled it just a suicide. I mean, this was a pretty clear-cut suicide. I mean, there wasn't any kind of illusion that this was a murder or anything else. But the Ruff family, they were like, okay, we still want to know who this woman is. We still want to know what in the world is going on here. And so her husband, Blake, he never went back to the house. He never set foot back in the house. And I don't really blame the guy. I mean, it had to be unbelievably tragic for him, whether, you have a problem with your ex or not. You don't want them to kill themselves in your driveway. Or anywhere, yeah. And so he never went back to the house, but his family went back to the house to load up, all of his stuff and everything. And in digging through a closet, they find this lockbox that is marked something like arts and crafts or something like that. And so obviously they get into the lockbox. I don't know if they broke into it or guessed the code or whatever it was. But once they got inside, then they find documents. They found like a birth certificate for Becky Sue Turner. And again, so her maiden name, quote unquote, was Lori Erica Kennedy. And then she got married to Blake and she became Lori Ruff. And then they get into this stuff that with her birth certificate and everything that said Becky Sue Turner. And then there was some like court records showing that in 1988, she had legally changed her name from Becky Sue Turner to Lori Erica Kennedy. And she had all kinds of social security numbers. She had multiple different identifications and different names and stuff like that. The family does a little bit of research and they discover that Becky Sue Turner was a little 2-year-old girl that died in a house fire in 1971. And so they reached out to the little girl's family, and the family was like, we don't have a clue. We don't know who this lady is, and we don't know, what the hell's going on. We have no idea. We don't know how she could have got our daughter's information. She's not involved with our family, all of that kind of stuff. And so then it went out to our world. It went out to the true crime world, and people all over the place. Online sleuths were digging into this, and there was a paper that they pulled out of the lockbox that had just essentially scribbles. It had some like a lawyer's contact information on it. It had some like phone numbers and stuff. And one of the online sleuths did the whole, view it under different lights and opaque light and all this kind of weird shit. And so finally, it comes out that that she was from Pennsylvania, and her real name was Kimberly Maria McLean, and she grew up in Pennsylvania. Then they found kids that had gone to school with her and stuff like that. And I don't know, it sounded like it was a kind of a bad home life. And she dropped out of school when she was 18 and she bailed. And then her dad died not a whole long time after that. And he had left everything, the whole estate, to his daughters, her being one of them. And so the lawyer went searching and sent this letter, which apparently found her, because right after that is when she took the name of the little girl. So she had to have been running from something. I don't know. It sounded, and again, I don't know, but it sounded like there may have been some abuse. Her dad might have been an alcoholic or something, and her home life might not have been the best, obviously. But it's so freaking crazy. And she just couldn't live with the fact that her marriage had failed because of the way that she had grown up and everything, with, the the family that she had had. She just couldn't live with the fact that her marriage had failed, and she didn't want to put that on her daughter, and so she decided to take her own life, which is, yeah, it's crazy. It's hard to imagine. It's very hard to swallow, but it's a crazy story, and that's the first of a few crazy stories that I have lined up for us tonight. So, how's things going over on your side over there?
I can see me, but you can't.
I can't see you?
Can you?
No, I can't. Why can't I see you?
I don't know, because I've bounced over to the live stream too, and I can still just see you.
Well, we will do...
I'm an enigma tonight.
Well, that's not fair. Okay, so one thing that I thought would be kind of fun to do tonight would be to kind of go back over our dipshits from the dipshit diaries and discuss those, and then maybe decide who is our favorite dipshit. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's see. Oh, you make all kinds of random noises. I know. Normally I'm able to kind of weed those out, but that is not the case tonight.
Nope.
So, okay.
Full Angela.
All right, so it's going to take me just a second to get this thing figured out. So bear with me.
You got time.
Yeah, we've got a long time, don't we?
Yes, we do.
I don't know. So say something to keep our guests entertained for a minute while I'm doing this.
Let's see, what else? Do you want to know what color clothing you should wear for good luck on New Year's?
What color?
It depends on what kind of luck you want. Where is that? I looked that up already.
Okay, I got it.
To do with crime.
No, but there is particular colors that you're supposed to wear.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
So, golden yellow for wealth, red for love and passion, green for growth and health. Some people say white for fresh starts, but I did read that in Chinese culture, you're not supposed to eat anything white because it could bring on a death of a loved one. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't read why. But purple for prosperity and ambition. Silver for elegance and new technology. So maybe I should be wearing silver so the technology will listen to us.
Or one of us should be. I'm wearing a Johnny Cash flipping you off shirt. What does that say about you?
It's not in here.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Alexa can't help us with that.
Huh. So anyway, our first dipshit was the man arrested for the West Columbus Petland break-in that had gerbils hidden in his pants. Yes. And that was the 19-year-old Ohio man that broke into a Columbus pet store, smashed the kennels. He released the dogs, the birds, the ferrets, the rabbits, the gerbils. But he stole nothing except for the gerbils. And then they found him not very long after that and arrested him. And he had gerbils in his pockets. Do you remember that one?
I do.
So that was, I believe, our first dipshit.
They've gotten worse. I don't think he's up there.
No. So you're going to be keeping track of these so we can do a vote.
Gerbil man.
Gerbil man. And then we had the suspected car thief who was arrested while trying to steal an unmarked car full of police officers. And that was in Lakeway, Texas. And the man attempted to steal an unmarked police car on Fantail Loop, unaware that it was occupied by officers surveilling him for a stolen vehicle. So KVUE and KENS5 both reported that he fled on foot after realizing his mistake, but was quickly arrested. And he possessed another stolen car and faced charges including tampering with evidence, engaging in organized criminal activity, stealing cars, all kinds of crap. And then that was back actually when we were only doing, before we started doing more than one at a time. So those are our first two dipshits to talk about tonight. We have plenty. We do. We have like 26 episodes with dipshits. Yeah, with dipshits in pretty much all of those ones. So yeah, but I figured too we'd just visit a little bit. I don't want to just get stuck in a rabbit hole and just, keep rehashing crime statistics and stuff like that. And so let's talk a little bit about, where we're at with Dark Dialogue. Your thoughts on, where we've come from, where we're headed to, all of that good stuff. Because you don't ever talk. So now it's your turn.
I listened to a lot of people who said when you start a podcast, go back a year later and listen to your first one, and you'll appreciate where you are. And we've grown. You've gotten better. I'm still just.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, something's gone.
Oh no! Now we've got to reconnect. Okay, we should be back up. This is what I said. We're gonna have some hiccups. That's part of it.
We're learning things.
So anyway, what do you think? What do you think we got right? Right out of the gate. What do you think we got wrong right out of the gate? How have we fixed things? Just talk a little bit about where we've come from and all that stuff.
I don't know if I would quantify wrongs and rights. You learn. I mean, we just jumped into the deep end and trying to go.
Yeah, that's very true.
Getting me more comfortable talking. Your writing is incredible.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. See, you're asking me questions and I'm dodging them.
As usual.
That's what I do. Why did you choose me?
Because we make a great team. I think we make a great team.
This is true.
And so, I would have to say that, whether it's getting something right, getting something wrong, I don't know. I'm like you kind of learn. But one of the big things that I learned is it's not cheap. And
No.
you have to invest in quality equipment to get a quality product. And then the other thing that I've learned is you also have to become a freaking audio engineer, which I'm not. I never claimed to be. I didn't start off as one, and I think it's pretty damn obvious. And, I sent JJ Hawk is looking for a link.
I see that just pop up.
Yeah, so,
'Cause it's almost 7.
yeah, so let me hop back over. I don't know, we're having some problems with that, it seems like, but I'm going to send this over again to your email, and you can forward it on over.
Maybe playing telephone.
Oh, yeah. Which we kind of knew, coming into this that, well, I definitely knew. I've never done a live show before, so I definitely knew that this was going to be a pretty steep learning curve. Mm-hmm. And, just like me, just like how I operate, I decided, well, why not do it live during a 6-hour broadcast on,
Let's learn together.
I just kind of made the call, hey, let's do this thing, throw it together relatively quickly. But, because we do a podcast, our listeners don't get to see us. They don't know what in the hell we look like. And so, I thought it'd be kind of cool for the listeners to have an opportunity to jump on, see what these two, or this idiot and Angela look like, and all of that kind of fun stuff. So I sent a link to your email if you can forward that on.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Thank you. And so I decided, hey, you know what? Let's just do a live show. And I'm boring and I didn't have anything planned for New Year's anyway. So I thought, what better thing to do than to record, because we have a lot of fun doing that.
Sure.
So, and
Listening to me hit the microphone on the dark night.
which you oftentimes do.
All the time. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, so the second case that we covered was the Heather Elvis case. And Heather, if you remember, was the 20-year-old hostess at the Tilted Kilt in Myrtle Beach. She disappeared in the early morning hours of December the 18th, 2013, after a date. And then she had a late-night phone call with her married former lover, Sydney Moore. And
Oh, these are the Disney people.
these are the Disney whack jobs. Yep. And she's never been seen since, ever. And so both Sydney and his wife, Tammy, are serving 30-year sentences for kidnapping and conspiracy in connection with her death. And over the last year, both have filed all kinds of post-conviction crap, which they have been ever since they were convicted. They've been saying that they didn't do it and all of this kind of stuff. So, the quick recap is she received this call. She ended up going to this place called Peachtree Landing, which is kind of a deserted little boat landing near Socastee, South Carolina. And that's where her car was found the next morning. Absolutely no sign of Heather. She was gone. They extensively searched the Waccamaw River and all the surrounding areas. They failed to locate Heather. They failed to locate a body. Investigators quickly focused on Sydney and Tammy Moore, especially after uncovering that they'd had this illicit affair, and Tammy had found out about it, and all hell had broken loose, and all of this. And then in February of 2014, they were arrested, charged with murder, kidnapping, obstruction of justice, and indecent exposure, with later additional charges, which included some fraud cases. And
The outside of Senate 1076 saying that Iowa's messed up can't hear anything.
that would be my son. Interesting. Okay. Hold, please.
Never mind, it's back.
Is it back?
I apparently just had to tell you on it, and you didn't say.
Oh, well, there is a delay. So, yeah. Okay, so anyway, oh, yeah, the Heather Elvis case.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. If the audio's not working, we need to know. That's an emergency. So the murder and indecent exposure counts were eventually dropped. Sydney was convicted of obstruction of justice for lying about the phone call, because you remember he was like, do they even have payphones anymore? So he received a 10-year sentence, and then the first kidnapping trial ended in a hung jury. He was later convicted of kidnapping in 2019, sentenced to 30 years. Tammy was tried separately, and in October of 2018 was convicted of kidnapping and conspiracy to kidnap Heather. She received 2 concurrent 30-year sentences, but both the Moore's convictions were upheld on appeal with the South Carolina Court of Appeals, affirming again in June 2023 that the circumstantial and the forensic evidence was sufficient to convict them. So in 2025, Sydney Moore filed a new motion seeking a retrial, arguing jury intimidation, alleged conflicts that involved the Horry County Clerk of Court. He claimed that they withheld DNA evidence that pointed to someone else, ineffective assistance of counsel. And so this is a post-conviction relief style filing, and it has not yet resulted in a new trial or anything really.
So I'm peeking at you because I went live on Facebook.
Okay.
And I'm just say hello.
Hello.
I'm just hanging it out here.
Very cool.
Because we will have guests here in a minute. So I'm on our Dark Dialogue Facebook page live. All you get to do is watch me for right now, Facebook people.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about the Facebook thing, so.
Yeah, it's just they're gonna hear you unless I lift it up and turn it.
Okay. Yeah.
Which I might do
That's
occasionally, so
how it should be. Anyway,
stay decent over there.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I make no promises.
Alright.
Okay, so then in October of 2025, Tammy Moore formally requested a new trial as well, asserting that her defense failed to meet with her and key witnesses within the required time frames. They admitted evidence, and the witnesses they admitted witnesses that could have been helpful to her. They did not call an expert that challenged the state's vehicle identification, the headlight pattern testimony, and again, the authorities are reviewing that request. As we know, in the legal world, this stuff moves very slowly. Heather's family has publicly stated confidence that the South Carolina Attorney General's office is going to oppose these motions and defeat their trial requests. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we talk about this so much. We talk about this on damn near every case that's solved. So either you torment the families with an unsolved case, and they're tormented for the rest of their entire lives because the case is left unsolved, or their loved one is left unfound and we know nothing, or the loved one was found murdered and we never solved the case. So we either torment them that way, or we find the person that killed them, convict the person that killed them, and then torment them with a lifetime of going back to court and fighting endless appeals. Mm-hmm. And so, and Heather's case, I will say, is one that I did receive a FOIA dump, and
yeah, you were telling me about that.
Oh, I mean, it took me forever to figure out. I had to get like a special, again, I'm a tech idiot, so it didn't come quickly, but I had to get a special downloader tool to download it. I couldn't even download it to my computer because it would time out, and
yeah, more people joined, so
it would time out. And can they hear us through the Facebook thing, or
can you guys hear us on the Facebook? Your Gmail.
Anyway, and so I received this freaking huge file, finally got it downloaded, started to dive into it. The reason that it's so huge is there's all the surveillance video, and, you know, as we all know, in this day and age, video takes up a tremendous amount of bandwidth. And then there's a bunch of audio files in there.
Sorry,
as well.
We're asked about the poster, so I'm just showing it.
Oh, yeah. And so there's a bunch of audio files in there and stuff. So there's a lot that I have not gone through. But one of the really interesting things that I have gone through and listened to repeatedly is this series of jail calls that was recorded, and it was a guy by the name of like Billy Bob or something. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure it was something. It was like Billy Bob, and I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't. So
Hold, please.
Bobby Bellamy. So Bobby Bellamy was in prison or in jail, I guess, with Tammy Elvis's
Thank you, Shy.
Tommy Elvis's cousin, Donald DiMarino. Okay, so they're in jail together, and what Bobby Bellamy says is the jailers turned on the record button in their cell, and they heard them talking, and that's how they figured this out. And Donald DiMarino says Bobby Bellamy must have told on him. And it's kind of this interesting dynamic because Bobby Bellamy is trying to get with Donald's mom. And so he's like writing her love letters in jail. And then, and then he's talking to Donald DiMarino at the same time. And Donald DiMarino is telling him that Sydney and Tammy get arrested.
Yeah,
And they're
amalgamation of their names, Sammy.
right. They get arrested. They get thrown in jail, and then, while they're in jail, the daughter gets the cell phone and hides it. And then after they get released on bail, this is before their trials. Donald goes to their house, and Sydney shows him pictures of. I'm getting a weird picture here. It shows him pictures of Heather's deceased body
Oh no.
laying, and I never heard anything about this. And then he goes on to say that she was fed to the alligators, and they'll never see her again. But I never heard any of this information ever, and I researched the case as well as I could without getting the FOIA information. I don't know, and I haven't dug into it well enough to determine whether, it was determined that they weren't reliable or it was hearsay because they couldn't find the cell phone. It had disappeared by that time, and so they couldn't confirm it. And so it was just considered as like hearsay evidence. I don't know. And then the other thing that I think I'm discovering is it also looks like after the 18th, when she disappeared, at some time within a few days of that, Sydney hooked up to a boat and took off, headed somewhere with a boat. So, like I said, it's literally thousands of pages of documents and, stuff like that. And so I'm having to weed through it. No doubt we're going to have to do like an update case, and I'm going to have to play those recordings and, discuss all the findings from that because it's crazy.
I bet.
And then Donald DiMarino also does meet with this investigator who, I'm not joking, not making this shit up. Her name is Ginger Pop.
You're lying.
Swear to God. And I had to look it up because I thought, I got to be hearing that wrong. Like, that's not real. No, I looked it up. She's actually an investigator named Ginger Pop. And so, but Donald, in an interview with Ginger Pop, he does say, yeah, I did see these pictures. And, he describes them in horrendous detail. And so, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that, I don't know. The only thing that I can figure out is, and without asking the prosecutor, we'll probably never know, but it was a hearsay argument. They couldn't reproduce the phone, so it was just this guy saying he's seen something and no way to corroborate it. And obviously, he's not like the pillar of the community because all of this is happening while he's incarcerated.
Right.
And it sounds like he's repeatedly incarcerated. So this is like a, something that happens quite a bit of the time. So, but anyway, so that is Heather Elvis. That's that case. Her poor family, they still maintain, they still maintain the Heather Elvis Facebook page. Hi, everybody. And all of that kind of stuff. And as we've talked about time and time again, my heart just goes out to these families so much that have to deal with all of this kind of stuff. But, what is that?
I don't know. I was trying to figure that out too. There's some added noise.
I don't know where that's going. Oh, that is somebody joining us in Riverside. That's what that is. So this is the writer for J.J. Hawk that we were discussing earlier. Welcome aboard, sir.
Hey there.
Great. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you very much.
Good. Happy New Year's.
And to you.
Thank you. So, like we discussed earlier, we're really excited about this. We've been plugging the band tonight so far throughout the show. We will keep doing so, but why don't you take just a minute and just kind of tell us about J.J. Hawk?
J.J. Hawk started really a few years ago. Myself and Jared met, found we had a lot in common and began to write together. And we wrote a ton of songs based on real life experiences, because we kind of had the same kind of mindset.
Sure.
We both had the same sort of religious beliefs, political beliefs, all that kind of thing. And we just kind of wrote from the heart, and basically all the music is from the heart. And so the latest album actually is called Music from the Heart. The others came aboard a couple of years later. Danny, the lead vocalist, Chris, the male vocalist, guitarist, Jared, who's bass, and then the brothers, Sam and Colton.
Okay.
And so right now everybody's spread to the four winds for Christmas, for the holidays.
Sure. Yep.
Which leaves you with me, the writer.
So, Joe, Shandy says to tell you to turn your side up.
Turn
The volume up.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Can you guys hear him on the Facebook? I didn't think he probably could.
Is that any better?
Is that better, Angela?
It's better for me, but I'm waiting for
How's that?
the Facebook world to
It's definitely better on my side of things. And we can also, after tonight, we can, produce some shorts for Facebook specifically where I can play with the volume a little bit as well, too.
Right.
So, but anyway, so you were saying?
Yeah, we got together and I always equate it to lightning in a bottle. One of those things that just comes along and it's exactly right at the right kind of time. And so they basically turned our ideas into what they are, and we're kind of chuffed that people actually like the music. I mean, I write for what I know,
Sure.
which is everything that comes from me, from Jared, and we bounce ideas off of each other. So it's a very pure kind of music because it all means something.
Yeah, I mean, it really struck me when Angela first brought this up, and I was thinking, I play guitar and stuff like that, but I'm definitely a rocker at heart, and so I was thinking, okay, what is she bringing me? And so then,
There's no telling ever.
she shared the name, and so I jumped on and I was listening. And I was like, wow, this is freaking badass. This is right up my alley. So I mean, your music is exactly the kind of music that I really gravitate to and have listened to my whole life, and so it really struck a chord with me. And then I got really excited about this whole little venture, for that reason.
We feel very, very privileged that you'd want to use our music, and we're all very thankful for that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, we're the same way. We're honored that you would trust us with that. And I don't know if you've listened to the show, but we do like the victim tributes and stuff, and we've discussed a little bit about interweaving your music with the victim tributes, and it's just an exciting time for Dark Dialogue. We hope it is for JJ Hawk as well. And so, kicking off the new year with this, it's exciting.
But the same way, yeah, we feel exactly the same way.
Well, good.
Forward to the podcast.
What's that?
I'm looking forward to the podcast.
Good. Yeah. I mean, we'll get right on it. This New Year's show is taking up the majority of my time, trying to put together 6 hours worth of content and everything. And so our posting schedule is a little bit off, but we'll get back on our regular schedule, next week and start kicking out some episodes and including your guys' music on it. And yeah, we're excited. So do you have any
Anything we can do to help, we're happy to do so.
do you have any like live venues coming up, or how can our listeners, we said that you were on Spotify and pretty much everywhere music is, but where can our listeners find and listen to JJ Hawk?
They can go to bandcamp.com, iHeart Radio, Amazon, Spotify.
Pretty much everywhere.
We're pretty much everywhere.
All the places.
All the places.
Yeah, Apple Music. So anywhere that you normally digest that kind of stuff. So
Perfect. And then you have a new album dropping. Is that correct, or you just dropped a new album?
we have on the 5th a new EP of 3 songs, which is What Remains, Deliver Me, and I can't remember the third one.
Tainted
But yeah,
Destiny.
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's my favorite.
that's one other one that's being dropped. That's after that, but there's a set of 3 which tells a story. Like the
Oh,
breakup,
okay.
what comes after the breakup, and how do I survive the breakup?
Oh, that's awesome. What a freaking cool idea.
Yeah, it wasn't that way when we first decided to do it, but yeah, there was a fair few goes around, and should we do this? No, we're going to do this. But eventually we got it right, and it came out really well.
That's
And then Tainted Destiny is due out, I think, the 13th.
okay.
I think it's pre-save on the 6th and due out on the 13th. I could be wrong.
Okay.
We have a little sneak peek of it.
We do have a little sneak peek of it. So, I mean, that kind of reminds me of The Who and kind of telling a story throughout your songs. I mean, that's a really cool idea.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we played around at the beginning of the year, and I wanted to do a Bond song, James Bond song,
Yep.
but reimagined as we would do it. So we actually did one, and it was hanging around. It's been hanging around since early February, and I finally got around to remastering it and doing it, and now that's ready as well. So that will be coming out, and there's a couple of other new ones that have now been finished and should be coming out soon as well. So it's going to be a busy time for us.
Boy, it sounds like it's extremely busy.
Yeah, there's a lot of plans in the works, but everybody's, like I say, everybody's off now for the holidays, and they're with family and sort of spread to the 4 winds.
Sure.
So
Yep.
we're not getting back in the studio now till possibly end of January, maybe February,
Okay.
because we worked pretty much all of last year. With brief exceptions, we were in the studio laying down new tracks and various little tiny bits and thinking, can we use that? And does that work? So it takes a long time, but
Right on. And so, is the band touring at this time, or is it just releasing studio albums right now? Or
They did a European thing early last year, just end of the year before, where they played some venues across Europe, but very small venues. We wanted to do the very, the close knit thing, not
The
big
festival.
big venues.
sure,
So
yep,
they played a few dates. They did a thing in Ireland, France, Germany, I believe.
Nice.
So that was the only touring there. And we don't really have any plans to do touring this year. We're consolidating what we want to do in terms of the music.
sure.
But we've been pretty prolific in terms of releasing music this
Boy,
year.
it looks like it. Looking at your catalog.
I think there's 80 today. I think there's 83
Wow.
songs. Yeah.
And I have to imagine that the music industry has changed fundamentally, kind of like everything else, to where, when I was growing up in the 80s and stuff, if a band didn't tour, nobody knew who they were. But now it seems like you can just kind of self promote, and the touring isn't as critical as it used to be.
True. In fact, what was it the other day? I was seeing. I don't know if you know Garbage.
Oh, yeah.
It's a British band. They did a Bond theme song as well. They just finished their North American tour, and they just said we're not going to be doing it anymore because it's just too expensive, and it really doesn't, it doesn't pay for us to do it in North America,
Yeah.
which was kind of sad, but
It's,
that is the state of the music business.
yeah, it's really sad.
We're kind of really lucky in that we're not directed by high power labels or anything like that. We have complete autonomy, which was something that we really wanted when we started this, because we didn't want that kind of interference or any kind of interference. We wanted to be pure enough that it was the music before anything else.
Absolutely. And you hear so many horror stories of so many bands that signed with a label because they wanted to get their foot in the door and wanted to get known, and lost everything through the process.
We're not that way inclined. I mean, we started the label ourselves.
That's awesome.
The Walk Studios is the record label, which is Jared and me.
Yep.
So we made sure that the music was protected. And if it does well, it does well. But I mean, at the end of the day, the music is still ours, and it's made by us for the fans that we have, and people that like it. I mean, I can't say that every person that listens to it is going to love it. I'd like to, but
Right.
I wouldn't do that. It's for them to listen and decide what they think, if it talks to them, and that's really what the music is about. Does it talk to you? Does it say something to you? Does it make you feel something?
Yeah, I mean that's such an awesome perspective, and it's one I don't think a lot of musicians share. I think the focus for a lot of musicians is get famous, get rich, and it just, I don't know. I so much music that I listen to today that's coming out it's just copy paste. You can change the name and you can't tell any difference between the songs. It drives me crazy.
That's where I hope that we make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that, with your guys' stuff at all, and it speaks to me when you have a musician that is writing their own stuff. They don't have a writer that is completely absent from the band and completely off on their own, and they're just buying these songs because it just seems to fit their style. It's actually coming from your heart as the writer, and I just think it's really cool. It's awesome.
Well, like I said, I had this conversation with Shandy the other day. It's not. I don't believe that songwriting is a one-person skill. I think anybody can do it. You just have to be able to speak to the other side of your soul. You have to be able to listen and say, right, I can honestly write this. I can honestly say this.
Right. Yep.
And if you do, no matter what you put down, it's right. That's my perspective on it. But
Well, I think
keep getting told that
I think you got it right, at least from my perspective, you know, and the music that I like, that's definitely what I've always gravitated towards, you know, and I've always had a tremendous amount of respect for the songwriters that, you know, I mean, that are writing about what matters to them and not just what they think is going to sell during this hype phase.
Right.
no, I think every song that we do, it speaks to a certain point in one of our lives or an event that happened. It's never just a song for the song's sake.
Right.
And when you have, say, 5 people, you know, working in close proximity, that's a lot of stories.
Oh,
I
man.
don't think we've really scratched the surface yet. I think we've got a lot more that we can tell, a lot of stories that we can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very much, I think, going back to the core of how so much great music was actually written, you know, going back to the Beatles, going back to Sabbath, I mean, these guys used to just lock themselves away.
Now you're talking my people.
Right, yeah. And they would just lock themselves away and speak music to each other, and then we'd all get to see what came out on the other side. And it was exciting, and it was cool, and it meant something. And you don't get a lot of that anymore.
Like I said, we're very privileged. We all feel privileged that, you know, you want to use this with the stories that you tell. You know, we're very grateful for that.
Well, we're excited. We're super excited. So, any big New Year's Eve's planned, or go to bed by 9?
Watch the ball drop in New York City and
Yeah, watch the ball drop in New York City.
There you go.
Berlin watch the football game.
Yeah, and there's a soccer game tomorrow for Wrexham.
Oh, right on. Very cool. Well,
4:30 in the morning, I'll be up watching that.
Holy
They
cow.
up against Blackburn.
well, right on. Well, we really appreciate you guys jumping on with us tonight. It's been awesome. I've really enjoyed getting to know you guys, listening to your music, and us at Dark Dialogue, we're super excited about this. And so, you know, thanks for joining us. And I mean, have a wonderful New Year's.
You too. The band does have an Instagram page if people go ahead and search that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, tell us everything.
There is a message on there, I think, from Danny, the lead singer. She's posted a message, I think, for Christmas and now for New Year's. Shandy, it's she mentioned you. She credits her as being the the unsung sixth member of the group.
Well, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I think I sent you the link. You'll have to go and see it.
Yeah, and let us know. We can drop it in the show notes as I do my post-production work on this. I can drop the link in the show notes so our listeners can find it and everything.
Yeah. Oh, and we sent some pictures to Shandy from the studio today. So.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, we'll let you guys go.
Page is-
What's that?
The Instagram page is just JJ Hawk.
Just JJ Hawk on Instagram.
Yeah. If you
Hawk
just search
with a
JJ
K.
Hawk.
Because I
Yeah.
did find JJ Hogg.
Oh yeah, I did come across that too. JJ Hogg.
Oh yeah, they're blues rockers.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
We're looking for Hawk.
Like the bird.
We're the JJ Hawk band.
Okay.
You'll find out.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll let everybody know, and we're really looking forward to working with you guys through this new year.
Same here. Definitely for us as well.
All right. Well, have yourselves a wonderful New Year's, and we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. Thank you for
Okay.
joining us.
Have a good night.
You too. All right. Okay, so that again was the JJ Hawk band joining us. I mean, I thought that conversation was awesome. You know, I mean, that was really exciting. I'm super stoked about this whole endeavor.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I am too. And a lot of their songs will speak to a lot of other Joel tributes.
Oh, I think so. I mean, they are. I mean, they're just awesome. Okay.
JJ Hawk left the building.
Yes, they did. But I mean, again, that was really exciting. And I'm just exciting. I'm just excited about the whole thing. And like I said, you know, when you first brought the music to me, I was like, I don't know, because musically, I'm kind of a snob. and then, I mean, it was just awesome. It's like it's a lot more old school
Yeah.
rock, you know.
But you can't really put a title or a label on it because there's some that are maybe a little country heavy, and I don't know.
Yeah, and that's kind of the cool thing about it is and I think that really comes from what he was talking about is music from the heart. So it's not really trying to fit a genre. It's not necessarily trying to hit a particular crowd.
Exactly.
You know, it's just good damn music. So that's cool. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead and play a snippet of that song that is coming out. What was the name of that song again?
Tainted Destiny.
Tainted Destiny. So this is a little bit of Tainted Destiny by the JJ Hawk Band.
Shanty can't hear anything.
Okay, well, what happened here? Oh,
We're
please.
jamming and no one else can hear it.
I guess so. I don't know. They can't hear us talking either.
No, they can hear us. They couldn't hear the. I think.
Okay, so we are still live. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, I'm seeing just picture. Don't hear anything.
Okay. Working. Hold, please. and why I'm doing this, the next story that we covered after the Heather Elvis one was Candace Hiltz. You remember that one?
Yes.
And that was the one that happened down in Colorado. And the one that was, I think, the first one where I really lost my temper with the law enforcement,
Oh yeah.
if I remember correctly. And so, because dude like took all the evidence and put it in a storage shed. And can you kind of give a little bit of the recap why I'm trying to figure this?
No. Oh, you can't trust me with that.
Yeah, I mean it's in that document that I got loaded up for you over there.
Sorry, guys.
Because he went to the
I'm not pulling my weight here.
but you know she was the young lady that was, I mean, she was really smart, and I think she'd been accepted to Stanford and at like 16 or 17 or
Yeah.
something like that. And I don't know, she saw some kind of maybe fishy behavior.
She did what she thought looked like a drug.
Yeah, like a drug.
Getting bribes for drugs.
Yeah, handing like an officer an envelope or something, and then that officer came to her house looking for her brother, and she like jumped in and was like, "I saw you taking drug bribes and this and that." And so that kind of helped you remember a little bit.
Yeah, so then, and what I have here is on August 15th, 2006, her mom returned home to find Candace's daughter alone and blood throughout the house, but Candace was discovered wrapped in a green or blood-soaked comforter and hidden under a bed. She sustained 7 gunshot wounds from 3 different firearms, which we also talked about being very odd.
Oh yeah, and if you remember right, the investigator was like, well, yeah, but you could have somebody walk in with a shotgun and shoot her and have a pistol, and I mean, it was so insane.
And they'd have to flip her around to shoot her in the different ways.
Yes.
Yeah. Just
Yep.
one single person, 3 guns, and a whole contortionist circus act performance to get all these different 7 gunshot wounds.
Yes, but that's what the cops decided happened.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Facebook.
Yep. And then what else happened?
So.
I mean, that's a quick little summary that I gave you, but if you remember like the whole storage unit thing.
Yeah, Rick. Storage unit guy. So he purchased the storage unit like in one of those, what are they? Like people go delinquent.
Yeah, like a storage unit auction.
Yeah, thank you. Auction. Why are words hard tonight? I don't know. So he purchased the storage unit in auction, and he discovered crime scene related materials and case evidence just hanging out in this rented locker that somebody decided not to pay for.
Yeah, like a bloody axe was in there.
Oh yeah. Wonderful. That's what you want to find. And that was linked back to your favorite guy. I'm trying to find his name because I don't want to get it wrong. Dodd. Robert Dodd.
Yeah, dipshit Dodd.
You love him.
Yeah, dipshit Dodd. That's the guy.
Yes, dipshit Dodd. So, I'm just perusing through this to try to see no better than to try to make my brain remember things that I don't store things like you do, John.
Yeah, and so the trash collector guy, then after the whole storage unit thing, then the trash collector guy calls up the lady from the news station and is like, I just found a bunch of evidence in the dump. And so she goes out there and there's like all these videotapes of like sexual assault survivors, many of which were children being interviewed about it and stuff. And that was all thrown out in the dump too. And then come to find out, all of that came from a dumpster that dipshit Dodd had taken to his house. So he had all of this evidence at his house.
And then he left. He moved, didn't he? Just up and
Yeah, well, he got,
bailed out.
yeah, if my memory serves me correctly, I think he got in some trouble and then he took a job in Texas, if I remember right.
He was convicted of official misconduct and abuse of public records or mishandling for retaining the evidence
Yes.
that he had never obtained DNA testing on it either. So wonderful. We love him.
Oh yeah, he's definitely one of my all-time favorites. And that's another case that I just don't think you can scroll down. I'm still trying to figure out. So to our YouTube listeners, can you see and hear us okay? You just can't hear the music or
They said they can hear us, they just can't hear the music.
yeah, cuz I'm getting something totally different on my side that says we're offline.
Yeah, the last thing said was her voice is just fine, but couldn't hear the music.
Okay.
Okay, so now they can hear you great and me just a little.
Okay, is that better now? It should be. I think we should be better now. I'm going to try playing that song again.
No, no music.
Hmm.
Hey, this is how we learn.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not at all surprised. I told you I was a tech idiot. And now we're discovering that. And I thought I had all this stuff worked out.
This is how we learn and grow.
Well, this is definitely how I learn. Most people don't learn this way. Most people get shit figured out and then they decide to do a live 6-hour broadcast. Me, I am just like,
Thrown in deep end, let's swim.
yeah, I'm just like, okay, we're going to do this. And then I'm like, oh, I should probably figure this out. And then I jump in and try to figure it out. So,
Is my mic any better now because I am closer to it? I'm being told that your mic is perfect and mine sounds like I'm being picked up by your mic.
oh, yeah, so I would like to see if yours is better now when you're closer to it. But you can keep telling us about about Candace, about the Candace case. I don't think there's any updates. I didn't list any updates there, did I? For that one?
You did say the 2024 episode of Oxygen's Full Justice Revisited.
Oh, yeah.
Fremont County authorities re-examining physical evidence, re-interviewing witnesses, and testing long-stored bone fragments recovered near where James had been camping. Now, did we discuss who James was, though?
James is her brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the brother that she was. Yeah, Jimmy. That's why. So the fragment matched Candace's DNA, strengthening the theory that her body or remains were moved or scattered near his camp, which is why they were trying to pin it on him, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, and they just had it out for him anyway. That's just all there is to it.
The cold justice team and local investigators ultimately presented a renewed circumstantial case against James Phelps to the district attorney, but the DA declined for now to file charges, citing the need for more evidence. Candace's mother publicly rejects any theory implicating her son. And I think we discussed that Candace would reject it too because they were very close.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they really liked each other. There was absolutely no animosity there. He had a mental health problem, and then he was committed. And then he now works with other people, helping them out. There was just really nothing to make you think that. Yeah, I mean, plus the fact that whoever did it killed the dog. If you remember right.
Yeah, and Jimmy wouldn't have had to do that because the dog would know him that he'd be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, we think it was, well, I don't know if I want to say we think it was, but it looks like it was corruption.
Yeah, or just if it wasn't corruption, it was definitely dipshits running the show. All right, so let me try. I'm going to try to play another one of their songs a different way, and we'll see. We getting any feedback?
Not yet, except for the fact that they think I sound like I'm hardly in the room and it's your mic that's picking me up. No music.
Still no music.
Yeah, just now, still no music. We're working on it, guys. Well, I'm watching John work on it.
But you got to keep everybody entertained while I'm doing this.
No, I don't know how to keep everyone entertained.
I gave you a whole thing over there to talk about.
Well, do you want to jump into Brooklyn Farthing?
Yeah, we can jump into that. Did you listen to my distilled episode on her?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So,
sorry.
no, that's fine. And you're not required to listen to everything I put out, but
Yes, you are.
I did do a distilled episode on her too. So, but yeah, that was the next one that we covered. So, did you have anything else to add about Candace? I know I did get some flack,
Yeah, we got a comment.
yeah, about the Candace Hiltz case.
Yeah, what was that? Let's see if I can find the comment.
Yeah, it was
She was not happy with us, which we accept. Like, if you know information, please bring it to us. Because we want to get it right. We don't want to be wrong. But I'm looking for what she said. Well, she was actually saying, I think, that she wasn't even accepted to Stanford.
Yeah, she was saying, yeah, and that like her mom was flaky or something. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, she didn't have good things to say. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, it's watching the comments. It's awesome. I really appreciate when everybody comments, even if you don't like what we're doing, because I can take it. And so, but you know, it's fun when people comment because it really does help us as well with what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, and we know that, you know, we're going to make mistakes, we're gonna do stuff wrong, and so, you know, hearing that, it's like, oh wow, that's how the listeners are hearing it, because it's never the same on my end when I'm writing it. I don't know how people are going to hear it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
You know? And so it's just
Yeah, so this lady said that Jimmy was crazy, but she thinks they should look into Trace Hall. That she thinks it was Trace Hall.
but that I'm pretty positive Trace Hall was one of the officers. I'm pretty positive about that.
Yeah. And she said the boys were running guns. And knows him well enough to say that she missed Candy. So, we did reach out and asked her, tell her side, give us more information, we'd be glad to tell it. We didn't hear anything else.
No, and that's kind of the same, you know, with most of the comments, which I don't know exactly how that works on YouTube because I never really commented on there before. So I don't know. You know, I don't know how that works.
Right. She claims she was never a college student. And claims that she was there during Candy's birth, but I'm not sure if she means the birth of Candy's child or Candy's actual birth.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure. Okay, we're gonna try this again. We can just do it a different way. So this is the teaser for the new song.
Stories I was born within.
The past still talks like it knows best. Hands me rules I never said. I didn't choose the lines they drew. I won't become what they assumed.
I cut the thread, I changed the scene. This future isn't theirs to me. Yeah, they call it fate, I call it a lie. A crooked road they designed. Every mark they left on me won't decide my identity.
If this path was set to end me, I'll rewrite it relentlessly. I don't answer to what's behind me.
This is my tainted destiny.
The mirror shakes but doesn't break. I still recognize my face. Every doubt they try to plant never
All right, so that is the new song that's going to be dropping from the JJ Hawk Band. And it is Tainted, what was it?
Tainted Destiny.
Tainted Destiny. So, I mean, those guys, they just freaking rock.
They're
They're,
asking me to yell because they can't hear me.
I'm working on that aspect too, and they still can't. That's so weird. I got you.
It is very weird because I can hear myself very loud.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your audio, but I knew we were gonna have glitches, so I'll swing my mic over and you can talk into it.
Well, they're picking me up from it. I just apparently have to be louder. At least we have very sweet people in the comments that are
That are
very
understanding.
patient with us right now.
Yeah. All right, go ahead and talk. I want to monitor this for a second.
So, I actually looked something up, and now that I put my phone down, he wants me to talk and tell us things. I'm gonna steer a little bit off of what we've done. I had looked. Oh my goodness, where did it go? We're all having technical difficulties tonight, folks. So, New Year's crime oddities is what I looked up,
Oh, that'd be fun.
right? The drunk raccoon incident. I mean, come on. While not a human crime, a highly shared oddity from 2025 News Roundup involved a raccoon that broke into a Virginia liquor store on New Year's Eve. The masked bandit proceeded to get into the alcohol and was found the next morning passed out in the bathroom floor between the toilet and the trash can, becoming an internet sensation for the self-induced crime. And it became a meme. It's memed everywhere.
Did you ever hear about the grizzly bears that got drunk up in Yellowstone?
No.
Yeah, it was like years and years and years ago, but I don't know, somebody threw like a bunch of corn away or something and it fermented and the bears like ate it and got drunk or some shit like that. I don't remember, but it's a pretty crazy story.
Wow. I did not hear that. So we have New Year's evil murders. Several high-profile true crime cases involve murders that occurred precisely on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, leading to them being sensationalized in true crime media as New Year's evil cases. The oddity is the macabre coincidence of the timing rather than the direct link to the holiday itself. Examples include the 2006 Harvey family murders in Richmond, Virginia, and the 2013 murder of Ashley Klein in Pennsylvania, both of which became the focus of true crime documentaries and podcasts, which maybe John will take us back there someday.
Maybe.
Maybe. Just maybe. So, what are you doing over there, John?
I'm doing my best to get it to where people can hear you.
Yeah, they said it's your mic that's working. I can hear myself just fine in my mic, but
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm still working on it, so you're going to have to keep talking for a second.
my goodness. Okay. So, Brooklyn Farthing. John just did a distilled episode which condenses what we did. Here it comes.
And well, and even more than condensing, I kind of changed the show dynamic a little bit from just like shortening it up to focusing on an aspect or aspects of the case that just freaking drive me nuts. And on Brooklyn's case, it is obviously that this douchebag is still not charged in her murder. And when we discussed that in the show, but that was one of the big ones with me that just really drove me crazy.
So to recap her she's an 18-year-old. She was an 18-year-old from Berea, Kentucky. She disappeared in the early morning hours of June 22nd, 2013, after sending a series of distress texts from a rural house, there's that word, and later suspiciously caught fire. She remains missing, and the case is still officially unsolved. So this is the one, guys, where she is texting her ex-boyfriend that she does not feel safe and wants him to come get her, and he can't get off work in time to come get her, and then suspiciously a while later, all of a sudden she sends him a message that she's gonna attend a party, she's okay, and she's going to a party somewhere else. Who believes this? I don't. Because you're not scared one minute and going to a party the next. And the house that suspiciously caught fire was really only a couch. Well, I mean, what was it? Was it the whole house, or was it just the couch that caught fire in that one?
No, it was pretty much exclusively the couch that miraculously didn't. And this is one.
When she was smoking.
Yeah, and this was one where I probably bored the listeners with too much information, but where I went into like flame retardant furniture and.
So, where was I?
You're talking about the couch.
I know. Thanks. Yeah. Talking about the couch. Her phone's last known activity pinged off a tower in the Blue Lick area about 30 miles west from where they claimed that she was. Am I lying to you guys?
Now say that again.
I don't. Her phone's last known activity pinged off a tower in the Blue Lick area roughly 30 miles west of
Yeah.
the Dillon Court residence and the claimed Rock Castle County party that she suddenly was going to go to because she's studying.
Yeah, and that when I wrote that, I didn't catch that mistake. And the problem is, and I mentioned this during the episode, but the problem is everything in that part of Kentucky is named Blue Lick because there was the Battle of Blue Lick. I believe it was during the American Revolution. It might have been the Civil War, but there was the Battle of Blue Lick. And so everything is named Blue Lick. Where her phone was actually found was only maybe like 4 miles from the Dillon Court property. It wasn't very far at all.
Oh, you're bringing the mic back to me. So, what do you want me to say? He's rethinking his podcast host, people. It's like, I can't leave her. I can't leave her here. The man who lived at the Dillon courthouse later told family and police that he left to tend horses and returned around 7 a.m. to find that a fire had begun in or around the couch. After the fire, Brooklyn was gone, but her boots, purse, overnight bag were left behind, and only her phone was missing. The Kentucky State Police described the blaze as suspicious and treated Brooklyn's disappearance as a likely criminal case rather than a voluntary runaway, given her distress text, abandoned belongings, and lack of contact since. Extensive searches over thousands of acres with ground teams, cadaver dogs, and divers in multiple counties failed to locate any trace of Brooklyn, and no person of interest has ever been publicly named, though online discussion frequently focuses on the homeowner and others present that night at the one party, correct?
Yeah, that was the field party. Okay, so now talk and tell me, or have the listeners see if they can hear you.
Can you guys hear me yet? Are we
apologize.
Yeah. Nope. And we have I might have missed it, but why did you start doing this show? So I think they want to know why we decided to start doing True Crime. A podcast.
So, true crime in general?
I'm assuming it says this. Why did you start doing this show? I don't think that she means this particular one. I think she means the whole entity of Dark Dialogue.
Well, so I've been a true crime junkie forever. I mean, and I've talked about that on several episodes. Really goes back to the Lisa Kimmel case when I was 11, and I heard about that case. It made a huge impression on me at that time, and so I really got interested in true crime. Started listening to watching Forensic Files as often as I possibly could, and this was years and years before podcasts and anything. And then, as I grew older, then podcasts kind of started to come out, but they were way different back in those days than they are now. But I started listening to a few of those, and then once the true crime craze, I guess, started.
It was kind of a craze, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, because then they started making all these true crime shows on TV and all these podcasts and everything, and I just really got into it. And then I started getting involved in cases where I actually was going out and doing like searches for missing people and stuff like that. And so true crime has been a big part of my world for a long, long time. And I was just obsessed with true crime podcasts. I listened to them all the time and everything. And so I kind of thought it'd be cool to do one. And then we kind of started talking, and I was like, we got to do a podcast. And you're like, ha, yeah, right. And I'm like, no,
A couple of months later,
we're going to do a podcast.
he was like, let's circle back to this podcast thing. I thought he was joking. He wasn't. So I like it. Everybody likes a mystery. I like the true crime because I like the mystery. And I have probably an unpopular opinion. I like both ones that are solved and ones that aren't. And I know there's a lot of people out there that can't listen to episodes that don't have a resolution. When nothing is found, nothing is solved. I'm okay with that, so I still listen to those, but there's a lot of people out there who just want start to finish. And everybody does. I think. I mean, you don't want these left undone. Families don't want them left undone. But also, John and I have discussed that we really want to grow enough to bring the ability to give names to our Jane Does that are in our victims' profiles, our adopted victim profiles. Some of them are just numbers, and we want to be able to get their DNA. There's DNA, they just haven't been able to test it yet. There's, nothing's free in this world. So we want to be able to get to a point where we can help get this DNA tested, get some of these Jane Does and case numbers, their actual names. And maybe families out there get some closure because they find out who they actually are. I still can't believe that people aren't, raising hell for some of these people that are missing.
But it is like we talked about during those episodes is, like some of those Jane Does that we're talking about date back to the 70s. And, if you have an only child and they go missing, and then you pass away before the 2000s. I mean, even early 2000s, we weren't really doing a lot of this stuff. And so then you wouldn't have any way to know that there was this Jane Doe. I mean, say that Star Valley maybe ran away from home in New York. Well, you'd have no idea that there's a girl that they found in Elko, Nevada, and so you wouldn't even know. It's crazy.
Right. And so that's some of our goals is to get these people their names and possibly extended family get some closure.
Or put a asshat in prison. That would be another goal. And then, we have, we have on the board, we have several locals that have gone missing, 2 of which have been found in this last year, but, the rest are still missing. One is Danielle Billy Bennett, who I went to school with. I knew very well. She was married to my cousin. I mean, I knew her very well, and she just disappeared. And
Immigrated with her sister.
yeah. And so, it's, being able to find somebody that's missing, being able to bring a name to an unnamed, being any of those things.
There's a comment. Asshat is funnier in video.
Is it? Well, good.
Apparently, live asshat is funnier than edited asshat. I'm just trying to see how many times we can say that.
Asshat?
Asshat, yeah.
I think that one episode I tried, and I did it a lot of times. I don't even remember. But that was, I think,
This episode was brought to us by asshat.
that was the Serial Shitheads episode, if I remember right.
It was. Yeah, you gave them all asshat names.
Yeah, I did.
We need
That was kind of fun.
a counter, we're told. An asshat counter.
We do have a counter on the wall in the studio, as a matter of fact.
We do.
It doesn't count asshats, but it counts another word,
Counts if John ever drops an F-bomb.
which I strictly try never to do.
Very, very rare in a female presence that John will drop an F-bomb.
Yeah, like almost never. But apparently that's not true because it's 7 times this year.
But, yeah, 7 times in a year? I hear it 7 times in an hour in my office.
I don't think
You're doing well.
it's really not that unusual. I am working on your audio, by the way. Am I doing anything at all?
Now, how do we feel, people? Are we hearing me any better?
We're coming through on the same thing, so I don't know why we're not mixing correctly. This is what I said. I had to become a sound engineer, and now I have to do it live in minutes, and so that's just fun.
No audio for Angela.
Like none?
No soup for you, it sounds like. Apparently, they're picking me up from your mic. Yep.
I don't know. Maybe we'll turn the gain up on my mic and just we'll both just scream. Yeah. Now you scream.
You just want 2 hours of us screaming at each other back and forth.
So find out if that helps with the mic in that position. If that helps anything.
How we feeling now? Does that help? Because if so, then I'm gonna get this monstrosity out of my face so I quit bumping it.
Yeah, and I mean I can turn up the gain on that a little bit, and we can see if that helps. I don't know. We're just the whole show for the last year has kind of been baptism by fire.
It happens. Everybody gets better. The true ones know.
All right, well, why we wait to see if that's gotten any better? Hopefully it has.
Can you hear me in your ears?
I can hear you fine, but I've been able to all night, so...
Let's move that. Does that help at all? Or does
I don't
it
know.
sound worse?
You got to ask them. I can't hear you at all through my headphones, but I can see you. I can see you talking.
He's
on the
reading lips now, people. Nope, lots of feedback.
Yeah,
No
so
worries.
I guess listeners will just have to tell us if they still can't hear you. Then I'll have to keep playing. But if we found a workaround, then
Was this better than the feedback? Because I moved it back.
yeah, I mean, it changes for me because I can hear through the headphones, but I have no clue what they're hearing.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a response. With bated breath.
I'll get one here in a second. My son is helping us diagnose live.
I'm seeing this, yes.
Okay, so the one rule of broadcast is no dead air. And
Dad, blast it.
now there's a lot of mic feedback.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Okay,
And now I can't hear myself.
is that any better with the feedback? I don't know if that helps or not, but sorry, listeners,
Yeah.
but honestly, it's going about how I thought. I mean,
We're still laughing at least.
I tried my best to plan for the best, but yeah, here you have it. But I do think that
I got nothing coming through these now.
yeah, I don't either. Still got feedback. Okay,
No.
so you're gonna have to talk, and I'm gonna have to work on this.
Well, we did get told you guys are doing great, just trying to help. And we do appreciate all the help that you're trying to give. We're trying to figure it out ourselves. Well, I'm taking credit. John is trying to figure it out. So, no, same feedback, but I'm coming in better.
I don't know why.
What is the feedback about? Sorry, I'm reading comments when I'm not supposed to be doing dead air here. But what else do you want me to talk about, John?
Well, why don't you go into the whole shadow chats, how that all got started and how that's all been going and all that kind of stuff.
You know, I'm actually not sure if that was a fever dream of yours. Because one day, I show up in the studio and he says, "I've got another show." And Shadow Chats was born. He decided that we were going to speak about crazy criminals. I think I just closed something you want me to have open. I apologize. They want me to tell how I met you.
Oh, gosh.
School 1 billion years ago. That's it. No, we were a couple years difference in age and grade. We did go to school together. We both fell off each other's planets for a while. Life. And I'm actually not sure why the stars aligned that were like, hey, let's bring these two knuckleheads back together, but it did. And here I feel like I'm screaming. I hate that I'm screaming.
All right, so is the feedback better? Have I fixed anything? But I mean, you gotta be used to it when you pick a host like me, who's just definitely a fly by the seat of my pants kind of idiot that just says, "I don't know, let's just do this shit, and
do another
I don't see what happens." And so I mean, we're not chasing people off. I've been really touched by the response that we've had and that kind of stuff. So it's been great. We've had
a lot of messages that people love shadow chats, and they love the cryptids, and they love the joking and the fun side too.
Yeah. I mean, it's
So
just
we're well-rounded. We're a balanced breakfast.
yeah. I think that we are. I mean, it's been I don't know. It's just been exciting, and it's exciting that people like what we do. I guess because you never know when you start something like this. You never know if people are going to be like, "Oh, this is awesome," or "You guys are idiots and we can't stand you." So
A little bit of both sometimes.
yeah, definitely get a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on with the audio. That sounds like the feedback thing I got fixed. Sounds like that's better.
It says some, but still there.
Some, but still there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. Let's do this. Turn my. This.
Do we want to unplug and plug back in?
No. Are you muted on Riverside? Go to
I
Riverside.
don't think so.
You are connected. Try to. Maybe you check and mute if you're not. I'll see if I can mute you. Well, and it's also another reason why or how, I guess I should say, I decided to do a 6-hour live because
Oh, I bet she muted herself. Sounds like her 100%. I have not been muted, people, because I can hear myself through my own microphone.
yeah, she's definitely not muted.
I can hear myself breathing in it. It's driving me nuts.
Okay, I still don't know if anything's any better. Sounds like
It
maybe
does sound like me, though. That's something I would accidentally do.
it does sound like maybe we got the feedback issue better.
Yep. I hear a yup.
Good.
See a yup.
The volume issue, is it any better? All right. Well, while we're deciding that.
Volume much better.
Oh, good. Okay, so maybe we're
Just John or me?
making some headway.
It's only 4 hours left. Come on. We can figure something out.
Oh yeah, this is great.
John still fine, Angela no.
John still fine, Angela no.
Get really close to the mic.
Yeah, that nothing seems to have any effect. It's so weird to me. I don't
John. You win, John.
I don't know, but let's see. Okay. All right. Well, let's do. I don't know. I guess you're just gonna have to scream.
Okay.
I am going
I'll
to.
get loud.
I am gonna go ahead and kind of move on with the show. I don't want to bore everybody completely to death with us trying to figure out our crap. So.
Agreed.
So let's talk about some more dipshits. So the next bunch that we get to add to our list now is we've got the Whataburger employee that was accused of using a customer's card to pay probation fines.
Yes.
So dubbed by the internet as the world's dumbest criminal, 25-year-old Alifa Sumter was arrested after using a stolen credit card information to pay off her own court fines. Fines stemming from prior fraud charges. Police say that she stole the data while working the drive-thru at Whataburger in Bexar County, Texas. She may have thought that she was being clever, but the digital trail led straight back to her. The irony of committing fraud to settle fraud made this case explode online. Do you remember that one?
I do remember that one.
Yeah, we had a couple of similar ones right there. So, and then the next one is the theft suspect lost foot trying to jump a train to elude the cops in Inglewood. So that story is in a real-life display of "Don't try this at home." A suspect in Inglewood, Chicago, attempted to flee from police by leaping onto a moving freight train, only to have the train sever his foot during the escape. Emergency responders rushed him to the hospital in serious condition. The suspect survived, but social media lit up with commentary about his decision-making. It's a case of desperation, adrenaline, and misjudgment coming together in one messy moment. And there again, that was another episode where we were just doing 2 at a time.
Oh yeah, that was was early enough. That's why I don't remember that one a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we've been
I guess
doing.
it didn't pique my dipshit meter as much.
We didn't. I can't remember when we started doing Shadow Chat.
That I don't know. I don't have that emblazoned. You looking it up?
No, I'm still trying to fix your damn mic.
I thought you were giving up on that and we're moving on.
You know I'm not going to give up on that.
There's a comment missed by a foot.
Missed by a foot.
Wow.
I like that.
Exactly.
Nice.
Missed by a foot. Okay, I will look at
When we started Shadow Chat?
started Shadow Chat.
Yeah, I don't remember the progression exactly. I think we did, obviously we did the main show first. And then I think we did Rocky Mountain Reckoning.
And then you decided, guess what? We're doing another show. We're going to make fun of people, and it's going to be great. And it has been. And he brings me cryptids and creepy stuff.
Yeah, it kind of just started as, honestly, you and I sitting here after the show just kind of shooting the shit for a little while and being like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if this was live and the listener, well, not live, but if it was recorded and the listeners could,
Hear us just winding down and
yeah. And so that's kind of where it started. And then, if you remember when we first started it, then I had kind of some more gory news. I started with like news headlines,
yeah.
and it felt too much like the other shows that we were already doing. And so I was like, yeah, I think we need to do something funner. And that's when we really started into like the dipshit diaries and all of that kind of stuff. And so, but it's been fun. The whole thing has been fun. I think the shows have grown and changed. The main show is pretty much the same format that we started with, and it's definitely a traditional true crime format for that show. And then Rocky Mountain Reckoning really come from just me wanting to focus on a lot of the crime in the Rocky Mountain region that doesn't get a lot of play in the rest of the country. You being a true crime nutcase like me, you consume a lot of true crime, and it's interesting that a lot of the cases in the Rocky Mountain region just kind of get forgotten about.
right.
you know, and then when you, so I started, I'd heard about the Great Basin serial killer for years and years and years. And so when I started looking into that, then I discovered all of these victims that I had never even heard of. And I think a lot of other people had never even heard of either. And,
I hadn't.
you know, like Star Valley Jane Doe, Devil's Gate Jane Doe. I mean, a lot of the Jane Does. But then, you know, even a lot of the ones that weren't Jane Does that I had never heard of.
That is coming in and out, so I'm just gonna give up on it.
Okay, well, I'm still working away here, so it's still on you to kind of keep things going.
So our first Shadow Chat was published in May, 7 months ago.
May, okay.
I know this because of math.
Math is amazing.
Math. This is brought to you by math.
Okay, all right, so now let's see. So you gotta keep talking.
No. I accidentally closed the thing.
What did you
I
close?
don't remember. I am a mess.
Man.
John.
Oh, the kind of the script thing that I came up with?
Yeah. Ah, yes. So it's also being brought up that we call you the Cowboy Paul Harvey.
Yeah. And
You are the Cowboy Paul Harvey.
I mean, that's awfully big shoes to fill. That guy is like a hero.
So that's a big, big compliment towards you for.
Yeah.
I think you are too, Cowboy Paul Harvey. We like to listen to you tell us stories.
I mean, that's yeah. He was awesome. I mean, I miss that guy.
You're coining the phrase asshat instead of the rest of the story.
Yeah, I don't know if asshat would have fit with Paul Harvey too much,
I
but
don't think my grandma would have loved Paul Harvey as much as she did if he used asshat as much as you do.
probably not. No.
These are different times.
Okay, I'm working on something here. So if I get quiet, it's on you. I'm telling you.
No, I'm trying. This is not what I do. I speak when John tells me to. Other than that, I'm just here for jokes and whatnot.
Yeah, and so you kind of became the location expert.
I did. My census records.
Yeah, and so
And then I fell off that too.
yeah, I think I've written the last couple.
Yeah, if we're doing resolutions, my resolution is to be a better partner.
Oh, you've been a great partner.
Okay, where was that?
Where was what?
The thing that you wanted me to read from. I am so sorry, people. I am dropping the ball here with your dead air #1 rule.
So it's under files.
Now we know how much John definitely carries us. The weight of the world is on John's shoulders.
Well, I know one thing. I gotta do this right quick and then. But
They want to know what is going to be your first location, and I'm sure that means on location.
I can't answer right now.
Okay. That answer will be coming to us shortly. He is doing some technical things here. Trying to get me back to planet Earth, because I shot off to Pluto for a while there. Thank you, John.
Yes, you're very welcome. And so
Please don't shrug ever, because you're just going to drop me on my face.
I'm not Atlas.
You're pretty damn close right now.
And so I think that, well, I don't think, I know that I have selected season 2 of Rocky Mountain Reckoning. I've chosen the subject for that, and I think that that's definitely going to be at least one on location, but probably a bunch. And so, if you want to talk about that a little bit, you know, kind of my plan.
I wish I could say I did.
I told you my plan.
You did, or did you? Was I awake?
I don't know. You're talking.
I am so sorry. I do not remember your plan.
So, season 2 of Rocky Mountain Reckoning is going to focus on the missing and endangered Indigenous women crisis that we have going on, which is hitting the Rocky Mountain region especially hard. And, you know, I mean, that extends up into Canada. It's not just American missing and endangered. It is, I mean, it is a problem that we're seeing in reservations in both countries, at least both countries. That when you get to looking at the statistics, the number of Indigenous women that are murdered, that are subject to, you know, domestic abuse, that go missing, it is unbelievable. And their cases get almost zero play.
It's an epidemic, if that's the word. Maybe that's not the word, but it feels like it.
Yeah, I would say it's an epidemic. And so, you know, my plan is that is going to bring us onto locations, you know, because that is really close around us.
Montana's ringing a bell.
Oh, yeah. A lot of it in Montana, but, you know, I mean, a ton of it in Wyoming, too. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Wind River.
Yes, I have.
Great movie.
It was a great movie.
I didn't...
Woohoo! Finally!
I didn't know that, what's his name? The Sheridan guy that writes, like, freaking everything that's ever written now. He wrote Yellowstone, he wrote Landman, he wrote freaking everything.
Taylor Sheridan?
Yeah.
No, he was in it, wasn't he?
No, he like wrote the damn thing.
Oh.
I mean, it's nuts. But anyway, I didn't realize that he was involved in that project, but he was. But yeah, I mean, that really focuses on exactly what I'm talking about. And so I think that's going to take us onto location to answer the question. But one of the big hangups that I've run into going on location is exactly what we're dealing with right here. You know, technically going on location is a whole nother ball of wax. It's not only additional software, but it's a lot of additional hardware, you know? If we're going to video anything, it's cameras. Even if we don't video, it is mobile podcasting equipment. You know, you're getting a little bit of a view of the studio tonight, and we've got, you know, all these wires and everything hooked to the desk and screens and all of this shit that you can't easily fit in your pocket while you walk into somebody's house to interview them. And, you know, you watch like these true crime shows, or you're listening to like Up and Vanished. I don't know if Payne Lindsay was one that does a lot of on the ground stuff. Or I think he only did a couple seasons, but he did a lot of that. And you just think, oh, well, it's just like a tape recorder in your pocket. It's not.
It's not.
So that's kind of been the hang up with that, is it's not.
There's a reason there are news vans.
yeah, exactly.
Van.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not just, you know, it's difficult to get away and to go do it. It's also the whole technical side of it is insane. So I don't know, I fixed your audio at all or helped it at all?
I don't know. What do we think, people? No, he wasn't talking about CJ Box.
I do want to go to Longmire Days. Not that that's the CJ Box, but
No,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, we need to do that. Dark Dialogue at Longmire Days. Nope, no fix.
Man alive. Okay, I'll keep going, but we can keep talking. So now you got the script up. I think Holly Bobo was our next case, if I remember right.
She was.
And so Holly Bobo, if you remember, was actually not that far from Brooklyn Farthing.
Yeah, a 20-year-old nursing student from Parsons, Tennessee, abducted outside her family's home on April 13th, 2011, and later found murdered. Zachary Adams was convicted in 2017 of her kidnapping, rape, and first-degree murder and is serving life without parole plus 50 years. While co-defendants Jason Autry and John Dillon Adams, pled to lesser roles. So over the last year, there have been significant post-conviction proceedings. Adams is actively seeking a new trial based on witnesses' recantation and claims of ineffective counsel, with an extended evidentiary hearing now in its final phase, but no ruling yet overturning his conviction. So our short case summary of that was Holly was preparing to leave for nursing school on the morning of April 13th, 2011, when a neighbor heard a scream, and her brother Clint saw her in the carport in camouflage clothing walking into the woods with a man he thought was her boyfriend, only later realizing that something was wrong because he found blood near her car. We did discuss that it wasn't her boyfriend because he had permission to hunt, I believe, on her parents' property, and her mom said that he wasn't.
Grandparent. It was her grandparents' property. Yep.
So I'm trying to remember some of that. A massive search was launched in rural Decatur County. More than 3 years later, in September 2014, partial remains, including her skull, were discovered by ginseng hunters. I did not know that was a thing. I believe I discussed that at the time.
Yeah, they made a reality show about it.
Did they?
Yeah, it's ginseng hunters, and they did it. It was like the whole moonshine. That whole thing.
It's not illegal to hunt ginseng as it is to create moonshine.
Yeah, unless you're like one of the moonshine guys where you're actually a licensed distiller, and then it's not illegal at all, and you just hide in the woods because it makes good TV.
That's true. It does make good TV. So the medical examiner ruled the death a homicide caused by a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Cell phone data, jailhouse statements, and informant testimony eventually pointed investigators to Zach Adams, his brother Dylan, and associate Jason Autry, along with another man, Shane Austin, who was charged but died by suicide before his trial. I do remember you talking about that. Because he was, what did you call him? A coward asshat.
Yeah.
Yes, he was an asshat of the cowardly variety. Prosecutors allege that Zach Adams, Autry, Dylan Adams, and Austin went to the Bobo home that morning under the pretext of showing Clint how to cook meth. Then abducted Holly when she began screaming and hollering, that is a quote, later raping her in a rural barn and ultimately killing her near a river. In 2017, a jury found Zach Adams guilty of first-degree murder, especially aggravated kidnapping and aggravated rape, based heavily on Autry's testimony and Dylan's statements. He received life without parole plus 2 consecutive 25-year terms. How did I go to a completely different page?
I have no idea. I'm not over there. I don't see what you did.
What is happening? Dylan Adams later entered an Alford-style plea, which I'm on the fence about, Alford pleas, to facilitation of especially aggravated kidnapping and first-degree murder and received 35 years, while Autry pled to reduced charges, served roughly 8 years, and was released in 2020 as part of his cooperation agreement. What is a cooperation agreement, John?
So it's basically when you say, if you cooperate with us, then you're only going to have to do this amount of time, and if you don't, you're going away for life or whatever.
So, in the literal sense, a cooperation agreement.
Yeah, pretty much.
Marvelous. After release, Autry recanted his trial testimony in interviews with a neuropsychologist and through subsequent statements claiming that he had fabricated his story using discovery materials to secure a deal and avoid a life sentence. Dylan Adams also later claimed that earlier statements pinning Zach to the crime were coerced and inconsistent with physical and phone evidence, fueling defense arguments that the state built its case largely on unreliable informants.
So during that whole thing, you said that you have a problem with Alfred Pleas. I wanted to dig into that a little bit better.
I do kind of, well, because because you have to say you're guilty while maintaining innocence. And it's such a gray area for me because if you're innocent, you should be 100% innocent.
I agree.
So he's looking at me like you need to elaborate more.
Is that what my face was
That's
saying?
what your face said. It screamed it loudly. I can't really get into some of why, but there is a person very close to me in my life that had to accept a plea. And they carry labels and stipulations for the rest of their lives that aren't deserved if they aren't deserved.
Right. No,
And it just kills me to my core that the rest of their lives are labeled and tarnished if they aren't actually guilty. However, the Alfred plea is good in the fact that it does help seemingly innocent people get on with their lives. If that makes any sense at all whatsoever.
yeah, I mean, it's the, in my opinion, and this addresses a question that I saw in the chat earlier, and I just couldn't get to. But do I think the West Memphis Three are guilty or not guilty? I think they're not guilty, and I think theirs is a perfect case where the Alfred plea was used. But it's the issue I have with the Alfred plea, and that is because the Alfred plea basically lets the state put a conviction on the record when they can't actually take it to trial. That's exactly what happened
Right.
in both the Michael Peterson case with the staircase, which
Right.
is a totally different conversation. That one to me isn't as clear and dry as the West Memphis 3, but the West Memphis 3 case, the prosecutor knew if we take this to trial, we don't have Jesse Miskelly's confession. We can't use it at all.
Right.
And it came out later that the jury did, even though they weren't supposed
knew
to,
about
they
it.
did use it. And so they knew that they couldn't get a conviction. And he flat said, I had to do this to save the state of Arkansas, the taxpayers, from having to pay these boys.
Yeah.
So he knew that they couldn't convict them, and he wanted to put a win on the record. And I think it's wrong when it's used like that.
And it was Jesse that... Was it Jesse that had to be talked into? Or was it the other one? Oh, help me.
No, it's Jason.
Jason.
Jason didn't. The only reason that he did it was because,
He was saving Damien.
yeah,
Because if he didn't do it, it would have lost it for everybody. It was
yeah, the state,
all or none.
the state said all or nothing, and so yeah,
So we're getting a question. Who is Alfred and why is this a thing?
that's a good question. Actually, it goes back to, and I'm pulling this out of memory, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but it goes to a case. I think it was. I'm almost positive it was North Carolina versus Alfred. And it was the guy's.
Alford, though, isn't it? A-L-F-O-R-D?
Alford, Alfred. And it was the guy's last name, like it always is in court cases. And he was basically saying, I know that the state can convict me, but I didn't do this. I'm innocent. And so I just wanted this to get over with.
Yeah.
And it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can do that. You can basically say, I'm still maintaining my innocence. And this is the difference between an Alfred plea and a plea of no contest. A plea of no contest basically says I'm guilty and I'm just not going to contest it. I'm not going to say I'm guilty, but I'm just not going to contest it. But an Alford plea allows you to maintain your innocence, but say, I know that the state has enough evidence to find me guilty. And so that goes back to the state of North Carolina versus Alford, and it was a case, again, if memory serves me correctly, late 1800s, early 1900s, I think is the time frame of that one.
Let me do what I do and look that up.
All right, so you go ahead and look that up. So you talked about Holly Bobo. The next one that we did was one that, I mean, this case just, it hits me hard. It hit me hard doing the case. It hits me hard now. And that is the case of Lauren Agee. Lauren Agee, again, was a 21-year-old from Hendersonville, Tennessee. She was found dead in Center Hill Lake on July 26, 2015, after camping on a steep cliff above the water during the Wakefest Wakeboarding Festival. Her death was officially ruled an accidental fall with blunt force trauma and possible drowning, but her family and independent investigators believe that she was killed and her body was staged in the lake. In the last year, there have been no criminal charges or reclassification of the manner of death. There's continued advocacy, media coverage. I mean, it's the case blows my mind. It really blows my mind. I did a lot of investigating on this case, tons. Sheila Wysocki, this is the one where Sheila Wysocki dedicated her entire Without Warning podcast to the Lauren Agee case for an entire season, where she really dug into it. But that was a tough case for me. It still is a tough case for me. I feel like I should be spending more time on that case than what I've been able to spend on it. And it sucks because it's one of many. I mean, and that's the hard part about doing this job is, I don't want to say that they're not all important. They are. And that's why we tell all of their stories. But the ones where, and we've already mentioned this tonight, but the ones where there's no resolution and the family is left, just
In limbo.
in total limbo.
Yeah.
Those ones, those are killer. Those are really tough ones.
Circling back, the Alford plea became a legal concept in 1970.
Oh, I was way the hell off on my dates. But was it North Carolina versus Alford?
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, at least I got that part right.
You are correct, sir.
So,
Henry Alford, to be exact.
Henry, that fits. Okay, so anyway, with the Lauren Agee case, I mean, God, as far as any outcome, it was ruled an accident, so there was no investigation. I mean, there was nothing.
Yeah, and how it could possibly be an accident, I will never understand. Ever.
No, me either. I mean, it cannot possibly be an accident.
I cannot.
And that was asshat. What was that dipshit's
You
name?
were going to ask me.
Jeremy something.
Yeah, he's, karma got him, though.
It did?
Well, isn't he, like, paralyzed now?
Oh, you're thinking of one of the ones that is suspected of doing something. I'm talking about the freaking sheriff's deputy.
Oh, yeah.
That guy was an asshat. They're all asshats. But Jeremy Taylor, that was his
There you
name.
go.
Yeah, that guy's a total dipshit.
Sorry, I was talking about one of the guys that she was supposed to be up there camping with as friends. He was supposed to be taking care of her as a friend.
Yeah, and he, like you said, he got in I think it was a motorcycle accident and ended up paralyzed.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Still pushing buttons, people. Working on it.
I'm trying here. I'm really trying.
Persevering. That is the word of the day, perseverance.
one thing we haven't talked about is, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to the big time. I mean, we're in mountain time, and so I did everything in mountain time because that's where I live in mountain time. And we're getting close to the whole big New Year thing.
Yeah, the ball's gonna drop in New York soon. Like soon.
Yeah.
I actually this has nothing to do with it, but I got on a TikTok last night and they were like, it's 12:03. It's actually New Year's Eve, and I said, nah, it's still yesterday in Wyoming. Sorry.
This is true.
That's my only joke. Still yesterday in Wyoming.
All right. Well, I'm still working away, but I do have another kind of crazy story.
Tell us stories.
Okay, so this is Caitlin Conley, and this is one of those cases that just refuses to sit still. We have a respected chiropractor, a sudden brutal death by poison, an on-again, off-again girlfriend, anonymous letters, a family torn in half, and a conviction that stood for years only to collapse this year. And as of now, no one's convicted of Mary Yoder's murder. And are you familiar with this case?
Absolutely not.
Batshit crazy case. So, I mean, in July of 2015, Mary Yoder, who was a respected chiropractor, 60 years old, her husband was a respected chiropractor, and she went to work. Everything's normal. She becomes violently ill, goes to the hospital, and it looks like food poisoning. It quickly escalates into organ failure, then cardiac arrest. She coded like 7 times before she finally couldn't be brought back.
Dang.
And then she died. The doctors are all like, "What in the hell?" And the autopsy revealed a massive poisoning, and it was colchicine was what she was poisoned with. It's rare. It's highly lethal. I mean, so colchicine is like a gout medication. It can be given for gout, but this particular colchicine was like an agricultural derivative where it was used to grow one thing that was used was like really potent marijuana. And so this was not an accident. It wasn't natural. It was ruled a homicide. And then, so almost immediately, suspicion kind of turns to Adam Yoder, who was her son, because the police get this anonymous letter saying that Adam poisoned his mom and the poison was under the seat in his car. So the cops say, well, why don't you come in and talk to us? We want to talk to you a little bit more. When he comes in, they like serve a search warrant, search his car, find a bottle of colchicine under the seat. And then they talk to Mary's sisters, and they're like, well, could her husband have anything to do with this? And they're like, well, not unless he was having an affair. If you find out that he was having an affair, then maybe. Well, come to find out, he was having an affair with one of Mary's other sisters.
Oh, fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
But we're going to forget about that. Instead, we're going to talk about Caitlin Conley, who was a receptionist at the chiropractic office and the girlfriend of Adam Yoder. And, according to what she said, and it wasn't just what she said, Adam Yoder was a nutball. I mean, like a nutball. They showed, in one of the documentaries that I watched about this case, they showed some of his like journal entries and stuff, and it was like pages and pages and pages of just, I love Katie, I love Katie, I love Katie, I love Katie. I mean, like insanely possessive. And then she would go on to say like he would take her phone and back up her phone and do all this shit like possessive, over-controlling kind of people do. But investigators uncover internet searches about colchicine poisoning on the chiropractic office computer, the one that Caitlin used, but the husband also had like control of it from his office, like a remote desktop type situation or something like that. And then they had, some other evidence that kind of tied to her, but could have tied to either of these other two guys that had access to all of her electronic devices, either the dad or the son who she was dating. But she did finally admit that she wrote the anonymous letter to the police saying that the colchicine was under Adam's seat. So in 2016, this girl is charged with second-degree murder. The prosecution's theory is blunt but confusing as hell to me. They claim that she wanted revenge on Adam, and so she poisoned his mother to frame him, which is a really convoluted, in my mind, it's really convoluted. You have a husband that's having an affair, but he's not the prime suspect. The son's girlfriend is the prime suspect. It's strange, but they just said that she was obsessed, she was a nutball, she wanted revenge, blah, blah, blah. And they argue that Mary was basically collateral damage of this toxic relationship between her and Adam. The defense said she has absolutely no history of violence, and she didn't. She was like the quintessential straight A student that was like, I mean, you know the type. There's like, we don't do anything wrong. We don't get in any trouble. She's like the quintessential good girl, and so she ends up getting found guilty of this murder. It's a really long, convoluted trial process. 2017 is the first trial. She's charged with second-degree murder. The jury deadlocks. Hung jury, no verdict. Thrown out. So then they try her again on the same charge, and the jury acquits her of murder, but convicts her of first-degree manslaughter. Sentences this girl to 23 years in prison. She goes to prison. And, I mean, it's one of the craziest cases because, if you look at any of the documentaries or anything done about the case during all of this, like all the signs in town have these, or all the houses in town have these signs in front of them that's like, Caitlin Conley is my friend, or we support Caitlin Conley, or Mary Yoder is my sister. I mean, it's like insane. And so the town was really involved in all of this. And even like Mary Yoder's family, it's like some of them think that Caitlin is guilty. And one of them is having an affair with Mary's husband. And some of them think that he's the one that's guilty. And so Bill's guilty, Adam's guilty, Caitlin's guilty, everybody's split.
Everybody's guilty.
Yeah, nobody agrees. Looking at the case, I mean, it's absurd to me, honestly, that Caitlin was a viable suspect in my mind. It blows my mind that Bill wasn't. I mean, if you're a true crime junkie at all, anytime a wife dies, the husband usually did it, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I mean, boyfriends kill girls. If you are a victim of homicide, it is like 80% that it's somebody that you know and usually love. And so, but the big bombshell in this case came just in January of this year. So a year ago, a New York appellate court vacated Caitlin's manslaughter conviction, ruling that her trial attorney was constitutionally ineffective, specifically for failing to properly challenge a cell phone search warrant that produced critical evidence. So her conviction is gone. The charges are dismissed. She is released from prison after 7 years. And as of researching to do this show, there's no conviction. Prosecutors are attempting to represent the case to a new grand jury. Judges are fighting over sealed records and what the hell. There's accusations of prosecutorial overreach, and a third trial remains possible, but it is definitely not guaranteed. And so, legally speaking, Caitlin Conley is innocent. She did 7 years in prison, and now she is legally innocent because her conviction was tossed.
So
And
do they have to pay?
well, it would be one of those weird things because it was dropped without prejudice, so they could bring it again.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the most tragic part of it, well, I don't know, this young girl, and she was young. She was like early 20s, just a kid. It was her first relationship. And, but, so that's tragedy number one. And then tragedy number two is Mary Yoder's murder is unsolved. You know, there's been no justice in that case whatsoever. And so whoever killed her, of the three primary suspects, in my opinion, or somebody else, which I think that's very unlikely, but, you know, it almost had to be somebody with access to the chiropractic computer and stuff like that. But we'll just say a stranger. It doesn't matter. Whoever did it is free, even if it was Caitlin. Now she's free. So there's absolutely no justice in the case. Freaking crazy. Blows my mind.
Wow.
So, yeah. All right. So are you getting feedback over there or what?
Not on sound. The West Memphis should have never had to use the alpha plea. They were not guilty, according to this person.
100% agree. I could not agree with you more.
And the same person also wants to know if Caitlin knew Alfred.
Okay, well, let's take one at a time. So, first part of that question, I agree with 100%. And the exciting part of that is, I don't know if you listened to our coverage of the West Memphis case, but new DNA evidence was just submitted in November. So, just a couple months ago, we should be getting results anytime now. There's a possibility that the DNA could come back and clear those boys, in which case that's going to open a whole shitstorm for the state of Arkansas.
And I'm here for it.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And then the second part of that is, I don't know, maybe.
Maybe.
She should have. Maybe.
Should have known Alfred.
So, I don't know if we've got the sound fixed. Apparently, we do not have the sound fixed. I don't know.
I don't know. Anybody want to tell us if they can hear me better or not?
I can keep working at it, though, while you tell us about the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders, if you would like.
Oh. You're about to throw me into a panic attack there.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just feel like you know what I've learned from tonight? I already knew this. But one thing I am walking away from tonight with is you 100% carry us.
Why do you say that? I don't know if I agree with that.
I am gonna state it wholeheartedly right now. Because you can articulate all of these things out of your brain, and my brain has to be jogged.
Well, yeah, but that's just because my brain's broken.
It is not. You're just so much better at it than me. I bow to the king of truth.
Oh, that's nonsense. I'm definitely not that. No way. I got There's way more out there better than me.
Well, the king of true crime in this room. Can I say that?
Well, you can't be the king, so yeah, you could say that.
You just carry you carry us. Totally carry us. Where is it?
It's just
He's
I don't know
I
where.
can't speak anymore. I'm just done. You skipped over Brian Barrett.
Oh, did I? We'll do Brian Barrett.
Brian Barrett true catfishing. But then I skipped over it. Where did it go?
I don't know where it went. Are you?
Mouse and I are about to have some words, and they're not going to be good ones.
Yeah, I think you skipped over Oklahoma because Brian Barrett comes after. Yep.
Oh, people. Oklahoma Girl Scout murders refer to the 1977 sexual assault and killing of 3 Girl Scouts. Brutal, disgusting, disturbing. Breaks my heart. So, these 3 girls were 8-year-old Lori Farmer, 9-year-old Michelle Goosey, and 10-year-old Denise Milner. On their first night at Camp Scott near Locust Grove, Oklahoma, their bodies were found on a trail near the Kiowa unit on June 13, 1977. The case remains technically unsolved, and I do believe that was the very last camp that Camp Scott ever did.
Yeah, it is. They closed after that.
They closed it. I believe some people have done
There's like one guy that did a YouTube, I think an official
abandoned
YouTube.
places type thing.
Yeah.
So, wow. Yeah, me and the mouse are gonna have some words here.
Yeah, I mean this thing
Sorry.
went on. So the girls arrived at Camp Scott on June 12th of 77. They were assigned to Tent 7 of the Kiowa unit, which was the farthest away from the counselors. It was partially screened by trees. Sometime during the night, an intruder entered their tent, assaulting and killing all 3. Did you find it? Around 6 o'clock the next morning, a counselor heading to the showers discovered a sleeping bag containing a body on the trail. Staff soon realized all 3 girls from Tent 7 were missing, and their raped, bludgeoned, and strangled bodies were found in or near the sleeping bags about 140 to 150 yards from the tent.
Investigators later tied the crime scenes to nearby caves containing items such as eyeglasses and a newspaper, and recovered a flashlight with a partial fingerprint and a shoe print near the bodies, but none of this evidence produced a conclusive match at the time. So suspicion quickly focused on Gene Leroy Hart, who was a Cherokee man and a convicted kidnap rapist who had escaped from the Mays County Jail in 1973 and was believed to be hiding in the rugged Crookston Hills not far from Camp Scott. So after about a 10-month manhunt, one of the largest in Oklahoma history, Hart was arrested in April 1978 at a Cherokee medicine man's home. Prosecutors argued that hair, bodily fluid evidence, and items found in the cave linked him to the murders. In March 1979, a jury acquitted Hart of the Girl Scout murders, accepting defense arguments that evidence may have been mishandled or planted. Yet he was returned to prison to serve the remainder of a 300-plus year sentence for his prior crimes and died of a heart attack in the year I was born, 1979. Good riddance.
Yeah, good freaking riddance. The guy was a freaking scumbag no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what. He just, yuck. So, in 2017 and again in 2022, advanced DNA testing on the decades-old biological evidence from the scene indicated that it was consistent with Hart and excluded other publicly discussed suspects, prompting the Mays County Sheriff to state he was convinced of Hart's involvement though the degraded samples could not meet modern prosecutorial standards. Some investigators and local commenters continue to explore alternative suspects, including relatives of Hart, and a group of men mentioned in a reported prison confession by inmate Buddy Bristol, who claimed he was present when others killed the girls. This led Cherokee Nation marshals to review aspects of the case in light of the McGirt jurisdictional ruling because crimes occurred on tribal land.
Right. And really, there's been no other motion in the case since. Nothing really to update. Nothing. I don't know. It's kind of. I mean, this one was a tough one. It was another really tough one for me because we talked about it at the time, but dealing with the murder of little girls that that are off at camp, a Girl Scout camp, having fun with each other, and who was that? Who's that?
Kristen Chenoweth. I knew you were about to ask.
Yes, thank you. She was supposed to be there, but I can't remember exactly why she wasn't. But
She was sick, I believe.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that she was sick.
She didn't think she was too sick to go, but her mom thought she was too sick to go.
Yes, and so, but yeah, it was a tough one to cover. But we have an obligation to cover the tough ones, and not that some aren't, or I'm not trying to say like anybody's murder isn't tough, but I don't know, when kids,
There is a degree of toughness,
when kids are involved, it's tough.
especially when you're a dad of daughters.
Yeah, especially, and that one sucked, and having there be no real resolution in that case again. Yeah, this total freaking asshat then was, he was sent back to prison because he was, I don't know if you read that or not. I was messing around with this crap, but yeah, he was convicted of kidnapping and raping 2 women from Oklahoma City.
It didn't say specifically who it was, but it was a prior rape conviction that he was put back in on.
Yeah, and he escaped from jail and then was on the run at the time that he killed these girls. So it's not like we're not dealing with the West Memphis Street Kids who just happen to wear Metallica shirts. We're dealing with a convicted rapist.
And have black hair.
And so, there was no resolution. The family, like you said, it was so many years ago. The family has dealt with this forever. And damn, that was a really tough one. It was a really tough one. All right, so let's do some more dipshits.
More dipshits. Like the guys who drew on their faces. Have you gotten to them yet?
No. We are at desperate Kansas man arrested for stealing an 800-pound cannon from Spanish-American War to settle a drug debt. In what sounds like a side quest in Red Dead Redemption, a Kansas man allegedly stole a historic 800-pound Spanish-American war cannon in a desperate bid to pay off drug debts. The cannon was recovered, and so was our collective faith in dumb criminals. And that is a picture of the actual dipshit. So, as we've done these shows, you've got to see the pictures, but the listeners...
It's not up, though.
It's not up?
No, Whataburger employee accused is what's up.
That can't be right.
I'm telling you, that's what I'm seeing with my eyes here.
I think
If
there's...
you ain't checked,
I think there's a delay because,
there's been a delay.
yeah, because it should be up. So, but anyway, so there's that moron. And then next one, we have porch pirate suspects attend court in the same outfit worn during the crime. In a bold strategy that can only be described as brilliantly stupid, a South Carolina man accused of stealing packages showed up to court in the same distinctive hoodie that he wore during the theft, which was caught on Ring camera footage. And so, yeah.
Can I just interject that I'm loving absolutely loving a guilty pleasure of mine right now is watching those videos of people who are
Oh yeah, the
bombing the porch pirates. I'm loving this.
yes.
Continue this, people.
Yeah, I mean it's unreal. That shit even goes on, man. And that was another one when they only did 2, so
Okay, we have a comment. Big iron, big iron. I'm not sure what that means. Elaborate, please.
that's a Marty Robbins song.
Cosplay gone wrong.
I'm not following.
I'm not following either. Okay, we need more. It's at Tremadoa77 is our commenter.
I don't know what that is.
You need
Big
more?
Iron, Big Iron. I know that it's a Marty Robbins song, but that just shows how old I am.
No.
I mean, not Big Iron, Big Iron. Big Iron is a Marty Robbins song. And even when I Google it, it says Big Iron refers to the famous Western ballad by Marty Robbins.
Oh my God, it's Colin. He lives.
I don't know.
Sorry, a friend of mine who disappeared off the planet a long time ago has joined us and is now speaking cryptically. What do we mean, big iron, Colin?
Yeah, I know the Marty Robbins reference to that, but well, he's getting back to you on that. You can update us in a minute. We're going to move on to Brian Barrett.
Finally, tall, hot blonde.
A 22-year-old factory worker and college student from the Buffalo, New York area was shot to death in the Dinah Braid parking lot on September 15th, 2006, after becoming entangled in an online love triangle built around the screen name Tall Hot Blonde. His married coworker, Thomas Montgomery, who had been catfishing as an 18-year-old Marine sniper and became jealous when Tall Hot Blonde turned her attention to Barrett, later pled guilty to first-degree manslaughter and received a 20-year sentence, and he has been released from prison. So, if you remember the story, he decided that he was Marine sniper. He was an 18-year-old, and he started talking to this really attractive 18-year-old girl named Jessie, and they exchanged explicit messages, photos, gifts, her underwear,
Right.
all kinds of crap. And then she started talking to Brian, who was as himself. He was the only one in this whole story that was actually himself.
Legitimately
Oh,
himself,
and Jessie, who had nothing to do with it, by the way, because
she was herself. Far, far away from all of this.
come to find out, her fat toad of a mom was pretending to be her daughter, which, I mean, that one I just can't get past.
Yeah, creep.
Not only pretended to be her daughter, but like clandestinely was taking sexy pictures of her daughter to send to,
And sending her underwear to this dude.
and sending her daughter's underwear to,
Mom of the year, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, I don't know. There's another story I'll talk to you about in a minute that might take that one. But so anyway, it all kind of, this love triangle was between Marine Sniper, who was this dweeby freaking middle-aged man, Tall Hot Blonde.
Kids.
Yeah, married with kids. Tall Hot Blonde, who is this fat toad of a worthless woman, and Beefcake, who was Brian Barrett, who was like a 20-year-old kid that was being himself and all this. The love triangle ends in Marine Sniper, Thomas Montgomery, shooting this kid in the freaking parking lot, killing him. And then what even blows my mind more than anything else is this son of a bitch is out on the street now.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's the Tall Hot Blonde case. That was a tough one. I mean, it wasn't like a tough one to cover. I don't know. It was different. It was almost
One not to be pissed at.
yeah. And it was a weird one to cover. It hasn't been covered in a lot of like documentaries and stuff that I'm aware about. There's only one I think it's called Tall Hot Blonde.
Yeah.
and it's a well done documentary, and it kind of goes through it and everything. But your heart breaks for obviously Brian's family. This kid was like friggin' cool kid. He was
going places.
He was going places. He was coaching little kids, and I think baseball or maybe football. And he was just a nice kid. And then
Complete innocence lost there.
Jesse, who had no part of this, whose mom freaking stole her identity and put illicit pictures of her out there on the internet. It's just a crazy freaking case. But the other one, which I didn't type up for tonight, but I probably should have, is a case that, and so because I didn't type it up, I'm going to get it probably wrong, but it's nuts. So this girl starts getting these freaking horrible text messages, telling her to like kill herself, and then her boyfriend started. You know the story?
We just watched that documentary. Yeah.
Is that crazy? It's so it turns out, and this goes on for like over a year, I believe.
Yeah.
And turns out it was her own mom who was texting them and causing all of this chaos in her daughter's life and in the lives of, because her boyfriend broke up with her over it. And then another girl in school, another young girl, like 15, 16, whatever they were, was ostracized in school because everybody thought she was the one that was doing it. So destroyed all of these lives. And it was just this bitch that was, I don't know what the hell she was. I don't know how or why you would do that to your kid, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to find it while you're talking.
Well, then, come to find out, it happened in Wyoming.
Did it?
Oh, not that same story, but almost exactly the same thing. The mom of that has like this, it's like a website and stuff like that where she had come out and been interviewed about it and stuff. She's like Prairie Woman in Heels, or her website is something like that. It was like a Cowboy State Daily article where the same thing happened with, I think it was her daughter in school, and it was another parent's mom that was texting. And I don't understand what's broken in a parent's brain to want to screw up your kids' life. Like, what the hell is wrong with these people?
What mom tells your daughter to kill themselves? Seriously.
Yeah, that's a bizarre one. I can't remember the name of the documentary, but it was very well done. Unknown number. Okay.
I remember we were very upset.
Oh yeah, it will flat piss you off.
She forgave her mother.
Which, I remember watching that, and
Struggle.
I don't struggle because that is completely that little girl's priority.
I know.
She can do whatever she wants to.
I'm not trying to belittle her for it, but I'm struggling hard knowing the things that she knows her mother texted her.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly where you're coming from, but that's completely up to that girl. If she wants to forgive her mom, is all I could say is she's a better human than me. She's a bigger person than me.
100%.
I couldn't do it, but I also have never been in a situation where I had to make that decision about a parent. Like, I don't know. I'm fortunate enough. I'm fortunate enough that I was able to go through life and have both parents. And so I don't know what it's like to lose a parent as a kid. I don't know what it's like to be put in a situation like that. And I do know that, in parent-child relationships, there's a lot of dynamics that go on there that, I don't know, it's very individual. And myself, I thought the same thing. I was like, holy crap. But I don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like, you do you. If that,
So there is a comment, and I believe that we are not allowed to talk about it because it is still ongoing. Can you see the comments?
I can if I look, but you can read it to me. It's fine.
No, because it's still ongoing and it's in Cody, and I'm not gonna be party to.
Oh.
If we're unallowed to talk about that.
Yeah, probably not. We're probably gonna skip that one.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we can't talk about that one right now.
I do kind of have a hard and fast rule about cases that are unresolved that aren't 25 years cold.
Yeah.
And I think we've made that distinction, but and legally we got to be a little bit careful about it too, you know.
Yeah. That one's a little too close to home. Sorry.
So yeah, we probably
We'll
won't.
talk about it later though, because I want to talk about it.
Okay, so the next one that we covered was Danis Day. Danis Lee Day was a 19-year-old mother of two from Monte Vista, Colorado. She disappeared on January the 9th, 2002, after leaving her waitress shift at Dos Rios restaurant. 7 years later, her live-in boyfriend, Victor Braun, admitted responsibility, kind of, and led authorities to her burned remains, sealed in a metal barrel and dumped in an Arizona lake. Braun ultimately pled guilty to reckless manslaughter and received a maximum 12-year sentence that was allowed under that plea, and there's been no new legal developments reported in her case over the last year. So Danis left her job at Dos Rios on the afternoon of January 9th and returned to the home that she shared with this total freaking asshat and their young daughter and her son from a previous relationship. Braun told investigators that she planned to go out with an unidentified male friend, claiming that they argued about this and she left with the man. Family and friends said that Danis had been planning to leave Braun and was gradually moving out, describing it as completely out of character for her to abandon her kids, which led police to suspect foul play from early on. We had a total asshat sheriff in this case as well, if you remember right. And then we had a total freaking stellar sheriff that came on after the fact. And the first dipshit did everything he could do because he was friends with Braun's dad and did everything he could do to just shut the case up and all that. And then the other dude ran for sheriff. He got elected, and man, he was on it. And he solved the case.
Right.
And if you remember, they just kind of sat and waited for Braun to come back because he left and went to, I think, Nebraska. And then he came back and he was a druggie, and they just waited for him to rack up enough drug charges that they had something to hold against him. And then finally were able to find Danis's remains and bring her home. Our coverage of this story did catch some flack on YouTube.
Oh, we did.
And you know, one of the big things that was said was how we drug her mom through the mud because we said she was a drug user and all this kind of stuff. And I replied and said just flat out, I got all that stuff from an interview done with her mom. Her mom is the one that said all of that stuff. And so if her mom didn't want that out there,
She shouldn't have put it out there.
she shouldn't have put it out there. And in that episode, in no way did I demean her mom. And matter of fact, towards the end of that episode, I just wished that I was hopeful that she was able to maintain being clean and sober and that she was able to grow from that and all of that kind of stuff. So we did take some flack for that. I didn't take it to heart because I thought that we handled it very responsibly, and it was information I would not have just thrown out there if the mom hadn't done an interview telling it all herself. So there is that.
There is that. Here we are.
And here we are. But yeah, that was and then he's out of prison. Because they could only give him 12 years, but it was a trade-off that, it's an impossible trade-off. But as a parent, I think I would have to make the same trade-off.
Yeah.
Like, I want my child back. I want to know. And so that becomes primary to, I want justice. And I think almost any parent would have that same feeling. I have no doubt in my mind. I have not talked to him, but I have no doubt in my mind that, like, Heather Elvis's parents would be like,
just
if we can get my daughter back, dipshit and his wife can go. We don't care. Whatever. Just give us our
They
baby
can go
girl
to
back.
Disney and live happily ever after.
Right. Yep. And so after that, we covered the New England serial killer, and it has. I don't know if you remember that episode. It was a crazy one, but it's been used widely in social media and some headlines, and especially early in 2025. It was all over the place. There was a cluster of at least a dozen bodies and sets of human remains that were found across Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and nearby states, starting roughly in March. But law enforcement in all involved jurisdictions continue to say there's no credible evidence that a single serial offender is responsible. Instead, identified cases in the cluster include clearly separate events such as domestic homicides, long-term missing person recoveries, and unattended or unexplained deaths, with only a subset showing signs of a likely homicide. Investigators are treating them as distinct cases, even as public speculation and online serial killer groups have grown. And so, you know, there's not a lot to say about this case. We covered it. They found like 12 or 13 bodies. And I, digging into it, really found no evidence of a serial killer working in the area. I think that as humans, we need serial killers. Like, it is the catch-all.
Yeah.
And it's one of those weird things where we feel more comfortable with the idea that strangers are involved in murders, and in reality, it's completely the opposite. The vast majority of the time, it's not strangers. Stranger on stranger violence is exceedingly rare, and I discussed it in this episode, but serial killers in the in 2025, they're very rare. I mean, they have dropped. I've talked about it in, I think, every show all season long about, you know, the 70s, 80s, and early 90s being really the hot spot for serial killers in the United States. And now it's exceedingly rare. Even then it was rare, but now it's extremely rare. We just aren't seeing very many serial killers. You look confused over there.
I'm reading a comment, and I'm pretty sure it's an autocorrect. It says, in your guys' opinion, is the majority of the wrong, and I'm assuming they mean conviction and lack of convictions because of lack of funds or bad police work.
Oh. I would have to say, in my opinion, I don't have any statistics to go on here, but in my opinion, I believe that the majority of wrongful convictions stem from bad police work. And I don't mean it's always that cops maliciously do it.
Right.
There was a case in...
Not always. Sometimes.
No, and I'll get there, but there was a case in Yeager, West Virginia, where a doctor was home, and he had been like, and Yeager, West Virginia is like the tiny of tiny towns. It's like a population of 200 freaking people.
I'm sorry, that sounded like a cartoon of Tiny Towns.
And so, Yeager, West Virginia is this tiny little town, like 200 freaking people in it. The doctor in town, the doctor, tells you how small it is. The doctor, he talks this woman into becoming a nurse so she can be his nurse. And so it's Doc. That's really what his name was. Doc. I can't think of his last name. Anyway, he...
The only thing that's coming to mind is Young Guns, because you made me watch it, and it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's not Spurlock.
But anyway, so I can't remember his name, but his house caught on fire, and he died in the fire. And he was, at that time, he had gotten old, and he was, bound to like a wheelchair. Yeager, West Virginia, and it's like L-A. It's not Y. It's like Laegar or something like that. Anyway, the house caught on fire. It burned through the floor and started in the... So when the fire department got there, there was fire in the master bedroom upstairs, and there was fire in the downstairs on the couch. The whole couch had burned up. So they determined that it was I think it was Doc Lively. Yeah, it was Doc Lively. Anyway, sorry. They determined that it was
So not what I have here.
a set fire, that it was arson, and then they ended up saying that it was the son of his nurse that went in and killed Doc Lively, lit his house on fire. They tried him, they convicted him, they put his ass in prison, I want to say for 17 years. And again, I don't have any of this written down, so if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But my point of this whole conversation is when they,
Okay, so it was the conviction of Jason Lively
okay.
for the fire that killed Dr. Ebb Doc Whitley Jr.
Okay, Doc Whitley. All right, well,
Very
I got
close.
one of the
you
names.
had all of them right. They were just in...
different order. So, anyway, so then, as it turns out, I can't remember exactly what happened, but the prosecutor in that case, for whatever reason, he started having doubts. And so he sent the case to like a nationally renowned fire expert who then said that he didn't think it was arson at all. And then the prosecutor actually was called in to testify, and he was completely unprepared for it. And he had misunderstood what this arson expert had said, and he misquoted him. And so even though this arson expert said it wasn't arson, the dude still didn't get out of prison. And so my whole point in all this is the prosecutor is the one that fought like hell to get his prosecution overturned and get this kid out of prison. And so in that case, I believe that it was all good intentions and it was just a bad outcome.
And as of January 23rd, 2025, Jason Lively was released and exonerated.
Yes, he is out of prison. He ended up, it's another West Memphis 3 love story. A girl that he knew in high school reached out to him in prison. They fell in love. She helped him throughout his whole court case. I believe they got married while he was in prison, same as Damien. And they're still married to this day, as far as I know. So kind of a good outcome. But he has a lot of struggles, man, after being in prison for almost the same amount of time as the West Memphis 3. Yeah, they were 18, I believe. And so, but my whole reason for going on that long diatribe was to say that in a case like that, I think it was...
The word diatribe, right?
Probably,
Okay.
yeah. I think that it was an honest mistake. I don't think that there was anybody that was trying to jail an innocent person.
Yeah, it wasn't malicious.
Right. But I think it's probably somewhere equal. I do think that we have a big problem with investigators getting tunnel vision, locking in on a suspect, and ignoring all evidence that points anywhere else. And once they make that decision, I mean, there are cases where somebody says, I did it. Mm-hmm. And they still say, no, we got the right person.
Yeah.
I mean, a story like that another one, but I don't have it in as clear memory is, but this little like 90-pound soaking wet girl who had gotten in a car wreck and lost her leg at the hip was convicted of murdering her boyfriend, loading him into a trunk and throwing him over a bridge into a river, all with one leg, because his ankles were tied with an amplifier cord from a guitar and she played guitar. She was convicted and she was thrown into prison, and this other douchebag was trying to get his brother out of trouble, and so he said, I'll tell you about a murder I committed if you'll let my brother out. And So he told him the whole story, how he shot the guy in the head, and he was laughing the whole time. He's like, yeah, I threw the fat bastard in the trunk, and ha ha ha. I mean, you could tell he was just a cold-blooded killer, and she didn't get out of prison.
Yeah.
I mean, she finally did, but she served her time and got out of prison. She didn't get exonerated, and that was a case where they just were like dead set, and the prosecutor still says we got the right person. It was this little 90-pound girl, and she probably had help. That's how she loaded it. She probably had help, but it was definitely her. So I think that it's all over the board, but I don't think that it really comes from lack of funds. I really don't. Wrongful convictions. Unsolved cases, it's a totally different story.
Yeah. There is lack of funds, severe lack of funds.
Yeah, in law
He's
enforcement,
like waiting for me to finish my sentence.
in law enforcement in general, I mean, we've talked about that. You know, we expect perfection and we just don't pay for perfection. And it's, I mean, what?
A new interesting question for you, John.
Oh, bring it.
Is there anyone in prison that if you had the power to pardon, who would it be?
Oh, dang. Anybody currently in prison? So, there is this case, and
There I was.
I don't have as much recall on this one, but it's nuts. So this woman left a Taco Bell, and she was the manager of the Taco Bell. She left the Taco Bell with the deposit bag, walked into the parking lot. She'd locked the door, walked halfway between the door in her car, and an intruder came, well, not an intruder, an assailant came out of the bushes and met her. So she was essentially trapped between a locked door and her car, and she couldn't get to either one of them. And he shoots her, kills her, takes the money, and leaves. And this young black kid was tried, convicted, sentenced to death, I think. I think he was sentenced to death. And then it was another little town where this crap was happening. There was multiple murders. There was like 3 or 4 murders in a series during this time of this town that had no freaking murders. And then they catch the douchebag that was killing the people and lock him away, and the murders stop. And then the Innocence Project gets involved, and they find because whoever killed her stole her car, drove it to a Pizza Hut parking lot a couple blocks away, left it, and took off. Well, the Innocence Project finds this cut off sweat leg pant that they cut eye holes in to put over their head, like a impromptu ski mask, in the car. They send it off to get it DNA tested, and DNA comes back to the son of a bitch that killed all the people. And the prosecutor just says, no, he says, it's all that proves is they were working together. So this guy, this black kid that didn't do this, he did not commit this murder, he is 100% truly innocent, is currently still either doing life or on death row. And I cannot think of his name. It's not one that I had pulled up, but yeah, I mean, that is a clear-cut case of somebody that I don't know how there could be any doubt about his guilt, and he is in prison, and that one I would definitely pardon him or get him out of prison if at all possible. Okay.
Moving on.
Any other questions before I move on?
Not as of yet.
All right, so then we covered Steven Stainer, who was a 7-year-old boy. This was a little bit of a different case for us because it was not a murder, but Steven was a 7-year-old boy from Merced, California, who was abducted by child molester Kenneth Parnell on December 4th, 1972. He was held for more than 7 years before escaping with another kidnapped child, Timothy White, in March of 1980. His case became a landmark example of long-term child abduction and it influenced California sentencing law. It remains widely discussed through books, films, documentaries. And so Parnell had an accomplice who he'd kind of groomed by the name of Irvin Murphy, who approached Stephen on his walk home from school, posing as a religious worker, offered him a ride. Parnell then drove the boy to Mariposa County and soon told him that his parents no longer wanted him and that they had given him to Parnell forever. And so then Parnell enrolled him in school as Dennis and sexually abused him over the years. He had a terrible freaking life. And then Parnell ends up kidnapping Timothy White, and Stephen was like, this isn't happening again. I'm not letting somebody else go through this. He grabs the kid, they take off and escape, and then and this is a travesty of justice, but Parnell was tried and convicted, and due to the limits in the California law and the charging decisions, he was not tried for sexual assaults, and he received a combined sentence of about 7 years and was paroled after serving roughly 5. And then he went on to purchase a child. And then when he was found guilty of purchasing a child, he was convicted under California's 3 strikes law, and he died in prison in 2008. And then tragically, Stephen, he went on to he was an actor in the movie My Name is Stephen.
I know, my first name is Stephen.
Yeah, that was it. And he played a cop in that, and he wanted to be a cop, and then tragically he died in a motorcycle accident. And that was in 1989 that he was killed.
Left behind a child, right? Had a child by then?
At least one. Yeah, I didn't note it here, but he was married and had at least one child at the time. Yeah, 2. I'm pretty sure it was 2. I think he had a boy and a girl. So extremely sad. His whole life is extremely sad. And then Hulu also did a docuseries called Captive Audience, which I think focused on that and everything as well. So, I mean, it's a huge story out there, and a lot of it is because the next story that we're going to talk about, because
Segue.
his brother, Kerry, the douchebag asshat, he went on to become a serial killer. He was a motel handyman who murdered 4 women in and around Yosemite National Park in 1999. Tourist Carol Sund, her daughter Julie Sund, their friend Silvina Peloso, and naturalist Joey Ruth Armstrong. He was sentenced to die in California, but then they did away with the death sentence in California, so he remains in San Quentin at this time. His case is often contrasted with that of his younger brother, and this was a really tough one for me because I didn't want to do that. And so when we did Stephen's story, we hardly even mentioned Kerry for that very reason, because I wanted to focus on Stephen because his story is overshadowed by his brother every time, to the point that they wanted to name a park after him, and the town was like, oh, we can't do that because of his brother, And so he just shit all over his brother's good name, which makes him a dual asshat. I mean, this guy is an absolute freaking monster. I don't even like talking about him. His victims were this freaking really cool family, the Sons, who took on this foreign exchange student, who become their friend and everything. So they planned this really special vacation for the 3 of them, and he ended up murdering all of them. And then Joey Ruth Armstrong, who was just a young girl that was excited about working in the national park, and she was going to work with kids. And
Ranger, wasn't she at the time?
she was a naturalist. So yeah, and her big thing was to take the kids on a little hike and show them all the the flora and fauna and everything of Yosemite National Park. And I mean, she just had a passion for it. And then he killed her, but she fought like hell, and she's the reason that he got caught. I think no doubt about it, because she put up one hell of a fight. But yeah, so that was the other one that we covered on the Stainers. And so,
You are being grilled.
oh, am I? All right.
Yay or nay on capital punishment as a true crime investigator?
So it's a complex question. The way that capital punishment is used in this country, absolutely not. It's worthless, and it's a waste of taxpayer dollars, because it is actually safer to sentence somebody to life in prison than to sentence them to death, because a death sentence triggers all kinds of automatic appeals that you're not necessarily entitled to if you're sentenced to life. And it is all it does is drag it out for years and years and years and years. And I will say, I think that's cruel and unusual on both fronts. I think it's cruel and unusual for the family for the reasons that I've talked about multiple times, dragging these families through endless appeals over years and years and years. But I think it's also cruel and unusual for the perpetrator. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
I do not want to kill an innocent person. And that is the paradox. That's where it becomes a very tough question. I think that the standards maybe should be higher, and I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I think that the standards should be higher, and then I think that the punishment should be executed sooner. Does that mean that I don't think there should have any appeals? No, but I think our entire justice system and the way that we string these cases out for years and years and years is an injustice of its own. Are you reading another question,
Yeah.
or?
No, it's not a question. It's a response. That's too bad. Agree with the cruel and unusual for the family stuff. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mean that I have a problem executing Delwayne Eaton.
Right?
It's
He will pull the lever.
It's just that he doesn't even know why. I mean, if we were to execute him, he wouldn't even know why. His brain is mush at this point. I want them to know why, and I want them to understand that this is happening. And when we wait till they're geriatric and they're wheeled around in a wheelchair drooling out of the corner of their mouth, then what good does it do? And it's nuts to me. And, you know, I mean, like Wyoming, I'm so disappointed in this state for the way that we have handled the death penalty pretty much since the beginning of time. I mean, it goes all the way freaking back to Starkweather, who went on a killing spree across Nebraska into Wyoming, finally was caught in Douglas, and was shipped back to Nebraska strictly because Nebraska would kill the son of a bitch and Wyoming would not kill the son of a bitch. And that was in the 50s. That was in 58 or 59. So Wyoming has never been on board with the death penalty. And I will also say the uneven distribution of the death penalty I have a big problem with. We're talking about the Chicago Ripper Crew story. Perfect example. We just got done covering it.
Oh, man.
You've got 4 perpetrators. One was sentenced to death. One was sentenced to, well, multiple were sentenced to death, but one was actually executed. 2 are doing life in prison, and 1 is released. All for the same crimes. It's absurd to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it is so unevenly distributed, and it's the way it's handled is an injustice of its own, is what I would say.
So that last comment that agrees with the cruel and unusual for the families is one of our biggest fans.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah. And next question is, where do you stand on extradition?
From foreign countries?
I'm assuming because you just said the extradition from here to Nebraska because we won't kill and Nebraska will. I'm assuming that's why, because it came
Oh.
right as you were saying that.
Well, in that case, I'm all for it because Charles Starkweather definitely deserved to die for the shit that he did. No doubt about it whatsoever. I have serious questions, really serious questions about his girlfriend at the time, whether she was involved at all or was a hostage, but he deserved to die. I think if we're talking, if somebody is sent or is somebody.
From one state to another based on type of crime. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, then I think that I would be in favor of shipping every murderer we possibly could to Texas or to Florida because they put an express lane in for their freaking electric chair or whatever, and I'm on board with that. In a lot of the cases, you know, I've put my stipulations on the death penalty, but, you know, I think that as a society, we have the right to say, this person has committed a crime so vile that they don't get to live in society anymore.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm very old school when it comes to this shit too. So I think we should bring back chain gangs. I think that they ought to be out there working their asses off to pay for their own way instead of us taxpayers having to foot the bill for all the crap.
Little Shawshank.
I think that we need to, we don't make license plates in the prison in Wyoming anymore. That's insane to me. I think,
Anybody make them in prison anymore?
I don't know, but I know that Wyoming stopped doing it. So, you know, and I think that the justice system needs to change on both sides. And obviously I don't have all the answers, but I do know that researching true crime gives you these unique perspectives that creates this freaking paradox in your brain where you don't know where you fall because you hear about these stories. Like, I keep bringing up the West Memphis 3, but it's just because it's fresh in my mind. But, you know, a story about like Damien Eccles, who very well could have died.
Yeah, he was close. Yeah. I say close, but not.
Not so much, but there's the case in Texas, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he was executed for starting a house fire that killed his family. Texas executed him, and he was later exonerated. They definitely killed an innocent man because it was not an arson-caused fire. So that's a tough one. It really is. Any other questions?
Not yet.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about another freaking crazy story. So Kelly Peters, the PTA mom, framed. Have you heard this one? This is nuts. So this is a story of what happens when a routine elementary school pickup moment, a bruised ego, and two attorneys with too much confidence combine into a plot so petty, so vindictive, and so over-engineered that it sounds fictional. Until you remember that it ended with real handcuffs, real courtrooms, and a real person nearly losing everything. So at its core, it's a modern cautionary tale about reputation warfare. One mom says the wrong word, which was slow, and the response is, "I will ruin your life." So, setting the scene, Plaza Vista Elementary School, Irvine, California. It's a very, very affluent area. High-achieving parents, PTA politics that probably deserve their own Netflix series. And Kelly Peters is a PTA mom and volunteer who's helping coordinate after-school pickup. So one day, Jill Easter shows, and this is, she's a bitch. So
Oh, goodness. Okay.
she shows up to grab her 6-year-old and doesn't see him where she expects. So instantly panics, loses her mind.
My kid.
Immediate confrontation. The staff locate the kid. He's not missing. He's not locked in a closet. He's not abandoned. He is simply lagging behind everyone. So basically, the kids would be out in the playground playing, and Kelly Peters would go out, and if they were lined up, she'd bring the kids in, take them out, hand them off to their parents, and then the coaches and stuff were out there, and so sometimes the kids helped the coaches pick up balls and stuff like that, and they'd come in later. Well, that's what happened with this kid. He was out helping the coaches, and so the official takeaway is this: it was a minor delay, no harm. Jill's takeaway: it's the apocalypse. So Kelly tries to explain it in very plain parent language and says he was walking slower. He was a little bit slow getting into line. And Jill hears, "Your child is retarded. Your child is intellectually slow." So from that moment forward, the dispute stops being about logistics and becomes about identity, humiliation, and status. And most people would take a breath and go, okay, he was with the coach. Jill Easter took a breath and went, I'm going to burn your entire life down with gasoline and my law degree. So when the school administration investigates, they decide that Kelly did nothing wrong. Jill doesn't accept it. She escalates it into sustained abusive campaign with complaints, written accusations. She prints up flyers and puts them all over the place. She publicly pressures the school to fire this woman. She attempts to drag the police into it. She files restraining orders against this woman, alleging that Kelly is stalking and harassing her. But the pattern is consistent. Authorities don't find there's anything that supports these claims. So the conflict metastasizes. And now it's no longer, I want you removed from volunteering. It's, I want you publicly destroyed. So fast forward to 2011, a call comes in to the Irvine Police Department, and it's important. It does not come into a 911 line. It comes in to the police department switchboard with a man claiming to be a concerned parent, and he reports.
Somebody up to it.
He reports that Kelly Peters drove into the school lot erratically, parked, stashed drugs in her car, and then it's funny as crap because he says his name, and I'm gonna have a hard time with this. He says his name is Jay Chindask. Now I can't say it. Chindaska. I can't say it. Can you say it?
Chandraskar?
Something. It's like an Indian name, like a.
Chandraskar?
But he pronounces it perfectly. But funny enough, on the call, he like goes from an Indian accent to not an Indian accent to an Indian accent to not an Indian accent. Well, Jay Shanjakazar, however the hell you say it, he is.
Let's just go with Jay.
So he is one of the members of a comedy troupe called Broken Lizard Comedy. And they produced movies, some of which you might know. Puddle Cruiser, never heard of it. Super Troopers, Club Dread, Beer Fest, The Slammin' Salmon, Super Troopers 2, Tacoma Fire Department, and Quasi. And I don't know most of those. I do recognize Super Troopers. So he's a comedian filmmaker. And that's the name that this dipshit chooses. So, like I said, he uses an accent, doesn't. He provides specifics. Her name, her car, license plate. And the police respond fast. And they go and they get her out of the school. They bring her out. They make her unlock the car. They look in the car. There's a clear bag of marijuana positioned where it will be found easily. It was like laying on the back seat. And a bunch of bags of pills, paraphernalia, all discovered. Kelly is bawling her head off. The drugs are like on her hood. The kids are coming out of the school. She's like, please put the drugs away so the kids don't see it. I mean, it is it's insane. So imagine volunteering to help kids get picked up safely, and you get rewarded with a parking lot drug bust that you didn't order.
Right.
So Kelly says the drugs are not hers, and she consents to searches. She says, come to my house. Yeah, come search my house. I don't care. And so they do, and go to her house, search it. There's no drugs there. There's no paraphernalia. There's no indications that this woman is doing drugs at all. There's no history of it. And so the timing and the details start to look less like a tip and more like a setup, because it came exactly to the day 1 year after this incident with Jill's son. And so Kelly finally points that out. Originally, she was like, I can't think of anybody. And I think it was the principal that was like, oh, you have an enemy. And she's like, oh, shit.
Yes,
And
I do.
so once detectives pull the phone location records and surveillance, the trail tightens. The 911 call is traced to a location linked to Kent Easter's job, which is a hotel right near the law firm where he worked. And he is like a high-powered attorney working for this, one of the largest law firms in the area or in California. I can't remember, but like this huge law firm. And this dipshit goes out the door, like across a little walkway into the hotel next door to make this phone call on his cell phone with surveillance video all over the freaking hotel. It's like, he didn't realize that they put cameras in hotels these days. I don't know. So, and then phone records show suspicious movement patterns and messaging around it. When they went to plant the drugs, they took their cell phones and were messaging each other
Yeah.
during the whole planting. Then they find their DNA on the bags. So at what point is it no longer did Kelly have drugs? It's who tried to ruin Kelly and how far did they go? So
Oh my goodness.
this is where the story gets totally surreal. The Easter's legal strategy, because they're charged in this shit, and the legal strategy is one for the record books. I got to tell you. So it is Jill pleads and allegedly cycles through personas of fragility, illness, death. We'll get there. Kent goes to trial and leans into the dominated husband. He's a cuckold. And he just does whatever his wife tells him. And that is literally their defense. It's the cuckold defense.
Nice.
She's having an affair. He's humiliated and abused, and he does whatever she tells him. So it's two people trying to survive by shoving the entire moral weight onto the other. And so you're telling the defense is, yes, I committed the felonies, but only because my marriage was awkward. Turns out she was having an affair with a firefighter who, once the police get a hold of him, he's like helping them the whole time. And so, but Kelly Peters is framed. She's publicly humiliated. She's nearly railroaded. The investigation flips, focuses on the Easters. They're arrested. They're prosecuted. Jill takes a plea deal. Kent is convicted. But so what is insane about this is she was called to testify. Jill Easter was called to testify. On the day she was called to testify, she's deaf. And she's like doing fake sign language shit. I'm not joking. There's video of this. She's like signing and she's like, I need an interpreter because I'm deaf. And then,
Oh man.
oh no, it gets better. And then she goes outside and she's having a conversation with her husband as the jury walks by and sees the two of them talking to each other.
Yeah.
And so the jury's like, oh yeah, she's deaf.
She's only deaf inside buildings.
And so, I mean, they both are disbarred, I think.
Satellites don't get through the buildings, you know.
They lose their ability to practice law. He's obviously fired. I mean, what major law firm is going to hire somebody that's this big of a freaking clown? But then she goes on Dr. Phil, and yeah, I mean, Dr. Phil, he's great. I love the guy because she's like, oh, this was all Kelly. She was making this up, and he's like, your DNA was found on the pills. You admitted this in court. And it's a great story.
He was
Anyway,
deaf that day too, damn it.
it's something.
Wonderful.
So yeah, that's another really freaking crazy one for you.
I love that one.
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock, which means
It is almost New Year in New York.
the ball is
On its way.
there, but we still got some time to go.
We do.
So any other questions come up?
So anybody from New York, tell us how 2026 is, because I'm
Yeah.
walking in quietly. Well, one wanted to know if the dumbass guy represented himself.
So actually, yeah. And he showed up in court in like this Mr. Rogers sweater vest. And
Won't you be my neighbor?
because, I mean, he didn't represent himself in the criminal case, but then she sued him for, I think, $5.7 million. And he represented himself in the civil case. And he showed up looking like Mr. Rogers in the same sweater every day because he wanted him to think he was too poor to buy a suit.
Oh.
And so essentially the way that the civil case came out was she got enough to pay her attorneys. I mean, she was awarded $5.7 million, but I mean, they gave their house away like 2 days before or something like that. They were able to get the house and sell it, but I mean, they were stashing their money as fast as they freaking could. But the lunacy of that case, and it is covered on Smug Shots. I laughed so freaking hard during that thing. I mean, her attorney, the guy he's just a freaking riot.
Watch that.
But
Perhaps tomorrow.
it is such a good story. It is so damn funny.
What is this?
And such a change from the traditional true crime stuff. So,
Now they're playing with emojis.
uh-oh.
I can't ask him emojis, people. I know who that is, by the way.
Okay, so let me see here. That's 6. I was worried about filling enough time, and now I'm worried about getting,
Everything out.
yeah, well, I guess we get out what we get out, right? Doesn't really matter. We just go all night, whatever. I don't care. I'm wired at this point, so. Okay.
There are no rules and the points don't matter.
That's exactly right. All right, so.
You're going to be on your own for a minute because I'm going to have to stand outside. I'm about to die.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to do Dipshit's Diary.
Okay. I shall return.
Okay, we will be here. All right, so this Dipshit's Diary was Florida man with ankle monitor tells deputies he can't go to jail because he has a curfew. So a Florida man tried to talk his way out of arrest by informing officers that he couldn't go to jail because he had a curfew. He was promptly jailed. So while details of his original offense were not released, the highlight is utterly brilliant legal strategy, arguing that jail interferes with his personal schedule. The officers, tragically under-persuaded by his bedtime obligations, arrested him anyway. As a last resort, the only curfew he had was lights out at the local detention center. And then we had man robs store with finger gun and flees in a pink SUV. In Waterloo, Iowa, a man attempted to rob a convenience store using nothing but a finger gun and then fled the scene in a very unsubtle pink SUV. Surveillance footage confirmed that the suspect walked into the store, pointed his hand like a pistol, and demanded cash. When the clerk refused, the suspect ran outside and peeled away in a bright pink vehicle. Police had zero issues tracking him down, likely because there aren't many fugitive Barbie Jeeps in Iowa. And that was another one where we only did 2. I don't remember exactly when we started doing 3 stories, 3 dipshit diaries per episode. But we'll get there eventually. We still got time. So the next case that we covered, which was Rocky Mountain Reckoning, our first Rocky Mountain Reckoning, was Star Valley Jane Doe. Star Valley Jane Doe is the name that was given to an unidentified young woman found murdered and posed in rural Elko County, Nevada on July 14th, 1972. Her nude body had been left in a cross-like position off Dennis Flats Road near Star Valley, and she had been shot twice with a .22 caliber handgun. More than 50 years later, she remains unidentified and her homicide is unsolved. Though investigators and researchers have explored possible links to other Elko County Jane Does and the broader Great Basin murders, I being one of those. So the details are a rancher discovered the decomposed body on a hillside about a half-mile west of Star Valley Road and roughly 8 miles south of I-80 in a remote desert area requiring local knowledge to access. The victim was nude and what appears to be deliberately posed in a cross or cruciform pattern, which investigators noted as unusual and potentially signature behavior rather than just a simple body disposal. In the episode, I brought up my own questions about that. I'm not convinced that it was posing, but I was also not an investigator on the scene and have not seen crime scene photos, so I'm just spitballing. Autopsy findings indicated that she had died months earlier from two .22 caliber gunshot wounds, one to the neck and one to the left cheek. There was no clothing, jewelry, or personal property at the scene to aid in identification. So, Star Valley Jane Doe is described as a white female, estimated between 17 and 25 years old. She was around 5 foot 2 inches tall and 105 to 115 pounds, with shoulder-length sandy or reddish blonde hair and a similarly colored pubic hair. She had at least 2 notable scars, one on the inside of her right knee and a healed appendectomy scar in the lower right abdomen, but no tattoos or obvious dental work were recorded in the earlier reports, and due to decomposition, eye color and finer facial characteristics could not be determined, but there is a later reconstruction that's done, and then this is also featured in the Shroud projects, and it's the Shroud of Star Valley Jane Doe, and so those cover a lot of the Great Basin murders, and so that case was a crazy one. Those ones, they hit me hard. They still hit me hard. I really struggle with these victims that. We struggle with the ones that aren't solved, but the ones that we don't even know who they are it's really, really tough. And the Elko County ones, they hit me hard. I think that, in my personal opinion, and I've said this in the episodes, there's strong links to Delwayne Eaton in those cases. But anyway, welcome back.
I want to move this outside.
Is it warm?
It's so warm in here.
You can probably open that window.
Oh.
So anyway, we were just talking about the Star Valley Jane Doe case.
Yeah, and apparently something was pink because, hey, pink was a brilliant color decision.
Oh, yeah, it's because the guy robbed a convenience store with a finger gun and then escaped in a Barbie pink SUV.
Oh, yeah, that dipshit. Got it.
Yeah, that's the one. So, and then we had Jennifer Holliday and Anna Franklin. Do you remember that case?
A little bit.
So Jennifer Holliday and her younger cousin Anna Franklin were attacked on the night of May 29, 2005 near Lufkin, Texas, when 27-year-old paramedic Jennifer picked up 18-year-old Anna from a babysitting job, and the two were followed from a convenience store by a total freaking asshat. Anna was shot and killed at the roadside, while Jennifer was shot in the arm with a freaking shotgun, gravely wounded, abducted, and then taken to his house, raped, and this woman is awe-inspiring. With her freaking arm damn near blown off, after just being raped, she's able to convince this guy that he is saving her, and gets him to take her to his house, talks him into letting her call the police to get to a hospital. He lets her do it. The ambulance shows up and they get out of the house and she survives. It is a tragic and an awe-inspiring, inspirational story all at the same time. the death of Anna or Anna. It's Anna. I think it's Anna. I mean, it's just tragic. She was just a kid, 18 years old. And, you know, I mean, talk about absolutely senseless. Like, they looked at this douchebag wrong, maybe. Like, that's it. And then he kills her and kidnaps Jennifer. But, I mean, it totally changed her life. She couldn't go back to being a paramedic after that because of her injuries. And I cannot imagine the post-traumatic stress and everything that the poor woman has been through and all of that. But, you know, there's another one that there's no recent updates or really anything that's happened in that case at all.
Right.
So, how you holding up over there?
I am unsure, but I'm here. I'm here.
We still got a couple hours to go.
I know. I'm feeling old.
Yeah, open the window.
Does it open?
Yeah, it does. All right, so the next one is one that we do actually have an update on, which I'm sure all of our listeners already know about, but that is Chance Engelbert, a 25-year-old oil field worker and former rodeo cowboy from Moorcroft, Wyoming, who disappeared on the evening of July 6, 2019, after walking away from his in-laws' house in Gering, Nebraska, following some kind of a family dispute. And just very, very recently, skeletal remains were found near Scottsbluff National Monument. They were identified as his, and authorities ruled his death accidental, likely from a fall.
You have to be smarter than the window.
The ruling closes a 6-year missing person investigation, though some family members and advocates publicly question the conclusion, and they still suspect foul play.
Is there a lock on the window?
Yeah, there is actually a lock on those.
Yeah, there's no lock.
I gotta open the window for Angela, so hold please.
I tried. Thank you. My hero.
Better?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so anyway, you know, this story is, I mean, it's a tough one, and I have heard, because it's local, I mean, anybody from Wyoming knows that if it happens in Wyoming, it's local. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's 7 hours away or
It's
30
3 or
minutes
7,
away.
babe.
It's local. So, you know, I mean, a local case like this, and I've heard so much, I mean, you know, a lot of people know that I do this podcast, so I've had multiple people talk to me about this. So many people are still convinced that there was foul play on the in-laws' part.
Yeah, because there's what. Chance did not get there alone. Someone knows something, and it was not an accident. And then someone making fun of me. There's child locks on them windows.
So, and that's just exactly it. I mean, that is just exactly it. And I happen to have a very unpopular opinion on this, and that is, I think it was an accident. I think it was an absolute
I
accident.
don't know what to think.
And one of the main reasons that I think it was an accident is because of where he was found. You're not going to backpack a 25-year-old kid up the side of freaking Scotts Bluff
Yeah.
to dispose of a body. You're just not going to do it. I think that there's a lot of better places to hide a body if you were up to no good. And I don't know anything about them, but from what I understood, they had like a property, like a ranch or a farm or something like that. There's probably a lot of places on their own place that they could have made him disappear forever. So,
True.
you know, I just
Let that go.
I just couldn't, I just can't get on board with the foul play aspect of that case. And as a true crime guy, I want to, but
Yeah.
I just don't think the evidence shows that. So that's that story. Let's see, I don't think there's...
Okay, but it was checked and he wasn't found, and then he was.
Yeah, I've heard that that area was searched, and I guess I don't know for a fact. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Maybe somebody knows more than I do. But I do know that that backside of that is extremely hard to access. I mean, one of the guys that kind of backs up to that said that it's so hard to access that you hardly ever see hikers even attempt it because it's just so hard to get through.
Why would he be up there? Then?
I think he was trying to take a shortcut to Torrington.
Okay.
But the odd part about it is, and this is an odd part, is he would have had to have swam across a canal to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems odd to me that he would. I mean, I have continually put myself in this kid's shoes because so much about him reminds me of myself when I was that age, especially his temper and being like, screw you then, I'm just going to walk to Torrington from Nebraska. But I can't see myself like swimming a canal to do it. So
Yeah.
in a storm. So I don't know. There are some questions for sure.
Are they still doing testing, or have they just decided it's...
As far as I know, it has been ruled an accident caused from a fall and
case?
case closed. Yep. Yeah, I don't think there's anything continuing with the case from an investigative angle, at least. I do think that I'm pretty positive that his mom still thinks that the in-laws were involved, and I'm not going to say she's wrong. She knows a hell of a lot more about the case than I do.
Right.
But I'm also not going to say she's right, because at this point, I got to say, I mean, if they didn't have anything to do with it, then their name has been dragged through the mud for years because of the suspicion around them. And I just don't feel comfortable anymore saying I don't feel comfortable saying that I believe that they are involved. Now, could somebody else be involved? I don't know, maybe. I mean, my theory at the time that we covered the show was drug dealers from Colorado got him. I was way off because no drug dealer backpacked his ass up there. I can guarantee that. So you're asking the wrong guy. I obviously don't have the answers, but that was my opinion on that one.
Okay.
Then we covered Maura Murray.
Moral.
So Maura Murray was a 21-year-old UMass Amherst nursing student who disappeared on the evening of February 9th, 2004, after kind of crashing her car on Route 112 near Haverhill, New Hampshire. She vanished from the roadside within minutes before the police arrived. She's never been found. As of late 2025, she remains missing, and the case is officially a suspicious active missing person investigation with renewed searches, an FBI VICAP profile, an age progressed image, and fresh leads that are under review. But there's no confirmed suspect. There's been no remains located. There's been no Maura located, alive, dead, in any way. And we spent several episodes on her case. We covered it, fairly in depth, but nothing compared to what others have done. The Missing Maura Murray podcast devoted their entire podcast to this case. It's a big one, and it is one of the largest in the true crime community. My personal opinion is I jumped the gun a little on this one. I should have probably got a little better at writing and doing the stuff before tackling a case like that. But, it is what it is. We covered it. I think we did a fair job, but the researching part of it has been as much of a learning curve as the rest of it, to be honest with you. Figuring out how to get this information, where to look for this information. And so, it's like you said earlier,
Who to trust with the information,
well, yeah, and Moore's case, and I said it at the time, Moore's case was so difficult because it was like information overload. Because it is such a famous case, has been covered so extensively. I mean, it's like drinking from a fire hose, and you're trying to figure out what's real, what's not real, what's true, what's made up, and then you have, you had books written about it, you had podcasts covering it, you've had multiple docu-series done on it. I mean, it was a huge case. And so, but yeah, so recent developments, 2022, the FBI created the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, or VICAP profile, for Moore's case to facilitate multi-jurisdictional information sharing. And New Hampshire authorities conducted a focus search in the Landoff-Easton area in February 2024. On the 20th anniversary, the New Hampshire Attorney General released an age-progressed image of what Mora might look like now and publicly emphasized that the case remains a priority. Mora's sister Julie has kind of taken over for the family, and she launched a very detailed podcast called The Untold Story of Maura Murray, and she's worked with private investigators, cadaver dog teams, and labs to test potential evidence, while also coordinating regular meetings with state investigators. And she stated that the family's consensus is that Maura met with foul play. Same thing the dad has always said, same thing that I firmly believe. I do not believe that she ran off. I'm convinced that something bad happened to her. What? I just don't know. But, we did cover that pretty extensively in that episode. So any thoughts on that one?
No, I, just like Ben, I agree with you. Something bad happened, and I want to know what. And I want to know right now. Well, maybe not as bad as some others, but...
I think that was definitely a case that was mishandled from the beginning. I said that in the podcast, and because of that, and this is the tragedy of every case, is when it's mishandled at the beginning, it makes it nearly impossible. Not totally impossible, but nearly impossible to solve later. Because, a lot of the stuff that is solving old cases is DNA. I mean, DNA is the ticket. We know that. But when the scene isn't processed correctly, when items are either not collected or collected and stored improperly or whatever, and we lose that DNA, there's nothing. There's nothing else. And I don't know if there was anything in her case. But I do know that the case was not handled properly. And I think that it took a very lackadaisical approach. And because of that, I think there's the possibility that the potential to solve it is lost. And who knows? Maybe it's not. But it is the sad reality that. And then after her on Rocky Mountain Reckoning, we covered the Devil's Gate Jane Doe. And that is the name for an unidentified teenage girl whose partial remains were found in a shallow ditch near the Devil's Gate area of rural Elko County, Nevada, on October 2nd, 1972. She had been murdered with her body buried nearby. More than 50 years later, she remains unidentified and her killer is unknown, though investigators and researchers have considered her one of the several linked Great Basin area Jane Does, possibly connected to the unidentified serial killers that have later been nicknamed collectively as the Great Basin Killer. We know, as I've said throughout the season, that it's not one killer, but A trucker hunter discovered the remains roughly 100 yards from Devil's Gate, north of Deeth, and not far from US 93 and the I-80 corridors in one of Elko County's more isolated desert canyons. The victim's body had been placed in a shallow ditch, partially covered with dirt and vegetation, and her head was found nearby, indicating possibly a deliberate decapitation and concealment. Only partial clothing was present, a piece of blue sweater, a single nylon stocking, and a pair of women's FISA, I think it's FISA, F-I-S-A, high-heeled clog-type shoes, about a 4-inch heel, suggesting that she had been at least partially dressed when attacked or transported. And I'm spending a little bit more time on these unidentifieds, just simply because they're unidentified. So Devil's Gate Jane Doe is described as white, possibly Hispanic, or mixed ancestry, estimated to be between 15 and 18 years old, around 5'4" to 5'5", and slender with long, curly, strawberry blonde hair. She had a narrow, somewhat protruding nose and pronounced upper teeth that projected forward. Brown staining on the teeth suggested that she may have grown up in an area with naturally high fluoride content in the water, and her estimated time of death was roughly 4 to 12 weeks before the discovery in early October, placing the homicide in mid to late summer. The exact cause of death could not be determined from the remains, but the decapitation and circumstances were clearly homicidal. So, we've talked about Star Valley Jane Doe. Devil's Gate was found the same year, just a few months later. We talked about that in those episodes. It's nuts. These Jane Does are nuts. And the one that, we haven't covered it yet. We won't be talking about the case tonight because we haven't covered it. But it's Fox Park Jane Doe. It's pissing me off because, for those of you that don't know, an unidentified Jane Doe was located in Fox Park, Wyoming, which, is actually a place. I didn't know about it, but it's a tiny little place in Albany County, and it's like a ghost town or some shit. I don't know. I'd never heard of it before, but she was found there. I can't remember the date off the top of my head, but her profile has been removed from NamUs. And NamUs does not remove profiles unless they're identified. It just doesn't happen. But we do know DNA was, not too long ago, DNA was sent by the Albany County Sheriff for processing, and then her NamUs profile was removed. And there's been no update. I've heard nothing about this.
No.
I think she had to have been identified.
Can't do that to John.
But yeah, I don't know.
There is another question.
So there is? Okay, what's that?
If you could raise enough money of all the missing or dead that you have covered, who would you help and why?
Missing or dead. I think that I would have to choose, as crazy as this might sound, and it's surprising for me to answer this way, because my initial reaction is like Danielle Bennett, because I knew her, or Crystal Reisinger, because the case plagues me.
Is your white whale, yeah.
But I got to really consider, where would money be the most beneficial in solving the case? And I think it would be one of these Jane Does. And I don't know that I could pick one, but I think that the potential for identifying a Jane Doe through genetic genealogy is extraordinarily high. And I think that if I had a checkbook where I could say, make it happen, I would want to put that towards something that had where money could really change it, I can't, like Danielle's case, it's current enough. It's an ongoing investigation. It's very, very difficult to get any information on the case, really. And so I don't know that throwing money at it would help. Crystal's case has been pretty extensively covered. We think we know who did it, but we haven't found her body. And there's been extensive searches, cadaver dogs. I mean, the news outfit out of Denver, they went out and joined a search. So I don't know that money would help that, but with these unidentified victims with genetic genealogy, there's the potential. And so I would have to say one, or if it's like a endless checkbook,
Yeah.
all of them.
I was gonna say throw a dart at any of the Jane Does,
Yeah.
but to me, the one that's just a number bugs me the most.
Oh yeah, that's a tough one.
Like, they didn't even call her Jane Doe.
No, I can I'll pull that up right quick, but yeah, I mean, she doesn't even have a Jane Doe, like you said. She has,
Just a number, and that just
you
bugs
know,
me.
it is
So,
hold for processing.
gun to my head, I would choose that one, I think.
Yeah, and we haven't covered that one yet, and so but we will. It is unidentified person 7519. And that is the name that she is known by. She, like you said, she doesn't even have a Jane Doe. And, you know, I mean, the heartbreaking reality of this is I'm digging into a tiny, tiny subset of subsets in this world. We're talking about a very unique collection of victims that fit a particular pattern of the Great Basin serial killers in a very sparsely populated area of the United States. And we're talking about all these Jane Does. If you extend that just in this country alone, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's unfathomable. So, yeah, I don't know, it's crazy. Another question?
There it is.
All right, hit me.
Should it be legal to use 23andMe or websites like that to find people, or is that crossing a line of just wanting to know your own history?
Great question. I believe that the way that it is now is the way that it should be. And that is that I did this. I submitted my DNA to Ancestry.com, and when you do that, you're asked, can we use your DNA for it? It's not worded like this, but essentially it's like, can we use your DNA for genetic genealogy? And I said, hell yeah. Because if there's anybody linked to me, I don't know about them, but if there is, I want that found. And if there's a freaking killer out there in my family, I really want him found. So I'm all on board with that. I believe I'm a conservative patriot. I believe in your freedoms and your privacy, and I think that that is something you should have to consent to. I do not believe that the government has the right to just go in and raid these these DNA databases, but I do think that as responsible citizens, it's a personal decision. For myself, it was an easy one. Yes, I signed up, so my DNA is out there. So if anything ever was linked to my lineage, you know, they could find it.
So I have a follow-up.
Yes.
My own follow-up. Do you think they are raiding?
I don't trust the government with anything at all. So,
So yes, you believe they're out there raiding these guys?
of course they're out there raiding it. The same as they have gun registry lists, and I mean, yeah, the same way they have everything that they say they don't have, they have it.
Right.
But I think they're limited on their ability to use it
Because they'd have to.
because they have to explain it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of that shit that happens. I mean, I watched Seven. I know about how the guy comes to the thing and is like, I can't tell you who checks out library books. You don't know me, but here's who checks out library books. Yeah,
What's in the box?
yeah, that shit happens. I'm 100% convinced of it. So, yeah,
Okay.
but
Oh wow, no, nope. Hold on. absolutely, you're a good guy, but isn't it scary that they could misidentify you?
Yeah. I have maybe it's naive, but I have a lot of faith in DNA over opinion. I seriously worry about being misidentified or wrongfully convicted of a crime. I've said it on the show. If anybody ever did like a data drop of my computer and cell phone, they'd be like, this guy, he's like the world's most prolific serial killer because this is all this freaking guy ever talks about her. But, I at least haven't come across that in any of my research where DNA was used to wrongfully convict somebody. Quite to the contrary. I think that, I'm a firm believer in DNA, and I think that as the technology grows, it just becomes more and more certain that when your DNA matches and they come back and it's like a 1 in 60 quadrillion,
All those alleles,
I have a lot of faith in that. So I don't really worry too much about that part of it. But I think as citizens, we all should be concerned about being in a circumstance where law enforcement zeroes in on you and says, you're the one. And it happens in case after case after case. And without forensic evidence, there's a lot of wrongfully convicted people that were convicted on circumstantial evidence, and there isn't DNA available to get them out.
I have to say, I have an irrational fear. I shed constantly. I have a rational fear that my hair is going to end up somewhere it shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this is why I don't travel, but it lends to the reasons why I don't travel that much. Just safer in my own little place.
Well, that's a thing. I will say that investigating this and being, and then not just with the podcast, just being a true crime aficionado, buff, whatever, nerd, whatever you want to say, it does make you hyper aware of like interactions with law enforcement. And
I've been in situations where I've watched way too much TV.
Yeah. It's crazy, but yeah, your mind does go there, and there are people right now all over this country in prison for crimes they did not commit. And that's a tough pill to swallow. It really is.
Yeah, I will say that my office, if I say something snarky, they will quickly point out that I am on a true crime podcast and should probably see a different side of the coin, but no.
Not so much?
If all appeals... Is that another typo? If all appeals are extorted and DNA could set you free, should we allow it?
100%.
Exhausted, I'm thinking?
Exhausted. 100%. I get so frustrated with the appeals process on both sides. I think it seems like we go through endless freaking hearings on cases where there's nothing new. It's the same bullshit of ineffectiveness of counsel, the same seeking some technicality in order to get, and we allow this shit, and we hear it in court, and we drag the families on and on for years going through this nonsense where it's just bullshit. And then on the other side of the coin, we have cases where I was saying, they got a freaking hoodie found in the victim's car with somebody else's DNA, and that's not good enough for a new hearing.
Not good enough.
I think that I think in every state there should be a standing rule that just says, basically, if DNA evidence has been found and not tested, it is a requirement that we test it and make sure. I I am so dead set against innocent people being incarcerated or put to death that
Terrifying.
I mean, and DNA, I have enough faith in DNA to say, yes, I think that it definitely should.
Nothing new. Move on.
Okay, so the next case that we're going to talk about, it's a new one. It's a crazy one. I don't have, I really don't, I don't know where to come down on this. So it is the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case.
John O'Keefe sounds familiar for some reason.
All right, so the case starts like 1,000 suburban nights start. A winter storm, a night of drinking with friends, a couple arguing like couples do, and then becomes something else entirely. A Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, is found face up in the snow outside another officer's home in Canton, Massachusetts. From that moment on, you don't just get a whodunit. You get a war of narratives. Drunk girlfriend backed into him and left him there versus something happened at the house and the investigation locked onto the outside. And those narratives have split the public throughout all of this long before it ever got to a jury. So John O'Keefe was a longtime Boston police officer. He was raising his niece and nephew after a family tragedy. Karen Reed was his girlfriend, mid-40s, professional. She was dating O'Keefe for about 2 years by early 2022. And this all matters because this case isn't just about evidence. It's about relationships and proximity and who's inside the circle when a cop dies on another cop's lawn. And so the night out was January 28th into the 29th of 2022. It was a group night out at a bar in Canton. Prosecution emphasizes that Karen drank heavily and was intoxicated. After midnight, a smaller group heads to an after-hours gathering at 34 Fairview Road, which was the home of Brian Albert, who was also a Boston officer. Karen drives John there, and this is where the night turns into a question mark. Karen says that she drops him off. The house says that he never comes in, and at 6 a.m., he's in the yard. So Karen's account, she sees him walk towards the house and leaves after waiting briefly. The house party problem, there's no clear, universally accepted proof that John entered the home, and no witness testimony that cleanly places him inside. So you get the first big fork. Fork number one. If John never went inside, then how does he end up where he ends up? And fork number two, if he did go inside, then who saw him, what happened, and why isn't the story cleaner? Either way, the gaps become gasoline. So the morning of the discovery, it's early morning, it's a crazy Massachusetts snowstorm, snowing like crazy. Karen realizes that John didn't come home, and she calls friends, including Jennifer McCabe and Carrie Roberts. They search. They eventually return to 34 Fairview. Karen spots John outside near a flagpole, unresponsive in the snow. 911 is called around 6 a.m. Witnesses say that Karen is hysterical, shocked, frantic, unraveling, and this is where the Commonwealth later leans hard on one phrase. Karen allegedly says variations of, "Did I hit him?" or "I hit him." Those statements become a cornerstone. The defense response is it's shock talk, panic talk. It's not a confession, especially when you're trying to figure out the unthinkable. So the Commonwealth's theory in one sentence is Karen Reed, intoxicated and angry, backs her SUV into John O'Keefe outside 34 Fairview, fatally injures him, and leaves him in the snow. The visual evidence that they lean on, tail light damage, debris, plastic fragments, her statements at the scene, relationship conflict, angry voicemails. This is the, quote, simple story. And it's simple enough that it shaped the investigation very early. The defense narrative, in one sentence, is John O'Keefe was not struck by a vehicle. Something happened involving people at or associated with that house, and the investigation narrowed onto Karen quickly. Then evidence interpretation and sloppy scene handling did the rest. The defense emphasis tends to cluster around the disputed forensic and injury interpretation, questionable or criticized evidence handling, missing or limited video preservation around key locations, witness timing inconsistencies, conflict of interest optics because the death scene is another officer's home. This is the messy story, and messy stories are where juries start squinting. So, the Google search controversy, and that is a search appears on a phone tied to the group, and it is "How long to die in cold," often quoted with misspellings. So the critical issue is when it happened. Prosecution says it occurred after John is found, during the panic in the EMS response. Seems like a weird time to search that, but whatever. The defense view says forensic analysis places it hours earlier, around 2:27 a.m., implying knowledge of a body outside before the official discovery. So this isn't a minor dispute, it's the dispute. But even if it's early, it implies foreknowledge. And if it's later, it's consistent with a frantic what's happening moment. So the case has a single clock pattern that changes everything. Move that search a few hours earlier, and you're talking about a cover-up. Moving later, and it's maybe panic. It's still weird, but another reason that the case detonates culturally is John is found outside the home of a law enforcement connected family, and the investigation involves law enforcement networks. So regardless of whether anyone did anything criminal inside the house, the optics are unavoidable. A cop dies on a cop's lawn. The prime suspect is the outsider girlfriend. The investigation's integrity becomes part of the case. And that's why this turned into a movement, not just a prosecution. So, the trials and where it all landed. First trial ended in a mistrial, hung jury. Retrial results in acquittals on pretty much everything, but she's convicted of an OUI, which is a DUI in other states. It's operating under. So, and that was what she was convicted of, and she was sentenced to probation. So the jury ultimately rejected the "she killed him with her SUV" beyond or in the required reasonable doubt, but still believed that she was driving drunk that night, which I don't think was really in question. She was drunk, but that's how the case ended. It's over. She is exonerated. So if you are the lead investigator at 6:30 a.m., what is your first move? Lock down the house or lock onto the girlfriend?
Lock down the house.
100%. Yes. And then what's the single fact that you'd hear to be confident either way? Video of the drop-off, injury, biomechanics, or phone search certainty?
I'm a video or it didn't happen person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, they said there was a broken taillight, and but there is video of her backing into another car in the driveway at their house before all of this. So the defense was like, well, see, that's where the taillight got broke. You can see the wreck happen on the video. I don't know. That's a hard one. There was enough crap in this case for me to go, the cops are up to no good here. I mean, there were some text messages sent back and forth, like sexually about her between cops.
Oh, wonderful.
And I mean, it was. And then they said that this officer, which I believe was his brother, they said he was never near the car, and you can see it. It's parked in the sally port of the police station, and you can watch it. And the defense is like, it's a mirror image. And so when you turn it to the other side, he's like back there messing around by the taillight that they said And then the other part that really freaking blew me away is I've never seen no shit like this before in my life. I realized it was a snowstorm, but you know how they uncovered evidence? A leaf blower. They took a leaf blower out there and started blowing the snow off. Well, how much little evidence did you blow away?
A lot, yeah.
I mean, I'm not a crime scene investigator, but I'm pretty sure protocol would be like collect all the freaking snow, take it to some place, melt it, sift the water through a screen. I mean, that's what you do with like a forensic dig.
Yeah.
You take it out in like spoonfuls, sift it all, and see what's there. You don't take a leaf blower and just blow it away, or a bulldozer or a backhoe. So I don't know. It's a crazy story. It's a very recent one. It was a huge case. It blew up on social media. There's documentaries out there. I don't know where they're at, but it was a really big friggin' case.
Yeah, it sounded familiar to me because it ended up in the rotation of body cam videos I was watching.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, I had to go back in my history. I was like, yeah, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Like I said, you know how I am on like the recent cases. I don't really follow them all that much because I know that we're not going to cover them.
Still too new,
Yeah, and so on a lot of these recent cases, I'm not that interested. I'm more interested in, cases that we're actually going to cover. And so, but I did find it interesting enough, obviously, to talk about it tonight. So, all right. So with that, let's do another dipshit. Hotwired nothing. Man tries to steal a Tesla by finding its engine. So, a would-be thief tried to hotwire a Tesla only to discover, too late, it has no engine and no ignition. Hoping to boost a sleek Model 3, this California criminal opened up every panel looking for an engine to hotwire. Spoiler, there isn't one. His mission failed and he was arrested after fleeing into a parked police cruiser.
Good job.
And then we have do-it-yourself kidnapping. Woman texts her boss fake ransom note. A Georgia woman faked her own kidnapping via text to avoid going to work. Police traced the, quote, ransom message to her own phone. Wanting a day off, she staged a fake abduction complete with a text message to her boss claiming she'd been kidnapped. Cops launched a full investigation only to find her hiding in a friend's basement, safe and unemployed. And that was another one with just two.
We need that noise now.
So, yeah, I mean, those are fun. Have you been keeping track? Have we had one that you want to vote on yet?
No, because I'm still stuck on the people who drew their own.
I don't think we're gonna get through all these. We only got an hour, and we still got a lot. So I'll keep going unless there's anything the listeners want me to specifically talk about.
Yep, court of public opinion. Should all cases be available to watch, not just high-profile ones?
100%. I am a big proponent of televised court proceedings. I think court TV was a freaking really awesome invention. I think that I'm completely against, as a matter of rule, court proceedings are public record, and you can typically go to the courthouse and sit in on a court proceeding, right? So, but I think that they should be televised. I think that they should have a live feed from every courtroom in the country to a public broadcast station. Okay, I mean, I don't think that the counties or the states have to go through a big expense to broadcast it nationally. I think they need to make it available through, I mean, enough of our freaking tax money goes to fund PBS.
Exactly.
That I think that a portion of that money could be dedicated to live feeds of courtrooms and
honestly, those PBS telethons might get more money If that's what it was going to.
Yeah, if they showed...
The people want to know.
You don't get me started on PBS. I'll probably piss a bunch of people off because, yeah. But, I mean, yeah, I think that they should be. I think that they should be broadcast. I think that the entire justice proceedings was designed to be public. And, well, I don't think it was. It was supposed to be very public and out in the open. And I think there's a lot of times where there's closed door in chambers shit that happens that should be public. And is there a place for those kind of conversations? Yes, but I think that it's overused, just like everything else. But yeah, I mean, I think it's very valuable to have, I mean, again, I'm going to come back to it. And again, it's for a couple reasons. One, it's fresh in my mind. But two, I think it's very poignant to this conversation. And that is the West Memphis 3 case, which was one of the very first where cameras were allowed into the courtroom. Yeah. And it changed the fate of 3 boys that I think were wrongfully convicted. Because Paradise Lost is not made. Those 3, well, I don't know enough about how they execute the death sentence in Arkansas to say whether he would be dead by now or not. But he would definitely be on death row, and the other 2 would be rotting away in prison without any doubt in my mind. Because without Paradise Lost, you do not have all of the tons of celebrities that get involved, all the money thrown at that case. And so, yeah. And they better not be doing any shit in them courtrooms that they can't broadcast on TV. Because if they are, it shouldn't be happening. Yeah. So, yes. Any other questions?
Not yet.
Okay. So our next case that we covered was Thousand Springs Jane Doe. Thousand Springs Jane Doe is the name given to an unidentified young woman whose burned remains were found on July 16th, 1974 in a dry wash off U.S. Highway 93 in rural Elko County, Nevada, about 11 miles north of Thousand Springs and near the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch. She had been strangled and then set on fire. Nearly 5 years later, Nearly 50 years later, her identity and killer remain unknown, and investigators view her as one of the 3 closely linked, and this is the 3rd now of those 3. So we have Star Valley Jane Doe, Devil's Gate Jane Doe, and now Thousand Springs Jane Doe that are potentially tied to the so-called Great Basin Killer. I will say, I believe unequivocally that these 3 had the same killer. I think I know who it was, but I think even if it wasn't Delwayne Eaton, I think these 3 had the same killer. It's too nuts to, I mean, we're not talking about downtown New York City. We're talking about BFE freaking Elko, Nevada in the 70s. I mean, there's not a lot in Elko, Nevada now, but in the early 70s, it was nothing. So... a tourist couple driving through the area discovered charred human remains in a dry wash roughly 200 feet off Highway 93 in sparsely populated ranch land north of Wells. Investigators determined the victim had been dumped in the wash, strangled, and then soaked with fuel and burned so extensively that the body was not recognizable, charred, burned, with clothing and personal effects largely destroyed. Early reports suggested the body might have been moved there after death, with the location near historic California trail routes and modern highway access, consistent with a killer familiar with regional backroads and washes. Thousand Springs Jane Doe is described as a white female, estimated 16 to 25 years old, about 5'8" and 120 pounds, with red or auburn hair. Due to the burning, eye color could not be determined, and clothing, footwear, and jewelry, if present, were too damaged to identify. No accessories were recovered as usable identifiers. Autopsy notes and later summaries mention the absence of adrenal glands and severe burning with cause of death listed as undetermined but believed to be homicidal, with strangulation as the likely mechanism prior to her burning. And so you have all three of these are young, light-haired women. Almost all of them are described as like blonde or auburn, like reddish blonde hair, found in remote desert locations of Elko County, Nevada. They show clear homicidal indicators and some degree of body staging, concealment, desecration, whatever. They were discovered along or near major travel corridors, namely I-80, US 93. And so I think that I think they're related. I just really do. The Nevada DPS Rural County Female Unidentified Dead and Unsolved Homicide Bulletin, and
Wow.
NamUs case is UP 8359, still lists Thousand Springs Jane Doe as an open unidentified homicide victim with dental records available but DNA not currently available, reflecting probably evidence preservation issues, testing limits from the 70s, and I almost want to say, don't quote me on this, but she might have been cremated, so the chance of getting DNA at this period, it's just not going to happen if she was actually cremated. And like with some of these, it would require exhumation to get DNA, which the next case that we covered was Tammy Terrell, and that actually happened in her case. She was exhumed and identified through genetic genealogy. So, it's possible, highly likely. Question?
Yep.
Okay, hit me.
Should those on death row be allowed to expedite their own sentence?
100%. Yes. I think it is absolutely absurd when we have somebody sitting on death row that's like, just get it over with. And I can understand the argument of like, well, if they want to die, then we shouldn't let them die because it's more punishment. And I mean, there is a point where we have to delineate ourselves from these people and
Just get it over with.
there becomes a point where I think that the death penalty is, excuse me, the ultimate punishment. And
Did you get too excited?
apparently. And so, if somebody's like, I'm tired of the appeals, I'm tired of this nonsense, do it already, do it.
Yeah. Yep, just do it. That was it for now.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate the questions. I'm loving them. So
I'm kind of digging it too.
keep asking away. It's fun. It's really
I feel
cool.
like I'm interviewing John and I like it.
Okay, so next case, Tammy Corinne Terrell. This one really was a touching story for me to cover. I don't know if you remember it or not, but you will as we dig into it. So, 17-year-old from Roswell, New Mexico, whose nude posed body was found just off of what is now I-215, the I-215 Beltway near Arroyo Grande Wash in Henderson, Nevada, on October 5th, 1980. She had been beaten, sexually assaulted, and stabbed multiple times, and for 41 years she was known only as Arroyo Grande Jane Doe. In 2021, she was identified through forensic genealogy, but her murder remains unsolved, and the Henderson Police Department continues to treat it as an active homicide investigation. So, the two brothers got out to pee and discovered her body. They called her in. She was nude and posed basically with evidence that she'd been washed after death. She was found with a yellow shower curtain nearby her. Possibly was used for the transport, for the cleanup, something. The autopsy documented extensive blunt force trauma, multiple head wounds, likely from a roofing or a framing hammer, facial injuries, a knocked out lower tooth, and at least 7 puncture-type stab wounds to the upper left back made by a 2-pronged instrument with prongs about 3 inches long, which was deemed to be the fatal injuries. So this one, if you remember, the investigator on the scene adopted this girl.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
That's why this one was
it was so freaking touching. I mean, I had a hard time getting through that whole thing.
I think we choked up on this one.
Oh yeah, I definitely choked up on this one. It was a tough one for me because it was so touching, and I mean, as you listeners know, I have no problem calling out absolute asshat cops, no problem at all. But when there's somebody that does what this guy did, I have no problem giving this man all the kudos in the world, and man, does he deserve it. I mean, him and his wife adopted her.
Yeah.
They adopted her. They took the artist rendering of her and hung her on the wall with their other kids and visited her grave every year. And I mean, and the police department in general collected the funds to bury her. And because of that, we had a body that we could exhume and test and then find her family. I mean, it was, as much as we talk about shitbag cops, this one was like stellar, like somebody that's in the job because they care, they're in it for the right reason, and it paid off. I mean, it paid off. So this one was, it was quite the case, and it's unsolved, and yet it has a bit of finality that the others don't, and it is, we know who she is now. She's not a Royal Grande Jane Doe. She's Tammy Terrell.
Not as much unrest.
Right, yeah. And now, you know, I mean, her, if you remember, she was kind of a troubled kid, and she was in that group home, and but now her sister knows what the hell happened to her.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the family at least has a grave that they can go visit, that they can pay their respects to, that they're not in this. And I can't imagine, because I've never been in this situation, but that a family that has lost somebody goes through a tremendous amount of grief for losing that person. But, and when I say lost, I mean when somebody passes away, murdered, whatever. But when you don't know, there is, I don't care what, I do not care how convinced you are that they're dead. There's always got to be a part of your brain that's just like, what if? What if they're still out there? Even if it's just moments, even if it's like, you know, 23 and a half hours a day, you're like, I know they're dead, I know they're gone. But then like,
Standing faces in a crowd.
yeah, then you're like,
Could it
God,
be? Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, you talk about torture. I cannot imagine. That has to be, I think, you know, a parent losing a child is like right up there, but a parent without, like, literally losing a child, they're kidnapped, they never see them again, they have no idea what happened. That is a torture beyond, almost beyond anything a human can handle. Like, I cannot imagine there's anything worse to go through than that.
Citizens arrest, yay or nay?
In the right circumstances, yes. I believe that, I think that there is, I mean, there is legal justification for citizens arrests. But, and I do believe in them, but I don't believe in vigilante justice.
Yeah.
So
you're not a Dexter.
not a Dexter, but you know, I, as well known, I'm a concealed carry holder, and I carry, and if I am witness to a crime, then, you know, nobody knows how they're going to react in a situation, but, you know, I have been trained, and I feel confident that I would react in a way to use my firearm, hopefully not to take a life, but to stop a crime, and I would most certainly keep them for the boys in blue to come and pick their asses up.
Right.
And so, yeah, I definitely think that there are situations where citizens arrest is justified. And then there's the other side of me that is like,
Yeah.
there's a dad in Texas not too long ago, it was this last year, who beat his daughter's rapist to death, and he faced no charges, and I'm okay with that too. Like, as a father of daughters, if anybody ever hurt my daughters like that, they better run their ass to jail, because if I get to them before the cops do, they're gone. And whether that's right or not,
Nobody
because
heard that.
that's most oh, you can hear it, because I will say it. I will say it to everybody. But yeah, that is vigilante justice. But you know, I mean, that the guy in Texas, he was.
Does that fall under? I know you know what I'm thinking.
I don't
Crimes
know.
of passion.
I mean, well, kind of, but not really. Like a crime of passion, at least the one in Texas, a crime of passion can still be prosecuted. I mean, it just
I
means
know.
like he wasn't prosecuted. It was considered justifiable. It was treated more like self-defense, and he was not prosecuted. And I was like, yeah. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, he like caught him in the act, so it wasn't like he went hunted him down.
Right.
He like walked in and just like beat the guy to death. And I was like, yeah, go dad. Like
Dad.
I'm okay with that, 100%. Of course, it's very clear how I feel about pedophiles. So, I mean, there is an asterisk in my book for pedophiles, and I've said this before, but I think I'm justified in having an asterisk, and that is, you cannot treat these freaking bastards. You cannot rehabilitate them. You cannot fix them. There's nothing you can do. They're broken. They're broken. I don't know why they're broken. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah.
They're
You'll
broken.
Never understand why.
And it's not something that is, we register them so that we can find them, because we know they're going to do it again. Now, you talk about something in society that makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
You have to be on a list because we know you're going to break the law, and we need to find you when you do. That's absurd. And in order to get on that,
You out.
in order to get on that list, you have to have committed the crime. So just keep their asses in jail.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's a soapbox for me for sure.
Definitely. Yeah.
I have a hard time with that one. So, any other questions?
Not yet.
It scared them all away.
Maybe. No, there's probably more out there still.
All right, so next one is Brianna Maitland, a 17-year-old from Montgomery, Vermont, vanished late on March 19th, 2004 after leaving her shift at the Black Lantern Inn. The next day, her green Oldsmobile was found backed into the side of an abandoned farmhouse, the old Dutchburn House on Route 118, with no sign of her. As of 2025, she remains missing and presumed a victim of foul play, with Vermont State Police and the FBI actively investigating. A key DNA profile was developed, and a $40,000 reward now offered for information. We have the new car sighting, which I haven't heard anything about since we covered the case. But I'm really hoping that we see some traction in this case before too long. But this was another one that, you know, we covered extensively. It was a deep dive, 7 episodes, I think.
And do not forget the frozen lime wedge.
The frozen,
Do not
the
forget.
frozen lime wedge. Yes, that's such a huge one.
Do not forget the frozen lime wedge. That haunts us all, because why?
Yeah, that's such a. But like I said during the thing, I think that it's overblown. I don't think it amounts to as much as is made of it. So, we have a question?
No, I thought there was, but it.
Okay. So I did promise Shandy that I would cover this, and so I have to.
You promised Shandy you would cover this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so she said we need to cover our statistics.
Oh, okay.
So, just for the listeners to know, this is off of, this is the Dark Dialogue Network statistics. So, we have had over almost 8,000 unique listeners over the course of the podcast, which is pretty freaking exciting.
Yeah.
It looks like the vast majority of you listen on Apple Podcasts, with Spotify running close second. I would say a close second. And then it kind of filters down from there. iHeartRadio, Google Chrome, Podbeam. And so we're everywhere. Literally freaking everywhere. And none of YouTube is included in that. YouTube does not count into our statistics. But the fun one is, and I did want to definitely do this tonight because it's just cool and it's fun. So our listeners come from, obviously, the United States. 86.5% come from the United States. Second, currently, is Canada. United Kingdom is running a close third. Ireland, Australia, and then those are all the ones with over 100 downloads. And then we go to Israel, which is next, but 81 in Israel, which is, that's a lot.
I'm going to be a little biased, but I love that Australia and Ireland are on there.
Oh, I do too. Singapore, India, Malaysia, Bermuda, Germany, Brazil, Norway, New Zealand, Mexico, France, Bangladesh, Argentina, South Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Kenya, Sweden, Denmark, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Italy, Spain, South Africa, Angola, the Czech Republic, Russia, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Japan, Iceland, Netherlands, and Neverland too. I bet Peter Pan. I'm pretty sure Peter Pan listens. Poland, Georgia.
Those Lost Boys.
Right. Chile, not the vampires. Colombia, Finland, Greece, Morocco, Pakistan, Romania, Slovakia, Turkey, Ukraine, Venezuela, Egypt, Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, was that the one that Tom Hanks was from?
Kazakhstan? I don't know.
In the movie where he's stuck in the terminal?
Oh! I don't remember, but it sounds familiar.
Something like that. Bulgaria, Switzerland, Algeria, Ghana, Honduras, Croatia, Iran, Jamaica, Jordan, Thailand, the Virgin Islands, Bolivia, Taiwan, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. So,
Nice.
so yeah, I mean, that's amazing. It just blows my mind. It's really freaking cool. I appreciate it so much. So yeah, I mean that's pretty much our statistics. You know, I mean, you're able to like weed it down to the most intricate details, but that's really kind of the important stuff to talk about. It's just, I don't know, it's fun, it's exciting,
Very
it's,
fun.
you know, it's just cool. So, okay.
So there is one, and this one pisses me off.
Oh boy, okay.
The dark web exists, and there's nothing we can do about it. But things like Snapchat, should they be able to withhold evidence regardless of each state's law?
Okay, I believe that like valid court orders and stuff like that should be required to commandeer any sort of evidence. Under those, it's insane to me that anybody can disregard a valid search warrant or a valid court order, because it's not necessarily always search warrants. Like through civil suits and stuff like that, you can get information.
Yep.
You can subpoena information legally, and I don't think that they should have the option to not do it,
Yeah.
flat out. And on the other side of that, I have to say as well that I have a big problem with, and I think it's gotten better, but there's still cases where you hear where like cell phone providers, and I think with them it's gotten a lot better because of the bad publicity, but with like, and this is how old I am, but chat rooms, I mean, I know that's not what they're called, but that kind of chat kind of crap, internet kind of crap, where they drag it out and you're looking for like a missing person or something like that, and they won't give you the information to help find them, and that pisses me off. I don't know. I think there should be like a sign-up thing where when you register, you say, if I go missing, you can release my shit to people. Like, I don't know, but...
So, the reason, I know the reason this one was asked, the way it was asked. So, the incident, we're going to call it,
Okay.
took place in a specific state. Snapchat refused to release via subpoena, via warrant, whatever. I mean, there was all sorts of things. And they cited California privacy law for it. This incident did not take place in California, so I think that's why it was asked the way it was asked. Should the law at that place be able to govern the law in the state that the incident or alleged crime actually took place?
Okay, so and that does change at least how I heard the question a little bit. So I think that we're in a phase where the law is going to have to catch up with technology.
Yes.
Right now, we're working on laws that were created around dial-up landline phones, not on internet chat rooms and crap that. And so I think that if any state subpoenas information, that trumps, just because your home base is California, doesn't mean that you don't have to follow the laws of the state. And you're seeing this with like the I don't know, Wyoming did like a, I don't know, some. There was something on Cowboy State Daily about like a porn law or something that Wyoming passed that, I don't know, you can't get porn in Wyoming anymore or something like that. And so...
You have to be a certain age to get it anywhere, I thought.
I don't know, something happened in Wyoming that made porn, like you can't get it in Wyoming or something. I don't know. But my point is, if a state can pass a law like that governs all internet providers, which I think they should, then it only stands to reason that a state can also subpoena records from, anybody from wherever you're at.
Because, legit, they're not going to go through writing a subpoena, writing a warrant, getting a judge to sign it, if it's not necessary.
Well, I mean, it's when you receive a subpoena, I don't think it's on you to make the determination whether it's necessary. I mean, yeah, I guess if you hand it over to your lawyer and they could fight it out and they could get it dropped, that's one thing. But if not, then I think you're screwed, and I think you should be screwed. Like, I don't know. I mean, so what did you find over there?
Wyoming's new porn law, House Bill 43, or HB 43, effective July 1st, 2025, requires websites hosting material, quote, harmful to minors, end quote, primarily adult content, to implement reasonable age verification, like ID upload or a selfie. For Wyoming users, blocking access for those who can't verify they're 18, while designed to shield kids, the law has led sites like Pornhub to block Wyoming IP addresses entirely, and critics worry about privacy and broad censorship of innocuous content. It Also allows residents to file lawsuits against non-compliant sites, acting as a private enforcement mechanism.
And
You can take a selfie if you look over 18.
yeah, I mean, I don't know how it works, but I like it. Like, I'm okay with that. I think I definitely believe that porn should be kept out of the hands of
I
children.
don't know that I love that you can do it with a selfie.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know that I love that because I mean, I still think they're gonna find ways around it. Hackers are going to hack.
Of course they are. Yeah, and I don't think that there's any way that you can eliminate that, but I think that it'll help.
I mean, it's slowing it. It's got to be slowing it down.
Well, I would think so.
Definitely got to be slowing it down. But
So, but, you know,
hackers be hacking. There's no way around.
well, for sure. And I don't think that Wyoming passed that law because they said, you know, nobody's ever going to get around this. But I think that they probably said, like, you know, I don't know, like the selfie thing. I don't know. You know, if it's like you must look 47 or whatever the stupid sign is at the gas stations before you can buy chew or whatever. I don't know, but I think that if you're a kid and you're like, I gotta take a selfie, and then what happens with it? Like, do my parents see? I think that it's a deterrent.
The thing is, do they have the capability to read the details of the selfie? Like, when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Because you could steal a selfie from someone who looks old enough.
Well, I don't know about that because, like, there are sites that I've had to verify my ID for. One of them is actually one of the research sites that I use, and you don't upload a selfie. Like, it scans your face using your computer, and then it tells you, like, turn your head to the left, turn your head to the right, stand on your hands, and you gotta, like, do all the little things that it tells you to do. So it's like,
so they know it's in the moment.
Right? Yeah. Yep. So I don't know if it's like that.
Or an ID.
But anyway, my whole point to that was, if a state can pass that law that dictates, you know, all the different porn sites from all over the world,
has to block your IP address.
then I think that it should go the other way. That if a site gets a subpoena from you, and I 100% think that a legal subpoena should carry. Now, when you get into foreign countries, I think morally it should be the same, but I also know in reality they're going to be like, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
You know, but, you know, like California, yeah, and I'm not so sure that if the state of Montana would have wanted to pursue it, that they could have charged them and had California arrest them and extradite them.
I was thinking.
For defying a subpoena. I don't know.
How do you tell a judge no? Just no.
But, you know, we did run into a similar complication in the Tall Hot Blonde case, because the fat toad lived in a different state, and I think West Virginia. And it was against the law in New York where the crime happened, but it wasn't against the law in West Virginia. And so trying to have her arrested for a law that wasn't a law in West Virginia and have her it was a whole complicated mess. And so, but I don't know. I do firmly believe that our laws are going to have to catch up with technology in a lot of areas. And DNA is one of those. Like, one of the questions that we had earlier is, you know, about if DNA exists, should it? Yeah, I think that states are gonna have to get on board with that shit now.
Yeah.
And it's getting to the place where DNA testing isn't, you know, $100,000 and takes 2 years to complete. Yeah. I mean, I think I submitted my DNA, and I know that it's probably a more complicated thing, but I did my DNA test. I think it was $39.99 to submit it to Ancestry.
I think under certain circumstances, they shouldn't be charging for DNA testing. To be honest, and that might be an unpopular opinion, but under certain circumstances, they should just run the freaking DNA.
Well,
That's how I feel about it.
I mean, in reality, it costs. Whatever you do
I know.
costs.
But
where?
tax write-offs, all that crap.
But well, the one place where I'll disagree with you on that is the vast majority of, I guess I shouldn't say the vast majority, but a large portion of DNA processing is done by private labs. It is not done by state labs. A lot of states don't have the money to fund a DNA lab because, I mean, like Wyoming, for instance, like there's not enough cases to necessitate like full-time salaries and stuff. And so the West Memphis 3 case was just submitted to a private lab. I don't think that those private labs should have to work for free.
No, and that's
But
where I was going.
where I would definitely agree with you is Doge the shit, because there is so much government waste that goes on. We could find enough money in every state's budget that is just being wasted
Yep.
that we could fund all the DNA testing from now until eternity, and we could pay them well to do the job.
And that's pretty much where I was coming from, is there has to be, like, the tax write-off, tax break, kickbacks, something that can be worked.
Well, I get frustrated, and this is a total local thing, but I get frustrated with the fact that in our county in Wyoming, we are spending millions of dollars to build a gigantic shooting range that is going to compete with local businesses. And I know this is a true crime podcast. It's not a political podcast. But my point is, I think that the question should be asked, where is that money needed most? Is that money needed most to build a shooting complex, or is that money? Could that money be used to do some DNA testing? And I just bring that up because it's local, and so I'm aware of it. But that kind of shit happens in every city, in every county, in every state in this country. And I mean, you know, the DNA is getting to the point where it's so much less expensive to run DNA that $1 million can run a lot of freaking DNA.
For a long time.
And $1 million is like $1. No, it's less than that. I mean, it's like a penny. They don't even have pennies. But back in the olden days, when they used to have pennies, it was like
I still have pennies.
it was like a penny to the government, and it's absurd to me that
To the olden days. Can you imagine the stories you tell your kids? We used to have pennies.
we used to have pennies back when I was a
We
kid.
walked uphill both ways.
Okay, so any other questions?
Not yet, except for we were given accolades
For
having the statistics you just gave. Great job, guys. That's amazing.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so next one is the Rollins Rodeo and the victims of Russell Royal freaking asshat Long. So, Royal Russell Long was a convicted kidnapper and suspected serial killer who lived and worked around Rollins, Wyoming in the mid-1970s. He is widely viewed as the prime suspect in the so-called Rollins Rodeo murders, 4 young females who vanished around rodeo events in 1974, and in several later Rocky Mountain, South Plains hitchhiker and fairground cases, including the murders of Belinda Mae Grantham and Vicki Lynn Perkins, though he was never tied to those homicides. The Rollins cluster and the Grantham-Perkins cases remain officially unsolved, but Long's pattern of carnival and trucking work, dual abductions, and known sadistic kidnappings makes him the leading focus in most modern analyses. So the Rollins Rodeo murders that we covered, they all happened in 1974. 4 girls and young women connected to the rodeo, the fairgrounds, or just the Rollins area, and it's a pretty damn small town. So the victims were Carlene Brown, who was 19, and Christy Gross, who was also 19. They were walking from the Little Britches Rodeo Fairgrounds, disappeared. One of them was found. The other has never been found. Then Jaylene Dawn Banker, who was 10, became separated from her friends at the Carbon County Fair Rodeo on August 23rd of 74. And her partially clothed remains were found in April of 75, and that was outside of Sinclair, if you remember. So Long worked as a carny and a truck driver and just an all-around piece of shit. And
Not that carnies and truck drivers are.
No, but he definitely was.
He was.
And so, he traveled across Wyoming, Colorado, Oklahoma, the Dakotas, the I-40 corridor. And so his confirmed and charged crimes include Charlotte Kinsey, 13, and Cinda Paulette, 13, from the Oklahoma State Fair in Oklahoma City. Long posed as a carnival hand offering work unloading stuffed animals. Both girls vanished and are presumed murdered. He was charged in 1985 after multiple witnesses placed him at the fair with a matching job pitch, but the case was dismissed before trial due to evidentiary issues. And then in 1984, the Sharon Bald Eagle case, she was 12, and her friend Sandy Broken Leg was 15. And from South Dakota, these were the two kids that were hitchhiking from South Dakota. And I still don't get it, but they were. He picked them up hitchhiking. He took them to his Evansville, Wyoming residence, sexually assaulted both of them, held them at gunpoint. The older girl escaped and later testified. Sharon has never been found and is presumed dead. Long died in prison in 1993, leaving many suspected victims unresolved. His MO often included contact near fairs, rodeos, or truck stops, presenting legitimate-sounding work offers, dual abductions of adolescent girls, transport across state lines in trucks or carnival vehicles. And then Belinda May Grantham, we covered her case. She disappeared from the fair in Casper. And Vicki Lynn Perkins was in Utah, in southern Wyoming or Utah, and she was believed to be picked up. And so, I don't know, Long is a total asshat. We talked about him pretty extensively, and I think there's all kinds of victims that are potentially linked to him. Yeah. But the sad fact is, on these cases where, especially once the suspect dies, it becomes exceedingly difficult, or when their brains turn to mush, like my favorite, Delwayne Eaton. Yeah. The idea of a confession completely goes out the window. And so, I don't know.
They tend to stop trying after that.
Well, or it's just, it gets to a place where there's just nothing left. I mean, if there's no DNA, there's nothing there, And so it just becomes exceeding difficult. All right, I think I'm going to jump ahead and do this case. This one's nuts. So Andrew Sadek, I think is his name, is one of those cases that feels like two tragedies stacked on top of each other. The first tragedy, a quiet, shy North Dakota farm kid disappears from his dorm in the middle of the night. Second tragedy, he's found 2 months later in the Red River with a gunshot wound to the head, wearing a backpack weighted with rocks. And then third, the one that turns this from missing person to system failure, his parents learn after he vanished that Andrew had been charged in a small marijuana case and was being used as a confidential informant. Do you know this case?
I do not.
So Andrew isn't presented as a high-risk lifestyle guy. I mean, he's a farm kid. He grew up near Rogers, North Dakota. He's a quiet, gentle, mechanically inclined kid. He is in a technical college. It's the North Dakota School of crap. It's NDSCS. I can't remember, but he's like aiming for electrical work. He has a small social circle. He's not a heavy partier. He's not a freaking drug abuser. His family history also matters because this is exponentially sad because his older brother died years earlier, leaving Andrew as their only surviving child. And so obviously it puts extra weight, extra tragedy on his parents. So surveillance shows Andrew leaving his dorm shortly after 2 a.m. wearing jeans and a Buccaneers hoodie. A Tampa Bay Buccaneers hoodie. He's carrying a backpack. After that, his phone goes dark. He misses class. He doesn't come back. His car is still on campus. Friends report him missing. Family rushes in to help search. On his face, it looks like he stepped out and he never came back. And then on June 27th, 2014, 2 months later, during a dive training exercise in the Red River near Breckenridge, across from Wahpeton, they find a body, and it's Andrew. So the key details that drive everything: he has a small caliber gunshot wound to the head. His backpack is weighted down with rocks. He's not wearing the hoodie that he was seen leaving. He's actually wearing a jacket that doesn't belong to him. His wallet is missing. The medical examiner rules the cause of death as a gunshot, but manner is undetermined. So it's not cleanly classified as a suicide, but everybody says it's a suicide. So Andrew's parents learn after all of this, and this is the part that will boil your freaking blood. He had sold a two very small amounts of marijuana to another student, a total of $80. The student was an informant. Andrew was then brought into the freaking police station, and he was told that he was going to get 40 years in prison.
Jeez.
And the only thing that he could possibly do to get away from doing 40 years in prison is he has to become a confidential informant. And so this kid is like, okay. And so then the cop tells him, well, I want you to get other drugs. I want it more than marijuana. So they send this kid out to basically proposition people to sell him drugs that he's never bought before. So it's not like this is a crack cocaine user that's
Right.
typically buying crack cocaine. This is like a stranger walking up to a crack dealer saying, can I have some crack? I mean,
Hey, guess what?
and so the cops swear it's a suicide. It's essentially a drop case. He is, I mean, you can watch the interviews. It is unconscionable how these cops handle this kid. It is unconscionable. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, the kid was probably facing probation. Mm-hmm. I mean, 40 years in prison. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Ain't
that's
happening.
insane.
No way. But he was put under intense stress, and that's why they say he committed suicide. And he had left alone in the early hours, and the family, they said, do you have a .22 caliber? And the mom was like, we live on a farm. Yeah, we got all kinds of guns. They're all over the friggin' place. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they go to look, and there is a .22 that was missing. And so, ipso facto, it is a suicide. But the gun was never recovered. He apparently shot himself standing in the middle of a bridge into the water.
And threw the gun.
Somewhere, but where? Because it was never found.
That's what I'm saying. And threw the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and then he also weighted his backpack down with rocks. Like, and
Changed
the-
his clothes.
into something that he didn't own.
Yes.
And then I don't know what he does with his wallet. Where the hell does he hide it at? Buried it? Because that's important.
Yeah.
You know, when you're about to commit suicide, it's really important that you
Get rid of your
bury your wallet. You know, and you don't leave any kind of a suicide note. You don't leave. I mean, I have a really hard time coming to a suicide conclusion on this one at all. But the fact that a law enforcement agency is able to take a 20-year-old college student who is a good kid, by all accounts, he's a good kid, and he sold a little bit of pot. Well, okay, in 1981, that was a really big deal. But when the states next door to you have it legal, it's a lot less of a big deal. And I'm not saying pot's good, pot's bad, whatever. That's up to everybody else to decide. The fact of the matter is, pot is extraordinarily common now. And the idea that selling $80 worth of marijuana is going to lock your ass away for 40 years. And, you know, do I think cops should be able to do this shit? No freaking way. I do not believe that a cop should be able to take a kid and scare him into this. And I'll tell you what, I won't give any names, but I had a friend who was with another friend of mine, and he was 21 and she was not 21, and they got caught drinking. And the cops took him in and told him that they were going to lock his ass away. He was going away forever. He was never going to see the light of day again. And then let him walk out of the police station still under the influence, and he drove out somewhere and shot himself.
Oh.
And it is exactly that same kind of bullshit that I am absolutely against. And as much as I'll support law enforcement when they're doing the right thing, man, I will come down on them when they're doing the wrong thing. And this kind of shit is absolutely insane.
Yeah, that was the wrong thing.
And as it comes out, you know, this little police station was part of this freaking drug task force thing. And the only way that they can get federal funding is if they back it up with arrests. And so they pressure these kids into doing this shit. And no matter what, whether he committed suicide or he was murdered, the cops are to blame.
Yeah.
100%. But
There's blood on their hands, yeah.
you know, I'm not saying that it is absolutely out of the question, but I think it's extraordinary. The mom actually makes this point, and I think it's extraordinarily important that he watched the pain his family went through when they lost his brother, and that he would choose to put them through that again.
Yeah.
Without any kind of a farewell, without any kind of an explanation, without anything. I just have a hard time. I have a really hard time believing that. And again, we're not talking about a kid that's a troublemaker, and we're not talking about a kid that's failing out. He was like 2 weeks from graduating college. He was past college. He was done. And the cop told him that he had to have it done before he graduated, or he was having him arrested and sent to prison because they were not letting him leave without making these buys. So I mean, I don't know. My heart absolutely breaks for this family. Yeah. I think when cops do shit like this and it leads to somebody's death, they should be prosecuted. I think that they should be prosecuted. And I think, of course, if a judge lets some douchebag out on the street and he ends up killing somebody and there was plenty of reason to believe he could or would, the judge should go to freaking prison for that shit too. So that's probably unpopular, but anyway, I digress. So I mean, we only got, what, about 10 minutes left?
Depending on which clock you're looking at, that one looks like 13. This one looks like 12.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Something like that, but we're closing in on...
Verizon thinks it's only 11 minutes left.
Oh, I was 11 o'clock. What?
No, 11 minutes left.
But we're closing in on 2026. So, I mean, before
Finally
we...
an even number.
Before we do, like, is there anything that we've left unsaid? I mean, obviously I didn't get through all the cases that we didn't go through everything. I should just run through them. To mention the victims. We have Janelle Johnson. She disappeared from Riverton, Wyoming. She was hitchhiking to Denver for the modeling gig. Her body was found on like Muskrat Creek Road out of Shoshone, Wyoming. We have April Millsap, who was the little 14-year-old from Armada, Michigan, who went to Walker Dog Penny, and that total freaking asshat caught her and murdered her, and I hope he dies a slow freaking miserable death and rots in hell. Then we had Lisa Marie Kimmel. We spent quite a bit of time on. As everybody knows, that case is very personal to me, and not because I knew her, but because
You feel like you know her, though.
I do. Yeah, and she was headed to here. She was headed to our home, and she was like the same age as my sister, and and so that one's a tough one for me. And the shithead that killed her, everybody knows exactly what I think about him, and that I think that there's a whole string of cases that are tied to him that will probably never be solved. If he was the killer of the Elko County Jane Does, like I really think he was, even if we're able to identify them, we're never getting DNA evidence from him on those bodies now. No way. So if he was the killer, those remain unsolved, probably indefinitely. Our best hope is that we can identify them and bring them back to their families. And I don't know, man. It's just...
We are being asked what's new for 2026.
Oh, yeah, we should probably talk about that. So, well, I think our show lineup is pretty much set because I've added more to my plate than I can actually handle. So
He needs another plate.
But I want to continue on all of our existing shows. So obviously we have the Dark Dialogue main show, which is going to continue in the same format. And we're going to just keep covering cases the way that we do. Hopefully, I always want to improve. So hopefully I'll do a better job writing, hopefully a better job presenting, hopefully audio quality continues to improve as I keep buying toys to play with and shit to do. But as far as the show format, Dark Dialogue main show, probably going to stay the same. And we'll just continue to cover cases one at a time. It's not seasonal. It's just some of them are deeper dives where we have multiple episodes, and then we move on to the next one.
I need Brandon Embry in 2026.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. And, we're always open to suggestions from our listeners, so you can reach out to us anytime with that. And then Dark Dialogue, Rocky Mountain Reckoning, will finish up season 1. It's not tied to the year. It's just the number of episodes that we've got to go through to cover all the cases. And then season 2 is, like I've said, we're diving into the missing and endangered Indigenous women issue that plagues us. And that one is definitely going to have some live on the ground stuff. I will say one big focus.
I'm excited for that.
One big focus for me in 2026 is video. Adding video, a lot more video to the show, and that'll come into play definitely when we do the live on the ground stuff. Is video. I want to be able to utilize YouTube as it was really designed as a video platform, and keep our podcast on the podcast platforms, I think. And then, as far as Shadow Chats, we're gonna keep doing shadow chats.
There's dumb criminals everywhere.
Oh yeah, we're never gonna run out of stuff to talk about on that one.
Cryptids everywhere.
The two kind of the newest show is Unraveled Truths, and that one the listeners should ask you on because that depends on you watching the stuff so that we can talk about it.
This is true. But I am home all day tomorrow, and I might have to just binge the rest of Making a Murderer. We'll see.
There you go. And then
I'm
there's
not allowed to clean anything tomorrow.
and there's a long list of documentaries that we can dive into and cover on that one.
Yeah.
So that one is going to be a little bit, whatever. Gallows and Gunfights. I'm going to keep doing that because I love doing it. It's a lot of fun. It's my other big passion, which is history and specifically Western history. So I dig that. I'm tossing around a few candidates for the next one after Billy the Kid. We'll get through the 5-day battle, but then we still got to go through the rest of Billy the Kid's short life. I mean, he only lived to be 21, so it's not like we have a whole lot of ground to cover. But there are some pretty important shit that happens after the Lincoln County War, including his death or not death, or how does that all shake out? So we'll be talking about that. And then, I don't know, I'm thinking Wyatt Earp. I'm also kind of tossing around some Wild Bill Hitchcock or going even farther. I don't know about farther back, but doing one of my personal heroes, who is Crazy Horse, and digging into maybe some of the Indian Wars and stuff like that. So I haven't decided what's the next one for Gallows and Gunfights, but it will continue. And then Distilled definitely just went through a major transformation, which to me logically makes a lot more sense. And that is going from just condensing our shows to me just focusing on, certain aspects of it.
Right.
And one thing I do want to mention, if, the listeners are wondering like, hey, what in the world is, John's doing shows by himself now sometimes. It's simply recording.
It's because I'm slacking.
No, it's not. It's just because we can only get in the studio and record like so much together. Yeah. And then, if we do like a marathon session and record a whole bunch, then editing is a nightmare. And so it's just kind of breaking things up a little bit. And on a personal level, I've gone through some health issues that are, I'm having to kind of reevaluate things and put a lot more focus into, hopefully making this as successful as possible. So We'll say that. So, but I don't think I missed anything.
Are you still pondering getting a drone license?
Oh, I'm definitely pondering getting a drone license.
I don't know if that was important to mention, but
yeah, no,
that helps with the video aspect of things.
Well, not only that, but the main reason that I've added that to my plate is the ability to assist in searches with drones, because it opens the door for me to access very high level drones that aren't the ones you get on Amazon.
Right.
And so we're talking like with heat seeking possibilities and stuff, which would be for live search efforts and stuff, which I really would like to see that grow in 2026.
Me too.
And the goal always is increased audience participation, getting involved in Adopt a Victim, getting involved in the Dark Dialogue Collective, and that kind of stuff. And so, but that's kind of where I see us going in 2026. So
hold on, I was told to look at my phone. Oh, contest with JJ Hawk Band.
oh yeah, well, you got to talk about that because you know way more about it than me.
I really hope I don't lie.
But I did.
But you did.
I brought those.
So
Dark Dialogue guitar picks. Doesn't get better than that.
Oh, did you show it?
I did, yeah.
We're on a big delay though, so I can't see it yet. But anyway, yes, we are doing yes, to that person who said, look at your phone, help me not lie to the people. Type out some things. We are going to do some giveaways with the JJ Hawk Band. Because we are... Partnering is not... Collaborating?
Yeah, I would say it's a collaboration.
Collaboration.
Yeah.
We're promoting them, they're promoting us. We enjoy their music. We've talked about that already. We're gonna dedicate I don't understand. We're gonna dedicate some of their songs to some of our victims, some of our families. I'm actually very uncomfortable talking about the giveaway because I don't know as much
Every step forgot,
about it. I don't
every
want
scar
to lie.
erased. You carry the weight when the night.
That was my fault. It's on. Well, as you're figuring that out, I will say, officially on my computer, it is 2026. So, Happy New Year. We gotta eat grapes or some nonsense, right? So we gotta take a minute to eat grapes or something because I'm not getting under a table. But apparently, I have to eat grapes. So, we're eating grapes. We're figuring out. I mean, we don't have to end this right at 12 o'clock, but we're figuring out. But we are going to join a giveaway that is being coordinated with the JJ Hawk Band. And they've got some merchandise and stuff that they're going to throw in for the giveaway. And I don't know as much about it as Angela does, but I do know that, it's going to require you to like the show, share it. And there's some requirements, and, we can add all that stuff on our socials and everything, but I think Angela took a picture of the mug that's up for giveaway. And, one thing that will be happening in 2026 too is our merch is in the works. And so, we want to add a shopping cart feature to our website and stuff so that we can get Dark Dialogue merch out. We've got some really freaking cool tumblers with the Dark Dialogue logo, glow in the dark. So that's a lot of fun. And then I think that JJ Hawk is throwing in a t-shirt, and guitar picks, and we've got badass Dark Dialogue guitar picks, hats, and so we can get the information on all that. Watch our socials for that, but yeah, that's coming up. I'm gonna play this song from the JJ Hawk Band and eat some grapes, and then come back and we'll close out the show. Why'd you buy the biggest damn grapes they make?
In the quiet corners, no one sees you play. Every step forgotten, every scar erased. You carry the weight when the night was long, but no one ever wrote your song.
Good.
Still your hands held steady, still your eyes held true. In the silence, the light was you. You're the people's hero, though no crown was found, lifting others higher while you stayed on the ground. You are the people's hero, through the tears and fight, a name unspoken, but a burning light.
Oh, for crying out loud. I have just failed miserably at this whole song playing thing tonight, so I do apologize. But
Get it.
we did give you, I think, a sampling of the JJ Hawk Band, and now that...
And I am told there's a video coming out tomorrow about the JJ Hawk Band.
Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. And, you know, with this new agreement, you know, I'm really going to be pushing a lot of their stuff. I'm really excited about this partnership, or whatever we want to call it, collaboration. I think they're great artists, and I'm excited about the band. And so it's something you're definitely going to hear a lot of on Dark Dialogue. And so... I'll play that as kind of we close the show. I think I got it figured out now, but I had to, by the seat of my pants, I had to figure out how to get it to actually play so everybody can hear it, and it's just kind of been a nightmare. So
We were hearing it and jamming.
I do apologize about the technical difficulties that we've had tonight, but thank you for sticking with us. I've had a lot of fun. I hope that the listeners have enjoyed it and everything, and you know, so now that we've done it, now we can kind of work the bugs out and stuff, and then, you know, go live again.
Maybe not for 6 hours.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, next year I think we're doing a 24-hour one, so.
Holy.
I will say, I strongly considered this for tonight, but Angela said I was not allowed to do it, but I wanted everybody to know it's real. It does exist. So that's my V for Vendetta mask, and
Hey, the lag stopped. No, it didn't stop, but it's not as far behind as it was.
no, yeah, I don't know what they're seeing on their end either. I don't know if there's a lag or not. So
A little bit,
is there? Yeah.
like 30 seconds.
Okay, and that's probably normal. But I'm new to this YouTube thing, like brand new today.
Yeah.
So
I knew today. I was today years old
yeah, exactly.
when
So
I went live on YouTube.
but do you have anything else to add?
Stay safe
Yeah, stay safe.
with us.
I'm not going to do the typical closing thing. You guys know how to reach out to us. You know, info@darkdialogue.com. You can get us there anytime. You know where to find our shows and everything. We really appreciate everybody joining. The participation tonight was tons of fun. I really enjoyed it. I really appreciate it. I think we had some great questions. But
Cheers to 2026.
2026, we made it. We made it, everyone. And then 2026 is going to be a banner year. So, I don't know. Have a great rest of your New Year's evening.
Yep.
And we'll see you on the next one.
Bye-bye.